Everyone, how are you guys doing on this Friday? Hopefully you guys are having a good day so far. Are we ready to save Satoko? I feel
I feel like we're almost, like, close to the end of the chapter, but I don't know for sure. Because I was looking at the achievements that basically show, like, when you hit, like, the actual chapter stop, and I think we only have, like, 1, maybe 2 more left, so
If we finish it in the middle of this stream, I made sure to install the next chapter.
so that way we don't have to be like, what do we do? Ha!
Because you know, I wanted to finish up Higurashi anyway because I want to be able to do like other series and not be like, oh man, we still need to finish Higurashi. But yeah. Since, you know, we've been at this since October. Whoops, I went into the corner instead of over here. But yeah, wanted to get some good progress on here. So let's go ahead and... Why isn't it detecting it? Let me fix that, hopefully. Like, this was the last thing we had open, OBS. Okay, there we go. And... Whoosha! Okay. Let me see. Okay. So yes, we left off at Teppei getting a call. Teppei stopped kicking her as soon as he heard the phone ring. He could ignore the call, but if it was someone from the Child Consultation Center, they might become suspicious of him. He'd hurt Satoko enough to leave bruises. He couldn't let them visit, so he had no choice but to deal with them over the phone. That's enough for you. You better remember where you hid the bank book by the time I come back. All Satoko could do was curl up and cry. Hello, who is it? Good afternoon. This is the Shishibone Child Consultation Center. Again? Do you guys have nothing better to do? Why don't you stop calling me and work on your other cases? You're getting paid with the taxes I pay, you know. We're very sorry to interrupt you. One of our social workers will be visiting your home shortly. May I get permission for them to enter the premises, please? No way! We're cleaning the whole house right now. We can't have any visitors today. Come back again some other time. The consultation center wouldn't give up. Teppei wanted to hang up the phone, but if he did, he knew that they'd show up for sure. I was told that Satoko-san didn't come to school today. She's home, isn't she? If she's really sick, she should be resting at home, I expect. There's something quite urgent that I need to ask her. What the hell do you need her for? I'm a guardian, so I'll answer you instead. Are you refusing to put Satoko-san on the phone? I'm not refusing. I'm just saying that I'll answer your questions in her place. Can't you see what I'm saying? What's your name, anyway? I'm asking you one more time. May I speak with Satoko-san, please? Damn it. He'd thought dealing with government officials was a bit like playing whack-a-mole. If you hit them hard enough, they won't show up for a while. But today, whoever was on the phone seemed so provocative and self-assured. Teppei sensed that he'd definitely come to the house if he didn't put Satoko on, and if they sounded like that over the phone, if they came to the house, they might be bringing along more than just a couple of people. For all Teppei knew, they might even bring a police officer. If they did, he couldn't turn them away at the entrance. He knew too well just how scary police officers could be. Look, wait a minute. I'll go wake her up. Give me some time. He covered the phone with his hand and spoke to Satoko downstairs. Oh, Satoko, the Child Consultation Center wants to ask you something. Can you come to the phone, please? Late scanner, are still good again? Yeah, oh! I was so... I was so engrossed with reading, I didn't even do a silly pose. But how you doing though, buddy? Let me move something real quick since I'm here. There we go. Hello, how you doing? Even though he had just been beating her, Teppei was addressing Satoko in a sweet, phony voice. It could disturb people to hear him talk like that. Satoko knew that his sweet voice was the scariest tone he had. She couldn't refuse after hearing him talk like that, so she obeyed him and went upstairs. Teppei grabbed Satoko's shoulder with all his might and whispered in her ear, "No matter what happens, we're a happy family, right? Don't you dare forget that, alright?"
Yes.
Remember, if you upset me, I'll destroy Satoshi's room. If you behave well, I'll promise you that I will never enter his room again. Is that a deal? Huh? Huh? He squeezed her shoulders even tighter. Satoko controlled her face in pain. I'm doing good, how are you? I'm doing good too. I don't remember if I answered that already or not. I might have. I completely forget. But it's good that you're doing good. We're making up now, right? Huh?
Yes. We're a happy family.
Tepe gave the phone to Satoko as soon as she nodded. He stood behind her, continuing to grip her shoulders tight. He was like a raptor gripping its prey with its sharp talons. Satoko Hojo-san, this is Harayama speaking from the Child Consultation Center. How's everything going so far? Are you having any problems with Tepe-san? The volume on the phone was low enough that Tepe couldn't hear what they were saying. However, he squeezed Satoko's shoulders harder and urged her to say something, because her silence could be interpreted as a negative answer.
Yes. Everything is working out between my uncle and I.
You don't have any problems with him? Ah, sure, go ahead.
Hello?
Hello? Satoko? It's me, Keiichi. Are you okay?
Yeah. It's safe here.
Satoko, we're about to come save you. If you admit that you need help, the Child Consultation Center will put you under their protection immediately. It's not just the center either. The mayor of Shishibone City is supporting us too. Crazy, isn't it? It's all thanks to the Sonozaki family. Mion's grandma is doing all of this for you. Satoko always felt bitter towards the Sonozaki family, because they were often the ones talking about her behind her back. She hated Oreo the most. It didn't make sense to her that Oreo would do anything to help her. I know you went through a lot of hard times after the dam conflict. I didn't notice it, but you were being treated coldly for a long time. But I took care of all those people for you. No one will ever treat you badly in Hinamizawa again. I wish I could show you the people that have gathered around the Child Consultation Center right now. Everyone from Hinamizawa is here to save you. They're even skipping the presentation for tomorrow's festival.
Hello, Bailey. How you doing?
Huh? Oh, sure. I have a message from the Sonozaki family. Mion's grandma said to say hello to you. She's sorry about how she treated you. She wants you to come visit her house sometime. You hear that? She's on your side now. She went to see the mayor in person, just for you. But you know, the same goes for us too. We've been coming to the Child Consultation Center What's the deal? What's taking so long? Satoko was consumed by fear. Her teeth were chattering and she felt shivers running down her spine. And that was what Satoshi felt every time she cried.
Show us your strength, Satoko. Show Satoshi how much you've grown up over the past year. Show Satoshi that you've grown as brave as he is. But
Even if she asked for help that very minute, Teppei wasn't just going to disappear. Once she asked for help, she'd need to survive until someone physically came to her house to rescue her. Satoko ached all over her body. Her wounds were pulsing along with her heartbeat, and she could taste the blood in her mouth. It wasn't as easy as Rika made it sound. One nod wasn't going to solve everything at once. They had no idea how hard it was for her to nod. What did her Nini look like when he protected her? She couldn't remember his face, but she remembered the strength in his words, and she even may have heard a little bit of fear in his voice. But even so, he still fought. He faced his fears and fought for her sake. Satoko was scared, just like Rika said. Her teeth were chattering and she felt shivers running down her spine. But she had to face him. She had to challenge him, to fight him, and to break the cycle!
Satoko, I'm going to give the phone to an employee of the consultation center. Tell him with your own words. Yes. Yes. Show me that courage.
Hello again. It's Harayama from the Child Consultation Center. Please allow me to ask you one more time. Are there any problems between you and your uncle? Satoko looked at Teppei again as she listened to the question, looked straight into the face of terror. All she ever did was hide behind Satoshi's back. Show me that courage. It wasn't only Rika. Her Nini was watching her too.
Me.
Excuse me? Could you please repeat that?
Help me.
The moment the words left her mouth, Teppei clocked his niece upside the head with every bit of strength he had in him. Satoko rolled down the hallway, still clutching the telephone receiver. Oh, Satoko, you finally betrayed me, huh?
I hate you. Get out of my house. This house belongs to my Nini and me. This house belongs to my family. I hate you. Get out of here.
You little...
Ah!
Satoko wasn't going to just take a beating any longer. Instead, she spread her arms wide and jumped onto her uncle. Of course, this wasn't going to hurt Teppei at all. Satoko was as weak as a newborn puppy to him. That was, however, the best attack she had at her disposal. Satoko was fighting for the first time in her life. She had decided to stop waiting for somebody to save her. In the end, Satoko was the only one who could save herself. Enduring her uncle's violence had never meant anything at all. She had thought she'd learned something from her Nini, but she had been mistaken this whole time. What's with that look in your eyes, huh? I'm gonna push your front teeth in! But just as Teppei raised his fist, someone loudly hammered on the front door. Teppei Hojo! Open up! This is the police! Teppei couldn't help but jump in surprise. It had barely been a minute since Satoko asked for help over the phone. Open up this door! If you don't, we're going to break it down! Boom, 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 FBI, open up! How did it turn out? How's Satoko-chan?
Satoko-chan asked for help. The Child Consultation Center is going to take action now.
But she's still in danger. Teppei might kill her for betraying him. We had heard a violent noise right after she asked for help. In other words, Satoko had been brave enough to do that in front of her uncle. We have to get there right away. Can someone give us a ride? Several of the villagers who came by car started their engines. The crowd had started to realize what was going on. Damn it! We're coming as fast as we can, Satoko! Oh, don't worry about that, Maebara-san. The police entered the Hojo residence not a moment ago. We wouldn't have had any time to hurt her. He wouldn't have had any time to hurt Satoko-chan. What? But why? No idea. It's a mystery to me. Anyway, could you break up this crowd already? I'll be leaving for now, so excuse me. Have a good year. In the route where Oishi is the best. But doesn't want to seem it. Oishi must have
contacted someone as soon as he heard Satoko asking for help. The police had surrounded Satoko-chan's house ahead of time?
I get it. They were suspecting him of Rina's murder. It all makes sense now. Wait, who's Rina? Get in the car, everyone. Let's hurry back to Hinamizawa. There were several officers combing the Hojo residence. Satoko was sitting by the porch, talking with another officer. She had some painful-looking bruises all over her face.
Satoko-chan, are you okay? How are you? Ha 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 ha. Do I look okay to you?
Coach, she needs treatment right away. Let's take her to the clinic. Can you walk, Satoko-chan? Satoko nodded to the coach and stood up. It looked painful for her, but even so, I felt relieved to see her better than I expected. However, the cruel bruises inflicted over her body were all too horrible to look at. I'll never forgive that man for abusing a little girl like her. My body shivered in anger.
Satoko. Oh. Did you see what I did, Rika? I can act when it counts. Yes, I saw your courage. You won. You broke the bonds of fate.
Both Rika-chan and Satoko cried and hugged each other. I soon heard another car coming. I immediately knew who it had to be. It was Oishi-san's police cruiser. We should have acted more quickly. I'm sorry we weren't more help. No, don't be sorry. If not for you, Oishi-san, he would have done even more horrible things to her. Thank you so very much. I guess you can be a nice person sometimes. So, how's she doing? The coach is looking after her. She was injured pretty badly. Oh, Kuma-chan. What happened to Tepe? We got him. Komiyama-san took him to the station.
So, he won't come back to this house ever again?
It's not like he's going to get the death penalty or a life sentence. I don't want to think about this, but he might come back someday. Yeah, well, we won't let him. I'll make sure he can never come back to this village. Oh my. The successor of the Sonozaki family is saying such scary things already. You can't threaten him or anything, you know. I'm not going to threaten him. I'm just going to advise him that he should never come back to Hinamizawa or Okinomiya. Otherwise, something terrible might happen to him. Ah, I guess advice isn't too bad then.
So, is Satoko-chan free now? Is it really? Is it over? Or is that really it?
I don't know. I think there will be more issues to come. Once Tepe loses his parental rights, they'll need to find a new guardian for Satoko. Someone has to take over for her. But there's no need to worry. I'm sure that the Sonozaki family is going to back her up. We'll make sure Satoko is happy.
Eri took Satoko to the clinic. He says her injuries aren't as bad as they look, though.
Really? That's good to hear.
I wonder if she can leave the clinic by tomorrow, I wonder.
I'm sure those injuries will take more than a day to heal.
That's not what she's talking about, me. Tomorrow is the Watanagashi festival.
It's been a real hectic week, but if we can all go to the festival together, I think that will be our happy ending.
Right! It'll serve as proof that we got our happy world back with our own hands.
I agree. I'm sure Satoko wants to see Kei-chan's auction in action. I almost forgot about that.
Satoko will be coming for sure.
Before I knew it, lots of people from the village had joined us. They were the same people who came to the Child Consultation Center to support us. They wanted to know if Satoko was safe. Considering her injuries, safe might not be the right word. However, she is free from the curse of her uncle now. Her emotional scars will slowly heal. We'll be there for her, as her friends. No, it wasn't just us anymore. The whole village is going to be there for her. The ghost of the dam conflict won't haunt Satoko any longer. It was a very long week. In this 1 week, we united, we fought, we overcame, and we won. It wasn't an easy victory. However, the price we paid was more than worth it. Tomorrow is the Watanagashi festival, the biggest festival in the village. It's a huge event where we worship the guardian of this village, Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama is a god who united two enemies peoples. The curse of the Hojo family has disappeared, and Satoko is truly going to be a part of this village. We'll all be playing at the festival tomorrow together. This is a perfect happy ending. That's a red flag for death. When our ordinary days were taken from us, we all felt so powerless. But now we have everything back. What else can you call that but a miracle? No, you actually can't call it that. Miracles can be created when everyone works together. What's impossible to do alone becomes possible when everyone joins forces. With everyone's power, we were able to make impossible things happen. And that's only a natural outcome of everyone doing their best together. So it's not a miracle. In other words, it was inevitable. The old legends in this village tell us that Oyashiro-sama made it possible for humans and demons to live together. I'm not sure what this story really means, but I'm sure that Oyashiro-sama made something impossible happen. We can be proud of what we did. I'm sure Oyashiro-sama is proud too. Hey, Maibara boy, we did it! You pulled it off! It was worth showing up every day. My supporters cheered me on. They were all glad that Satoko was finally safe. A sense of accomplishment at saving Satoko finally hit us, and we hugged each other, sharing praises for our struggle. But yeah, saying that this was the best ending is just like, that's a red flag right there, we are gonna die. No way are we making it out alive. Satoko and Rika-chan were already there waiting for me. While the injuries on her face, covered with band-aids, looked painful, Satoko seemed to be full of life. It almost looked as though her wounds were from playing too hard or something. So, you stayed at the clinic last night?
Yes, I told him I was fine, but the coach wanted to keep an eye on me.
If that's what the doctor said, then you should listen to him. I see. You were scared to stay at the clinic alone, weren't you? You heard that there are lots of ghosts inside hospitals.
Satoko can't sleep without me. Why can't you sleep without her? Why?
That's because Rika-chama is the only one who can give her comfort. No sooner had Shion finished that sentence than a bucket went flying into her face. Satoko started chasing Shion in circles like they were playing tag. I really missed this rambunctious fun.
I thought I'd never see this again.
I felt the same, but we got it back. We did this.
I think you did the most. It was your idea to go to the Child Consultation Center, and you were the one who asked everyone for their support.
I agree. I think Kei-chan contributed the most. Most people in Hinamizawa know who Keiichi Maibara is by now.
Oh, is Keiichi-kun going to be a popular guy now? Is he?
I bet he'll be incredibly popular. Popular among old ladies, that is. I really envy him. I'd be fine with that if I could divide their ages by 3. Yeah, okay. I had to be like, wait, would that be sus? And it's like, no, if it's older ladies, then that would be like in probably 20s, or at 20s at the latest, or youngest? I don't know. Many people were wearing yukatas. It was still June, but it felt more like it was the middle of summer. Once we finished climbing the stairs, we could see the festival and the crowd enjoying it. The Furude shrine was packed with people, leaving the grounds looking nothing like their usual quiet self. Lanterns of various colors were hung about, and the people were swarming the various festival booths, giving the whole place an unorganized feel, but pleasant atmosphere. What a crowd! I had no idea there was even this many people in Hinamizawa.
Everyone comes to this festival. I think at least half of the population of the village is here.
There's more than just them. The neighboring town councils and youth groups are invited too. I see. We only have a few students in our school. That explains why there are so many kids around today. Hearing the happy cheers of children is the best part of the festival. She's right. I'm in agreement there. There were lots of booths around too. They were by far the best part of the festival. Man, I don't have a gift sub for Attack Rack anymore, so I can't pop with you guys. I could just go. Booths selling takoyaki, yakisoba, shaved ice, apricot candy, sauce senbei, chocolate bananas. There was a yo-yo game and a goldfish game, a shooting gallery. There were countless booths here. Those booth runners all came from the city. You can't call it a festival without festival booths. So we're going to have a battle in every one of them, huh? I'm not going to lose today. Ooh, 19! That was a really good roll, nobody.
Yeah, same here. Let's do it.
Yellow! Sorry I'm late. Am I the last one? Everyone's here now, huh?
Once our club gets together, there's no way we can just sit back and enjoy the festival.
Of course not. We're doing it again this year. This Watanagashi festival for the 6 of us will be the battle of the 6 evils!
Satoko, there's no reason to hold back this year. Let's enjoy the festival with all our might. You don't even need to mention it. I, too, declare that I will be the victor.
Yeah, Satoko, you go, girl. Let's put everything that happens before tonight behind us.
Let's play with everything we've got. It's been a good week since we all got together.
Yeah. Tonight we're all enjoying this festival to its fullest. Yeah, beat up Keiichi. And then everybody meets up. Everybody's having a good time. Rika's just like, yeah, we saved Satoko, everything's fine. And then Takanohiro is gonna be like, I'm dead. And then there's Yuri being weird. As we enjoyed the festival, many people call out to Satoko. Some of them show concern for her injuries, some of them express their sympathy, some of them offer her support. Satoko must have been very happy to hear all that. She says it's strange to see people treating her like this, but I think she's just trying to hide her true feelings. I'm sure she realizes just how much the village changed for her. My, hello. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Hi, Rika-chan. I'm here like I promised. I forgot I was here. The festival sure has grown into a splendor.
Who's this guy? You know him, Rika? Akasaka is never here when I need him.
Huh? What are you talking about? Did I do something to make you upset? While you were at the hot springs with your wife, things sure got hectic around here.
Rika-chan is talking with some strange older guy. Wonder if he's someone she knows. I wonder.
Who is he? Who is he? Introduce him to this old man too. When Akasaka showed up, I'd still believed that fate could be changed through the power of a single hero alone. But that was my mistake. Miracles are not made by one person. They can only be achieved by everyone working together. So it was wrong for me to expect him to just magically change my fate. Even if he had been here for me, I might have been disappointed in him for not being able to do anything. He didn't do anything wrong, but I acted all bitter towards him anyway. I feel guilty after saying what I did. I really shouldn't act this way anymore. I should celebrate the fact that after so many years... is it gonna be in the log? Nope, okay. After so many years, some. Hey, Mabara boy, I heard what you did. I heard about it too. Heard you fought Orio-san with a sword until she finally gave in. Good on you. I didn't do that. We just had a peaceful negotiation. Still, I'm proud of you. You let everyone and actually negotiated with the center. Hey you, I'll give you some apricot candy. How many do you want?
Wow, Keiichi-kun, you're so popular today. I'm sure Keiichi is into old ladies too. I don't know what Rika's trying to say, and I don't even want to know.
Gosh. People are talking to Keiichi too. The whole village knows about his leadership skills now, especially with how he persuaded Orio. Everyone has been aware for a very long time that they are only treating Satoko harshly because of the tradition formed since the dam conflict. However, Keiichi is the one who destroyed that cycle, and the people of Hinamizawa, both young and old, see him as a hero. I find these ones very interesting. Like, it's a very easy way of being able to, like,
hop between Keiichi's point of view and then Rika's point of view. With the whole village talking about Keiichi, of course the auction he hosted ended up with great success. Though he was shy at the beginning, he put his heart and soul into the show and managed to entertain all the onlookers. I'm sure Keiichi will bring many more good things to this village. The others especially are glad to see a heroic young man like him. Oh, that's the guy who helped us yesterday. Thank you so very much for your assistance. Oh, you should have introduced, or I should have introduced him to you then. This is my uncle Saburo. He's in the prefectural assembly. I am having a terrible time reading what you're saying, Mio. This is my other uncle Ken, and he's in the city council. Sorry we were late yesterday. We got lost on our way there. No, you both were a great help. I was really impressed to see the power of elected officials. Well, we're chosen to fight in place of the citizens. Of course we're strong. We're glad Satoko-chan is safe. Talk to us again if there's anything you need. We'll be glad to help. They rubbed Satoko's head while they spoke.
Thank you very much.
There are a number of powerful Sonozaki people standing around the main tent. All of them are people who helped us yesterday. Everyone except Satoko bows out of respect. Until just a few days ago, these people had nothing but terrible things to say about the Hojo family. It was Keiichi, of course, who cleared all that. I'm sure they regret their rudeness, and I'm also sure that they'll never discriminate against Satoko again. In fact, they bowed to her instead and apologized for all they've done. They promised her that they'll be glad to help her in the future if she ever needs anything. You must be proud of your son. Oh, no, it's not really a big deal. Hey, Keiichi! We're here too!
Keiichi-kun's parents are here. Good evening. Nice to meet you. I'm Keiichi's meow meow, Rika.
Oh my gosh, Rika.
Nice to meet you. My name is Satoko Hojo.
So you're Satoko-chan. Such a poor little girl. Look at her face. You can make use of Keiichi if anything happens again. In return, what would you think about modeling for me?
Hey, your father reminds me a bit of the coach.
Sorry, that's just the kind of person he is.
Still, he seems very nice and fun to be around. He's a little sus, but you know, he's fun.
Keiichi's parents are also here at the festival. Since they're the parents of a hero, they're getting special treatment too. From what Keiichi says, this has been a good opportunity for his parents to get to know people from the village. His father is telling people that he'll draw up a picture if the council ever needs a poster for anything. Apparently, Keiichi's father is such a good, wonderful artist that people have tried stealing his work before. I'm looking forward to seeing it someday.
This is the best Watanagashi festival I've ever had.
Yes, I feel the same way. You've been around a lot longer than me. If it's your best one, then it must be mine too.
Oh, still, I think this is the most fun and exciting festival we had since it became known as Watanagashi.
The Watanagashi festival only became like this just a few years ago, didn't it? It used to be just a boring traditional ceremony that the Furude family held. And before that, it used to be something different. More like the things that Takano is interested in.
Oh.
Sorry. I'll try not to be mean to you today. Let's go have fun. The both of us. It's a special night for both you and me. Hanyu was muttering to herself. We had once seen a world where Shion killed Satoko. Both that horrible world and this fantastic one. They're the same Hinamizawa. People in this world only know that Hinamizawa is a happy place, but Hanyu and I know the truth. We know that there's a tragedy hiding behind only a thin sheet of paper. That's why we can appreciate this world in a way greater than anyone else can. If Keiichi had lost his mind, today would have never happened. He would have been committing a crime tonight. If that happened to Shion, she would have done the same, and then I would have beaten her to it by a long shot. That corpse would have been long buried by now. Mion lost her mind and never lost her mind in any of the worlds. Maybe she doesn't have the guts for it? Well, I suppose that's a little mean. There were times when I went on a rampage too, but no matter what, I ended up getting killed instead. How pathetic. Either way, it never worked in any world. We could never— Hello, I'm reading! Again, it only happened because everyone helped each other. I'm not trying to take credit for anything, but I don't think the miracle would happen if I
not continued believing in it. If I had gotten to the phone at the end, Satoko wouldn't have asked for help. The miracle happened because everyone tried their hardest. If even one gave up, the miracle would have vanished into nothingness. It was Keiichi, even, who told me how easy it was to change your fate. There's a meaning to Keiichi's existence here. It might be some kind of message. Thanks to him, I know not only what it means to fight against fate, but how. I'll never give up and accept my fate again. This is the opposite of what Hanyu wants me to think, but I'm sure that Hanyu can make a miracle happen too if she stops giving up and starts believing. I even told her so, but she just goes, "Oh well," and avoids the subject. We'll never know. We'll never know what the end of that one sentence was. It is a big old mystery. We'll never find out. A discolored notebook. Okay. Watch therefore, for ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, if that the good man of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. Therefore, be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think, for not the Son of Man cometh. Even God doesn't know when he will descend once more. He is constantly prepared for that day to come. Have faith in your God at all times. Your God doesn't even know when he'll see the light. What? Do not spare any effort. Study hard every day. Have the passion for discovery. You never know when you will be rewarded, but that day will come for sure. Until then, you must let the fires of your passion burn bright.
Hifumi Takano.
Oh right, she's a religious nut as well as believing in aliens. So this is the part where everything's gonna go bad. We are at the festival. It's probably the second to last chapter in here. And, you know, the festival hasn't ended yet, so we don't know if they're gonna die or not. They're probably gonna die! Yeah, I remember you telling us about that. But why? Why do you think Takano-san and I will be murdered?
My. Frankly, it would be an honor for us to be the victims of the fifth curse of Yashiro-sama. As I expected, they didn't really take me telling them that they'd be killed on the night of the festival seriously. They did keep their promise to tighten up my security after I showed them the ritual storehouse. However, they hadn't given one thought to their own safety. Oh well, like I said, I didn't expect them to believe me. If they were willing to take me seriously, I could have easily changed their fate a long time ago.
I'm only gonna tell you this one more time. Tometake, you're going to claw out your throat and die. Takano, you're gonna burn to death on the top of some mountain.
I'm going to claw out my throat? Like the terminal symptoms of L5? Don't worry, I took the shots. I don't have the disease.
What happens to me is horrible too. I'm going to burn to death on some mountain? Did you have a dream about that?
I just want both of you to be careful, at least for tonight. Please, listen to me, even if you don't really believe it.
Did you have an ominous vision about some danger befalling us, perhaps? Don't worry. You're under the protection of the mountain dogs. You've had 8 security guards watching you today.
Thank you very much. I know I'm being protected, but I want you guys to be careful too.
Thank you for your concern. We'll be fine. I've even been working out. I think I can protect myself. Tometake flexed his biceps and smiled. He was probably trying to make me feel better, but all he really did was make me feel sadder. This is the sad part about being me. I know the future, but I can't tell them. It's as if that was the rule of the world. People tend not to believe what I tell them.
But you are going to die. If Tometake and Takano die, I'll be killed next. If the two of you are dead, who will protect me?
It sounds like you had a horrible dream. Don't worry. Even if we die, the mountain dogs will still protect you.
Are you really sure they would? They've never protected me before.
That's not true. They saved you when you got in a fight, remember? They're watching you at all times.
Of course, they aren't on alert at all times, but just as you requested the other day, the security around you is extremely strong. You even have a better security team than Dr. Edie.
They'll keep on protecting me even after you die?
Of course. You're the most important person to us. So you're sure that we're getting killed tonight? That's too bad.
If you have no intentions to survive, then I only have to worry about myself.
My words must have left a mark on his heart. He looked much more serious after I said that to him. Good grief. Okay then, I'll be extra careful tonight. I'll take a security guard with me when I'm going back to Okinomiya.
I think someone might attack the two of you if you're alone together. Make sure not to be alone with each other tonight.
My, are you jealous? You're such a precocious girl. Like I thought, I couldn't change their fate. When we saved Satoko, everyone shared the same sense of urgency. That's why we all got together and saved her before it was too late. However, these two have no sense of urgency at all. How can I make them understand? I sighed and gave up.
Tometake, Takono. Goodbye. Thank you for everything.
Hey, wait, Rika-chan. I had nothing else to say to them now. Instead, it might be worth talking to someone else. If I could get someone else to protect them, I might be able to change something. I can't give up yet. Fate is as thin as a piece of paper. It's just like the lid of a jar of jam. It's not going to open unless you believe it will. I have to believe that I can change my fate. If I don't, it's not going to change. Tometake-san, Takano-san? Are you sure about this? I've told Iri about this so many times in the past. Iri tends to listen to me more seriously than Tometake and Takano do. However, that doesn't mean that he can totally do something about it.
I'm the shrine maiden of Oyashiro-sama, and I have a bad feeling about this. Is that not a good enough reason?
I understand. It might be a message from Oyashiro-sama. If that really happens tonight, it'll be the 5th time in a row. I'll tell the two of them to be cautious too. All Iri would end up doing would be warning the two of them, which was exactly the same thing as I did. In other words, it wouldn't matter in the least. Iri is just a researcher. He has no ability to deal with unexpected trouble. That's why Takano works for him after all.
Please, talk to them. Please.
Who else would treat me seriously? Who else would be able to prevent Tometake and Takano's death? That's right, there's one man who's been fighting the curse of Oyashiro-sama with all his might. Oh, it's Furude-san. I've been looking for you. Akasaka-san wants to say goodbye.
I guess he and I aren't meant to be.
You're still upset about last week. Akasaka-san really regrets that he wasn't able to help you. He says he'd love to come back to Hinamizawa again, and when he's not next on vacation. But his wife took it personally. She's pretty, his wife, but she can be scary too.
Oishi, I have something important to tell you, but no one else believes me.
What's the matter? I've spoken to him several times in the past, too. He usually takes me pretty seriously. However, after they die, he starts suspecting me. That's why I stopped talking to him. Where did you hear that? Where at the festival? I told him that I heard someone was talking about murdering them in the crowd. That way he might not be suspicious of me after the murder really happens. Tometake-san is not from around here. And with Takano-san, that makes 2 people. One is going to die and one is going to disappear. This could be the 5th year of Oyashiro-sama. I can't take this as anything more than a rumor, you understand. But just in case, we'll keep an eye on the 2 of them tonight.
I think they were saying that they were going to attack them somewhere between Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. Tometake's body will be found on the road leading out of the village. From what I remember, he's discovered where the concrete road turns to gravel. That was internally. I see. I'll have a cruiser patrol around there. We can spare that at least. He agreed to get involved, and he wasn't suspicious of me either. I'm sure that seems odd to people that Oishi actually believed this phony-sounding story of mine. The thing about Oishi is that he strongly believes that there's no smoke when there's no fire. I've learned from experience that he tends to believe my information. However, that personality of his has caused me so much trouble in previous worlds. Of course, there's no question why he's so eager to believe me either. This is my last chance to expose the curse of Oyashiro-sama before his retirement. even if it might be fake, he still wanted to believe it. That was convenient for me, since I couldn't show proof.
Hey, Kuma-chan, do you read? Can you hear me? Have a cruiser patrol the back road to Okinomiya. No, it's just a precaution. I heard a rumor that something bad might happen around there tonight. Yeah, 2 officers should be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. No one else believed me and I didn't know what to do.
It's my job to believe these things. We'll just be glad if nothing happens. Be happy to swing and miss. Well, that's what my late colleague used to say. Besides, it's even worse if you ignore what you're told and don't take precautions, you know?
I see. That's his way of thinking about things. That was why he believed me without question. I hope he won't consider me a suspect after they find their bodies tomorrow. I shouldn't worry about that now. I can still do more. Who else should I talk to? Should I talk to my friends? I can't give up. I should at least try.
No way. You heard someone talking about that? On the day of the festival? That's so wrong. You mean the curse, right? You're talking about the curse of Uyashida-sama that might happen tonight?
Yes. It's happened 4 years in a row. Lots of people think that it's going to happen again tonight, too. What they believe is their business, but it's not nice for them to talk about Tomitake and Takano-san like this. I think you should talk to them about it just in case. I already did, but they didn't believe me.
I bet they didn't. But it's too late if something really does happen. I think you should talk to Oishi-san.
I already did.
Huh. I'm kind of impressed you've done all that, Ikatema. I agree that they should take every precaution, especially tonight. A series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, commonly known as the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I really don't want them to keep happening every year. Somebody might end up imitating it, and it's bad publicity for the village, too. So, if nothing happens tonight, that means the curse is over, right? We should definitely make sure that nothing happens then.
What can we do? Are you suggesting that we should patrol around the village or something?
I think the patrolling might be even more careless. Do you really think we can do something about this? For starters, there's a chance some deviant is trying to imitate the murders might be within Watanagashi Preparation Committee, so let's be wary of any unfamiliar faces.
It's easy for us to tell strangers apart from locals. We can spot them right away. I think we'll be fine. But Tomitake and Takano will still be killed. Rika-chan. Alright, let's try to do what we can.
I agree. We can't protect them all night, but let's stay with them at least until the festival is over. As long as we're there, the bad guys won't be able to do anything to them. I couldn't tell if they really believed me or not, but they listened to me at least. Yashida-sama is gonna be pissed.
No, because
it was kind of more explained in the previous stream, but Oyashida-sama is basically the human interpretation of Hanyu. So Hanyu is just like, please stop killing each other. And everybody is just like, this is for the will of Oyashida-sama, and Hanyu's like, no! We decided to keep our eyes on Tomitake and Takano and protect them for the rest of the night. I guess I've done everything I can now. Though it's hard to believe that this is enough to prevent their deaths.
I just have to hope nothing this happened when I wake up tomorrow morning. Do you think you can prevent Tomitake and Takano's deaths, Rika?
It might be possible. Their deaths might be the bell that portends my doom.
Oh well.
There's another set of chapters after this story.
Yep, there's one more left. But Takano told me earlier that even if they die, the mountain dogs are supposed to keep protecting me. They might bring in more squads from Tokyo, too. Even if they die, the situation will be different this time. What if it still doesn't work out?
Then I will just have to die. Anyway, I'm not going to give up until the very end. I'll struggle to my very limits. I won't give up and spend the rest of my time drinking wine.
Do whatever you want to do, Rika.
You still believe that nothing is going to change, Hanyu?
I don't believe anything. Only fate.
I keep getting hurt because I have hope too, huh? If I'm an actress trying to get up on the stage, Hanyu is the real bystander. We have very different opinions when it comes to this.
Rika, no matter what happens, don't give up.
That sounds like you're convinced that nothing is going to change. Lately, the things you have been saying pisses me off.
Hello.
I understand. Hanyu keeps telling me not to get my hopes up because she cares about me. Because I hope to defeat fate, I get hurt when that hope is destroyed. The more I get hurt, the closer it is to losing my mind and disappearing. For Hanyu, that means losing her only friend. Losing me is probably the most unbearable thought for Hanyu, since she has to live alone, unable to communicate with anyone else. I now believe that fate can be changed. Even when I didn't have that fate, I still believed that eventually I'll find a way to get out of this maze. Perhaps Hanyu knows something I don't. I might just be a goldfish inside of a fishbowl. There might be no way for me to escape my fate. We're stuck alone inside the fishbowl, yet every day I knock on the glass, believing that I can break it someday. Hanyu keeps telling me that I'm wasting my time. If I get hurt and die, she would have to survive all by herself inside the fishbowl. With that, I think I finally understand our difference of opinions. Hanyu has lived for a much longer time than I have. Because of that, she understands the laws of this infinitely spanning world better than I do. No matter how much I refute Hanyu, I can never refute the truth. Even so, I still have to believe in my own faith. I believe in a spear that will pierce the wall of fate. My faith will make that spear sharper than ever. We found Tomitake in the crowd and struck up a conversation with him to keep him around as long as we could. However, as soon as the festival ended, they tried to leave. If they leave now, I'll never see them again. Mion tried insisting that they stay at her house for a night, but Tomitake refused. Everyone tried various ways to stop them from being alone because the murder might be around. However, we eventually started to believe that they wanted to be alone for adult reasons, and I wound up suggesting that we shouldn't interrupt the two lovebirds.
Don't worry, Rika-chan. Tomitake-san is a man after all. I'm sure he'll do anything to protect Takano-san.
Is that so? If something happens, you'll rescue me, right? That's the plan.
Well, we really should go now. It's getting pretty late.
Thank you for your concern. Don't make any assumptions. I'm heading to the clinic because I left something there. Takano-san has the key, so we have to go together. Oh, I didn't know you were into playing doctor. Nah, I think he's more into playing gynecologist. Oh no. You get the banana. Crash, bang, wham.
I wonder how they play doctor. I wonder.
Don't hit them just because you feel embarrassed. And as for you two, stop only getting along when you're making dirty jokes. Goodbye, everyone. I really am just going back there to get what I forgot. Don't follow us, okay?
Tomitake, please be careful. I do think you're overreacting, Mika. Ah!
Everyone laughed when Satoko yawned. Oh,
Ah.
it seemed like a good time to call it a day. It doesn't feel like I was able to change their fate. I just hope that they pay attention and that they're prepared for whatever faces them. I still might have a chance. All I can do now is pray. Goodbye, Tomitake-san. Please show us the pictures you took next time.
Make sure you wear your punishment shirt.
Man, I'm so jealous you got to spend a night with a pretty lady. Woo woo! See you guys again. I guess it'll be in the fall. And that's if we don't get killed tonight. Good night, everyone. Good night. That was the best I could do in the night of Watanagashi. Please tell me what happened this night. This is like a box with a cat inside. Please tell me what happened this night. I don't even know if the cat is alive or dead inside the box. Please tell me what happened this night. The cat in the box is dead. I remember the rest of the song. And die. Tomitake gathered up his paperwork and slipped it inside his bag. They sure were persistent.
I wonder if they really want us dead.
How rude of them, huh? It was only a dream.
Please make sure that Dr. Iri examines Rika-chan. Her nightmares might be a symptom of something. If anything happens to her, it would be a disaster. Takano touched Tomitake's hand gently. As he turned bright red, Takano moved in closer and spoke. The way she acts is just too sexy, Tomitake thought.
Hey, Jiro-san. I have something very important to tell you. Will you listen to me?
What is it? You have something to tell me too? I hope you didn't see me claw out my throat in a dream.
What would you say if I did?
Eh? Takano stared at him with a mischievous look, as if seducing him, and started whispering into his ear.
I'm really surprised. That girl might have a godlike power after all.
What does that mean? Takano smiled gently and pulled back her hair. Even seeing her do that made Tomitake's heart race.
I really like you.
That's good to know. Takano's fingers curled around Tomitake's chin, stroking, tickling, and caressing it. Her movements were very captivating and seductive.
I've dated a lot of guys, but none of them interested me as much as you. I've learned that someone with a personality like yours makes an ideal partner for me. You're willing to accept everything I stand for. I believe that you understand me completely. That's why I can give you everything I have. I want you to accept everything about me. Do you understand?
Well, Takano-san, what's the matter? Her voice didn't really sound that affectionate. Tomitake knew from experience that he couldn't grasp what was on her mind when she wore a cold smile like that.
Finally, it's almost here.
It seemed as though she couldn't wait for something to happen. There was a chilling allure to her strange smile that made one question if something exciting was really about to happen. What's almost here? Tomitake asked, trying hard to resist the temptation.
The day my dream comes true.
Your dream?
Yes, my dream. Didn't I tell you before? Or do you forget about everything we talk about in bed?
No, I remember your dream. Tomitake's response was vague. Either he didn't remember or he hadn't understood it very well.
Finally, the curse of Oyashiro-sama is going to come true. That's what I've been dreaming about ever since I was a child. Jiro-san, listen. I can't be with you anymore.
What? What do you mean? You're flirting with me and now you're breaking up? I'm confused.
You see, I belong in a different world. Hinamizawa is where humans and demons once coexisted. That's why we met each other here. But all that is going to come to an end soon. The eclipse of the sun brought humans and demons together. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Takano-san, did you drink too much at the festival? You're drunk, right?
Tonight is the night of farewells. Thank you for teaching me about the sunlight realm. Your warmth was like a glow of the midday sun. You really did have a wonderful relationship. So sad that we have to say goodbye.
She pulled herself away from Tomitake and slowly stepped back, as if signaling the time had come for their part. I don't know what you're trying to say. What's this all about, Takano-san?
I want you to make a decision. I want you to decide to stay with me and abandon the sunlight realm. If what you told me was all true, then I know you have no doubts. By that time, Tomitake understood that Takano-san was asking him to make an important decision. Could it be your... That's right, Jiro-san.
Tomitake got up from his seat and looked Takano straight in the eyes. There was a faint glimmer of hostility within those eyes.
Is your work More important than me? I thought so. Can't believe this. I trusted you. Those words were ones of rejection. Takano's lips twisted into a cruel smile. Ayashiro-sama united the humans and the demons, but I guess he couldn't unite you and me. Takano slowly opened the door. 6 men in overalls were standing there at the ready. Tomitaka was frozen in shock. The 6 men walked up to Tomitaka with no expressions on their faces. It was immediately obvious that they were going to do something to harm him. What is this all about? Hinamizawa syndrome is like a bomb when the lip fuse. You're planning to dismantle that bomb before it explodes. However, there are some people in Tokyo who want to see it go off. No! What good would that do for anyone? Nobody ever does anything that isn't beneficial to them. Therefore, if they want that bomb to explode, it must be doing good for someone. Your question is just now is a pretty meaningless one. I can't believe this. There are people who want that to happen? Hinamizawa syndrome is a very dangerous disease. You know that as well as I do. I do. It would be a disaster if it had an outbreak. Tokyo wouldn't be able to cover it up either. Did that faction bribe you? It was actually my mission from the very start. I'm so sorry. We belonged in different worlds from the moment we first met. What are you going to do to me? It would be a great help if you came over to our side. Of course, that would mean that you'd have to betray your own people. You're expecting me to turn on them? Chido-san, if your feelings for me are real, will you support me? You'll be compensated, of course. If you wish, I'll dedicate my whole life to you. I'll do whatever you want me to, whenever and wherever you want. My body will belong to you. You can dominate me to satisfy your needs whenever you like. I'm willing to be all yours. Hey, don't you want to dye this body of mine in your scent? That is so lewd. Her words were a kind of assault, directly hammering at the emotions men had difficulty resisting. They were like an evil spell to control his heart. Upon hearing them, Tomitaka felt an unknown sensation rush up his spine as his feet froze in place, entranced. However, he forced himself to resist the temptation. He sealed the cracks in his wall of reason to stop Takano from forcefully entering his heart. I refuse! She had known from the start that Tomitaka was going to refuse her. Even so, Takano let out a triumphant laugh. It's funny. She thought Tomitaka would refuse right away. However, it took him a while to refuse because of how effective she was at seducing him. The time it took for him to refuse her was one of victory for Takano. For Tomitaka, it was a time of humiliation. Takano continued to laugh. She sounded rather like an evil witch. I thought you would say that. That's why I love you so much. Takano raised up her right hand and gave a signal to the mountain dogs. Okonogi-kun, you're betraying me too? I'm sorry, Lieutenant Tomitaka. Are you surprised? The mountain dogs work for me. It was us who controlled this clinic all along. You and Dr. Iri are the only people who didn't know. Shit. Tomitaka moved into action, sensing the danger that was about to befall him. His fist thrust out as quick as lightning, knocking one man down before he could even blink. However, the other mountain dogs certainly weren't going to just stay there and watch. They all attacked him as one. He tried to strike back with an elbow, but he simply couldn't overcome the difference in numbers. Tomitaka had tried his best, but soon enough the mountain dogs had wrestled him to the ground. Damn it! Let go! Let me go! Stop struggling already! They pinned him down so that he couldn't move an inch. Impressive, Jido-san. You fought pretty well, considering you were up against 6 people. Takano walked over and smiled while looking down at Tomitaka. Hey, Jido-san. I know you're going to refuse, but let me ask you one more time. Will you change your mind and join my side? Never! I'll never join with you! That's what I wanted to hear, so I could sever all my attachments.
Takano was holding a small case in her hands. She opened it and showed Tometake what was inside. What's in that syringe?
Oh, come now. I'm sure you know what it is.
No. We destroyed all of them.
Jiro-san, let me guess what you're thinking. Even if this is what you think it is, you should still have immunity because you took the vaccine. Isn't that what you're thinking? That's why you're not scared, right? Well, let me tell you something nice. That vaccine you took before you came here was fake. You may not have noticed it, but you're already an L3 patient of the Hinamizawa syndrome. Jiro-san, you have a tendency to look away when you get an injection. That's not very smart. You should always make sure of what you're getting.
Shit! Let me go! Tometake struggled to get away, but he simply couldn't move. Upon seeing his sorry state, Takano laughed with glee.
I'm sure you know very well about H173. You'll become infected instantly and will virtually become an L5 patient. You saw how the experiment turned out, no? The subject was displaying extreme irritation in the neck and armpit areas. Based on our past studies, patients with L5 suffer from an extraordinary irritation in their lymph nodes. It might be an antigen-antibody reaction. In other words, Jiro-san, if you're lucky, you might be able to die just as Rika-chan predicted. Are you going to kill yourself or become disabled for life? Which would you prefer? Which one, Jiro-san?
Stop! Stop!
It's going to be difficult to give him the injection like this. Put him to sleep, please.
One of the men covered Tometake's mouth with a towel soaked in some kind of chemical. He tried to fight it off with all his might, but his strength eventually left him, and he became as quiet as a beached whale. Takano stroked his face to make sure that he couldn't resist. Then she brought the needle towards his throat. She pushed it right into his skin. As she squeezed down on the syringe's plunger, the skin surrounding the tip of the needle swelled up, and eventually the contents were absorbed into his body.
Goodbye, Jiro-san. When you wake up, you'll be in the middle of a wonderful nightmare.
The mountain dogs finally got off of him. He couldn't even twitch.
Someone put him in my trunk.
Two of the men lifted up Tometake and carried him outside.
Oh, hold on. I'm sure he'd be happy if I left him his bicycle. That way he can enjoy cycling in hell, too.
The mountain dogs all quietly laughed at the joke. We are now going to commence Operation Doomsday. They stopped laughing as
we are now going to commence Operation Doomsday.
They stopped laughing as she began to speak.
Okonogi, you wait for the contact from the headquarters. Keep your eye on Dr. Iri. Also, keep tabs on Rika Furude, too. I don't know what kind of power she has, but she predicted how Tometake was going to die. I'm very curious about her, but too bad.
Roger. I'll take care of things here. Please be careful on your way.
There's not much to be careful of. By the way, where's Dr. Iri?
I'm sure he's attending the festival's after-party. He's still at the shrine.
I wish I could see the look of panic on that nerd's face.
The mountain dogs started laughing again, too. Takano checked the time on her watch. It was nearly 10 p.m. Most people must have left the festival for home. Those people still there were probably enjoying the after-party while getting drunk inside the shrine. It was a good time for her to leave without being seen by anyone.
I'm leaving now. I'm going to go and die.
After saying that, she left the clinic alone. She left through the back door. She left amid the moonlight, the singing of insects, and the sound of a river. It was a typical night in Hinamizawa. While enjoying all these sensations, Takano got inside of her car. Tometake was sleeping in her trunk. His bicycle, on the other hand, was loaded into her back seat. How ironic. Your bicycle has a better seat than you. I'll let you out there soon. I should leave him by the road that leads to Okinomiya. It'll be a good spot. Takano found a good place to drop him off, but she gave up on it, as there was a police cruiser parked in that area. She figured that they were probably patrolling to make sure the 5th year's curse didn't happen. Good job, officers.
No one would ever suspect that there's a curse parked in my trunk right now. Takano drove into less lit streets with rougher roads. Eventually, the mountain road ended, and she was surrounded by darkness. There were rice fields nearby. She could tell by the sound of the croaking frogs. Takano parked her car in the pitch-black roadside. She had to stop there, otherwise she'd be too close to a residential area. Indeed, she was nearly in Okinomiya. She would have dumped him earlier, but the police cruiser had foiled that plan. Takano pulled Tometake out of the trunk and left him by the road. She also left him his bicycle. Tometake let out a small groan. It probably wouldn't be long until he woke up.
Goodbye, Jiro-san.
Your awkward sweet talk was very entertaining. I wish I could hear it again.
You'll be waking up soon.
By that time, you'll be in the final stage of L5. After a futile struggle, you'll meet with a miserable demise. I wonder if you're really going to claw out your throat and die. I wish I could be here to see it. Your mysterious death and my disappearance will complete the 50 years curse of Oyashido-sama. The story of the curse of Oyashido-sama will be firmly established. You should feel honored. Jiro-san, you're going to be part of history. You might be losing your life here, but in a way, you're going to live for eternity. That was her last farewell to Tometake. Takano got back inside her car and started driving. She could see the place she left Tometake in her rearview mirror, but it was already shrouded in darkness. Oh, we haven't seen this background for a while. That was on Shion's route. But it was more red there than it was in the previous chapter. Takano drove through the main street of Okinomiya and made a few turns, heading for the dark mountains in the distance. It had been a while since she left Hinamizawa. It was almost midnight. She might have already made it to the neighboring prefecture. It was difficult to tell because she couldn't really see anything in the darkness. Takano stopped her car in the middle of all that. After turning off both the engine and the headlights, there really was nothing but darkness surrounding her. It was as if time itself had stopped. Takano wasn't sure how long she waited, but eventually she saw the headlights of a car blinking twice. Ah, ow! She blinked her own headlights back at it. Soon she saw several people walking towards her. 2 men wearing blue overalls knocked on the window of Takano's car. Obligingly, she opened it. She looked over her face, or they looked over her face and the paperwork they had in their hands. Hello.
Hello, I'm Takano.
After confirming her identification, they called someone over the radio. Hello. We've got the lady. Anyone following? Sss. Sss. No one is after you. You're clear for 400 meters. Nobody's following us. Your work is much appreciated. Please come with us to the command vehicle. I'll take your paperwork. The paperwork is inside the trunk. Here's the key. I do need some coffee. Could you get me some? The command vehicle was a trailer with a bunch of high-tech communication equipment inside. The light of the electric equipment shone beautifully in the dark. Here's your coffee, Major. Another man in blue overalls offered her a paper cup.
Thank you.
What's going on with my corpse? They're finished setting it up in the Gifu prefecture.
Gifu? Did I burn to death in the mountains of Gifu?
I'm not sure about the cause of death. I'll confirm it with someone. Operation Doomsday. That was the name of their mission. The goal of the operation's first stage was Takano's escape from Hinamizawa and the extraction of 18 specific classified documents. That goal has been completed. Assassinating the liaison from Tokyo, Tometake, was one of the goals. That one had also been completed in the way Takano had it planned. He was not killed that way just because Takano had wanted to see it. It was intentionally planned that way, so that the office in Tokyo would be suspicious of the Iri Institute. They were trying to create the story that the Institute was upset at the recent budget cuts and the cancellation of their study. Tometake's mysterious death would be a suitable way to persuade people. Tometake was not the only one who was suspected to die. Takano was expected to do so as well. However, Takano didn't really need to die herself. They had acquired a substitute body for her, so she didn't have to actually die. Takano had no idea how they got the body. According to what she heard, a team in Gifu took care of everything. Once Tometake and Takano were dead, Tokyo would definitely grow suspicious of the Iri Institute. A main purpose of this mission was to make the Institute look reckless.
I'm sorry, Major. There's been a problem in Gifu.
A problem? What sort of problem?
They made a mistake with the corpse. The body has already been dead for 24 hours.
I see. And what's that supposed to mean?
It means you were already dead yesterday. Takano's body was supposed to be selected from the corpses of people who died the same day. The plan was to then burn the body and make identification of the corpse more difficult. They found a suitable body for the plan. However, they just found out that it had been dead for over a day. That would create a hole in their plans. They're going to collect another body to use instead.
No, that's fine. We can still use that body as me.
Huh? But that would mean...
The messenger of Oyashiro-sama was long dead, but came to the festival regardless. That's a good one. That's a very, very good one.
Takano laughed with satisfaction for a while. The other people in the vehicle couldn't understand why Takano was laughing so much. Takano continued to laugh as if it was the funniest thing she'd ever heard.
Go ahead. Call the team in Gifu and tell them to stop looking for another body. I think this will make for an interesting twist.
Are you sure? Shouldn't you be more cautious?
Don't worry. Everyone saw Mio Takano walking around at Watanagashi Festival. Even if the forensics lab doesn't find out that the body's been dead for more than a day, they'll just think that the test results were wrong.
Takano almost seemed to be enjoying the risk. Roger. I'll notify them.
By the way, was my body burned inside of an oil drum?
Yes. It seems someone already discovered it on the mountain near the freeway. Takano seemed surprised to hear that from him. Then she started laughing strangely again. Nobody could figure out why she was laughing like that.
I see. The reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama really is gifted. I have to admit, she has a supernatural power that defies explanation. Tell the mountain dogs in Hinamizawa to tighten up security on R.
Roger. Major, the Okinomiya Police Department has discovered the body of Tometake.
They have, huh? Show is about to begin.
Oishi-san, Dr. Iri has arrived. Oh, thank you for coming. So, what do you think, Dr. Iri? Oishi entered the area enclosed by a blue tarp. In there, people from forensics were taking pictures of the dead body from various angles. Iri was squatting down next to the dead body of Jiro Tometake. When he stood up, he was white as a sheet. I can't believe it. Yep, I can't believe it either. As far as I see, he clawed out his own throat with his bare hands. This isn't a normal way to die. Most likely, some kind of dangerous drug must have caused it. Are you saying that he was a drug addict? I don't know. Was he? It's going to be my job to find that out. Oishi-san, what's this 2x4 doing here? I think he was swinging it around. And then he threw it away, and he had more fun clawing out his throat, I guess. Why was he swinging the 2x4 around? He probably did it in self-defense. Did you notice there are several external injuries on his body? Yes, I can see some bruises. The easiest explanation I can think of is this. He was attacked by someone on his way home to Okinomiya after the festival. He was seized by the culprit, given a shot of some kind of dangerous drug, went crazy and died. Oh, this is not a normally way to die, really, you don't say it. Right? Just like, yeah, I would be concerned if clawing out your own throat was a normal way of dying. I've never heard of any drug that makes people claw out their own throats. I'm not an expert on it either, but they say self-harm is one of the terminal symptoms for drug addicts, right? Well, I'm sure the old man in forensics will take care of the investigation. Excuse me, Oishi-san. We found a bicycle believed to belong to Jiro Tometake a mile from here. Oh, is that so? Thank you. Did you find anything on it? Not yet. They're investigating it right now. So, that means the place where the bicycle was found is most likely the place he was attacked. And he ran away from the culprit and came here. Oishi frowned, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Iri was was looking at the miserable corpse of Tometake, and he kept saying the same thing. It's impossible. It's just impossible. Iri knew right away that Tometake's death was caused by the terminal symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome. He hadn't swung the 2x4 at the real person, but probably some kind of hallucination due to the L5 symptoms. Violent reactions to hallucinations is one of the clearest characteristics of the terminal stage. However, Tometake supposedly took a vaccine before he came to the village. There was no way he could reach L5 symptoms in such a short period of time. Iri didn't want to believe it, but it was obvious that someone intentionally injected him with the pathogen. The pathogen must have been strong enough to give him L5 symptoms immediately. The only drug that can do that is H173, a chemical weapon that induces an acute onset of symptoms. It makes people who hallucinate, which inevitably leads to a horrible death. It's the absolute worst kind of demon. However, they had destroyed all of it due to its dangerous nature. All that was left was helpful chemicals, such as vaccines and treatment drugs. Tometake was their liaison from Tokyo. Whoever killed him must have had full knowledge about him and this drug. How could that person know he was their liaison? It was then that Iri thought of Takano. Takano was also a watchdog from Tokyo. She's something like a superintendent. It was quite possible that something bad had happened to her too. What about Takano-san? What happened to Takano-san? What? Oh, are you talking about your nurse? I think she was with him. Is she okay? Do you know her phone number? Of course. Kuma-chan? Get her phone number from Dr. Iri and have someone at the station call her home. Understood. Doctor, can I have the number? Yes. Here it is. Kumagai got the phone number, repeated it to make sure he got it right, and dashed out of the blue tent. Doctor, Takano-san and Tobetake-san were close friends, weren't they? Yes. Have you heard about any troubles between them? No. Not even once. They were very close friends. Tometake and Takano weren't just in close relationship. They were co-workers sent from Tokyo. They had access to information that even Iri didn't. There's no way that there was trouble between them. Well, I hope she's right. In the worst case scenario, she could be dead. Or she could even be the perp. I see. Nurses do have access to dangerous drugs, don't they? We don't have any drugs like that at my clinic. Even if we did, we'd store them with extra care. There's no way Takano-san could smuggle out a drug from my clinic. But it's easier for nurses to do it than for regular people, right? Like I said, I've never heard of a drug like that. And I don't have anything like that in my clinic. Iri made clumsy excuses while he tried to piece together what was going on. However, Iri had no means of knowing the state of affairs in Tokyo, and he couldn't reach any further conclusions. So it was easy to laugh at him, as though he's a frog trapped in a well. Oishi-san, she isn't home. The standby unit says they're going to go to her house and check. Doctor, can you give me her address? Kuma-chan, can you also check if the police headquarters has found any unidentified female bodies tonight? Maybe we can check with the other prefectures too. Get the section manager to call all the nearby prefectural headquarters and ask if they have any unidentified female bodies. Yes, sir. The Okonomiya Police Department is contacting the Gifu Prefectural Police Department. Are you sure about this, Major? Yeah, sure. I don't mind. Just leave it there. Doomsday has almost arrived anyway. Everything will be destroyed before they can even find out that the time of death doesn't match. Boom, ba, boom, boom, ba, boom, boom, ba, boom, boom, ba. Everything is getting destroyed. Bum, ba, da, ba, da, ba, bang. A bam, bam, bum, ba, bee, da, boo, ba. The day after Watan Nagashi, Oishi showed up at our school. It wasn't uncommon for Oishi to show up here today. Interestingly, he always asks to see the most key person in that world. He asks for Keiichi in the world where he gets sick. He asks for Rena in the world where she gets sick. In this world, he asked for me.
Did Tometake really die?
Yeah. The way he went was pretty strange, too. Like he was on drugs and hallucinating. Clawed out his own throat until he died.
couldn't prevent it.
There's nothing I can do now. I knew this was going to happen. I'm sure Takano is dead too.
And Takano?
I have bad news about her too. She was found burned to death in the mountains over in Gifu Prefecture. Based on the condition of the body, she was choked to death before her body was burned. It's a tragic story, no matter how you look at it.
I know what you're thinking. You think I know something about what happened to them.
Heavens, no! I only have one question. Who would talk about such a disturbing plan at a festival where everyone could hear?
You think I'm involved in this murder?
Well, I wanted to suspect you, but I don't. If you were responsible in some way, you wouldn't have given me the hints you did. At the very least, I'm sure you're not involved with the people who killed them.
I'm glad you're not suspicious of me.
Oishi threw a 10-yen coin into the offering box and shook the bell in prayer. Please let us solve the mystery of Hinamizawa this year.
Are you trying to get me involved in your investigation?
I was just talking to Oyashiro-sama. Oishi is well aware that people call me the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. That must have been his attempt at a joke.
I'd like to see the curse disappear forever, too.
Oh, that means we both want the same thing.
I made a prediction about where you might find Tomitake's body. Didn't you have a police cruiser nearby?
Yeah, I listened to your prediction and had a cruiser patrol the area. The place where the concrete and gravel roads meet. It's on the very border of the village. It gets very dark there at night. It always seems like if something bad were to happen, it could happen there.
So where did you find Tomitake's body?
We found him dead by the rice fields near Okinomiya.
That's not where his body is usually found. If he was fated to hallucinate and die, he would die in exactly the same spot, whether the cruiser was there or not. Just because the cruiser was placed there, Tomitake's body was found in a totally different spot. In other words, the existence of the police cruiser disrupted that fate.
Anyway, there's something else I found very interesting. I told the officers in the police cruiser to check every vehicle that passed by. As it turns out, one of the cars that headed towards Okinomiya after the festival was Takano's.
Takano lives in Okinomiya. It wouldn't be strange for her to head back home after the festival.
However, she was the only one inside the car. Tomitake wasn't with her.
Tomitake always comes to Hinamizawa on his bike.
Then she could have loaded his bike in the trunk and given him a ride. But he was not with her. However, his body was found among the rice fields near Okinomiya, past where the police cruiser was patrolling in Hinamizawa.
What are you saying?
There's no way he could have biked through the dark woods to avoid the police cruiser. He somehow took the road without being noticed by us. Furude-san, can you tell me what you know about the relationship between Tomitake and Takano?
They're dating. That's all I know.
I find it hard to believe that Takano would drive back home alone in the dark without her boyfriend. What if she had Tomitake in her trunk and she was planning to dump his body in the woods? But because the cruiser was in that area, she had no choice but to pass by and dump him on the side of the road.
Both Tomitake and Takano were sent here from Tokyo. I have no idea what their real identities are. I can't say that Takano had no real reason to kill Tomitake. However, I've never considered the possibility before in my life. Takano killing Tomitake? But why? I can't think of any reason. Nothing comes to mind. And it's hard to imagine Takano was cornered to the point she had to kill him. In fact, it was more plausible to think that she was enraged when the love-struck Tomitake acted cold towards her, and she strangled his neck.
I never really thought they suited each other. I don't mean to insult Tomitake-kun, but I thought Takano-san was way too smart for him. Have you heard of any rumors that she was trying to use him for anything?
None. But I can ask around. I'll let you know if I find out something.
Thank you very much. I'm just glad that the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama is on my side.
But even the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama couldn't solve this mystery for over 100 years.
But you said Takano was killed too. How can she be the culprit?
Well, it's because you leaked me the information. I mean, the prophecy. Without that, I'm sure that I would have just believed that both Takano and Tometake were the victims of the 5th year's curse of Yashiro-sama. I feel like it's different this time. Maybe as though this is someone trying to make the curse of Yashiro-sama happen.
So you really think that Takano-san is the culprit?
Basically, this is what Oishi is trying to say. They're not both victims. The culprit is also pretending to be a victim. This is really hard for me to believe. I can't think of any reason why Takano would do something like this. Oishi really feels the way he does because he doesn't know her as well as I do. For another thing, how can he explain that Takano's body was found? Didn't the police in Gifu Prefecture identify the body?
For a charred corpse, the easiest way to identify them is by their dental records. Although, according to the old man in forensics, they're still not 100% sure. And besides, there's a contradiction with the estimated time of death. It just doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean?
Well, the test results show that she was dead on the night before the festival. Apparently, they inspected the contents of her stomach and such, but at the time of testing, they already had information about Takano. They knew that she was at the festival that night, and realized that the test results didn't match up. So they just dumped the results and decided to take the dental records alone. These things do happen every once in a while. However, if Takano really is the culprit, this body might belong to someone else.
Is it possible to do something like that?
When a body is burnt, dental records are the only way to identify it. This might sound too much like a mystery novel, but what if, for example, someone faked Mio Takano's dental records? If they were skillfully forged, we could have the wrong ID. Anyway, the Gifu Prefecture Department was made their mind up that the body belongs to Takano. Within police departments, we sometimes have issues with false test results. That's how most false charges are made. Feels to me like this is one of those times.
So you think Takano is alive?
Since last night, both Mio Takano and her car have gone missing. If that body found in Gifu is in Takano, this is going to be very interesting indeed.
Pop, pop.
Iri had already heard about the deaths of Tometake and Takano. It seemed like both the clinic and the office in Tokyo had flown into a panic over it. It's funny how they made such a big fuss about their own people when they don't care about what happens to other people's lives that they would get in the way of research.
Want to take a little sip of my drink?
Takano's subordinate, Okonogi, was in the room. Okonogi is the leader of the mountain dogs. I came here to make sure he's still willing to protect me. Based on past experience, they tend to lose interest in protecting me after Takano dies.
Okonogi? Takano is dead, but am I still safe?
Don't worry, Rika-san. We'll still keep up the tight security around you. You don't have to call the police.
I guess this is part of that tight security? They must have been listening to my conversation with Oishi. Oishi told me something. Is it true that Takano isn't really dead?
Can't be true. The Gifu Police Department made an official announcement. That Oishi is retiring this year, isn't he? Sometimes he makes up stories because he's desperate to solve the curse of Yashiro-sama. You shouldn't pay attention to anything he says.
Well, he's not wrong. This year is Oishi's last chance. Because he's so desperate, he's developed a bad habit of listening to every rumor he hears.
What's your opinion about this, Okonogi?
Right now, they're still investigating, so I can't say anything. Knowing the relationship between these two, I think it's clear that this was done by someone within the organization.
I glanced at Yuri and listened to Okonogi speak. It seemed that whoever he was talking to over the phone was accusing him of killing them. Iri was frantically trying to prove his innocence. Soon enough, he hung up the phone. Iri looked upset that he was under suspicion after working so hard for the organization.
Oh, Rika-san. I'm sorry for making you wait.
It seems like you're in big trouble.
Just as you heard. It sounds like there's some big conspiracy behind their deaths. People in Tokyo think that I'm the one who's pulling the strings. Good grief. I have a lot of questions as to how they can figure that.
I rarely ever see Iri get so emotional. He must be feeling as though all his effort is being repaid with injustice. However, it's the fact that Iri was trying to fight against the budget cuts and downsizing of his research team. Tokyo is thinking that could be his motive for killing them. In any case, everyone in the organization is suspicious. I understand how scared you must feel. The people who attacked Takano-san and Tometake-san could be after you too. The people in Tokyo are also concerned about that.
We got the order
to tighten up your security. Don't worry.
I'm very relieved to hear that.
This was the first time the Mountain Dogs had ever tightened up my security. They usually just become so busy keeping tabs on Iri after Tometake and Takano's death, they end up ignoring me. Even though they're dead, I'm still in a pretty favorable situation.
So do you have any idea who killed them?
People in Tokyo are investigating that now. Based on the situation, it's clear that this was done by someone within the organization. I guess I'm the prime suspect.
Pardon me. You're the only one who could kill Tometake like that.
That's not true. The people in Tokyo are discussing the possible use of H173, but that drug was destroyed when the research was cancelled. It's impossible. However, they have no choice but to suspect you in this case. Mr. Tometake even took a vaccine before he came here, but he still got infected. It must be just an extremely unlikely coincidence. Anyway, it's just impossible. Iri is usually a very calm person, but once the people in Tokyo start suspecting him, he often loses his mind.
Do you think Takano might be the culprit? She's someone within the organization.
Takano-san? No way. But as he spoke, Iri also started to realize that everything could be explained if Takano was the culprit. But I don't know how to persuade him that that's the truth. More than anything, people want to hear a motive. Not who did something, but why. Knowing that probably isn't as important as it sounds. After all, you never know the motive unless the suspect speaks. Guessing about the motive is just a waste of time. In other words, it's stupid to assume that Takano isn't the culprit just because I don't know what her motive is. Rika-san, you can't say something like that without any proof. She was very nice to you. How can you suspect her after that? Upon hearing me be ungrateful towards his boss, Okonogi flashed me an unpleasant smile. It's true that Takano was very nice to me. It might be disrespectful for me to suspect her. However, I still can't trust her completely yet. Perhaps I've developed the same bad habit as Oishi. Am I believing every crazy theory I hear just because I'm desperate to escape from my fate? In any case, something bad is going on around here. We all need to be careful.
Don't worry.
Don't worry. We received an order to tighten up your security, too. Edie smiled bitterly. For him, their protection wouldn't be too different from stalking. Rika-san, make sure you don't give up too much information to the police. I think you understand, but you can create a problem if you talk to them about our secrets. He was implying that he'd have to kill anyone I talked to. This isn't the first time they've warned me about this. It's just, what if Takano really is the culprit? If she is, then Okonogi is almost certainly involved too. Then that makes sense that he wouldn't want me to suspect Takano. But that would be horrifying. If Takano was my enemy, then the Mountain Dogs were too. This whole clinic is a lion's den. Iri is just a researcher, so he probably wouldn't know what's going on. The more I thought about it, the more confused I got. Why would Takano do something like this? I thought I'd just convinced myself that the motive shouldn't even matter, but I can't stop thinking about it. Is Takano really behind it all? Am I going as crazy as Oishi just because of how badly I want to solve this mystery? Perhaps the Mountain Dogs are more like wolves looking after a flock of sheep. I've lived for over 100 years. I never once found out who killed me, and I stayed close to the Iri Institute so that they'd protect me. What if that was my big mistake? Well, I'm sure that Iri had no bad intentions. In so many lives, I got to see just how genuine his feelings are. I can trust him. However, he's not really reliable. Okonogi glanced over at me. He smiled and told me not to worry, but I noticed an evil glint in his eyes. It's possible that I have Hinamizawa syndrome and that it was just a hallucination. I don't understand anything. I don't even know who my enemies are anymore. There's no point in thinking about this any longer. I have to only trust who I can, and I can trust for sure. I can trust for sure. There are only a few of those people, though. Iri, Oishi, and my friends. If Okonogi is on Takano's side, he will be watching me very closely. If I started accusing Takano of anything, who knows what they'll do to me. When this world first began, I thought I had no time left, but that wasn't true. The number of things that happened in just 2 weeks was immense. I probably only have a few more days left until the day of my death. What can I do? How can I change this? Am I supposed to take Hanyu's advice and resign this time? Yeah, she's been missing since the night of Watanagashi.
Could it be the curse of Oyashiro-sama?
It's freaky that this would happen. This has happened 5 years in a row now.
Hinamizawa is a small village.
Rumors spread fast here. Besides, she's Mion Sonozaki. She would have found out about this yesterday, even if the police were trying to hide it. My friends were all talking about the mysterious deaths of Tometake and the disappearance of Takano. People in this village were very superstitious. No matter what happens, they conclude that everything is the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The past incidents don't matter to me either way. All I'm interested in is the current one. The culprit of this case will probably kill me, too. 2 days have passed since Watanagashi. Today is Tuesday, June 21st, 1983. At the earliest, I'll get killed on the night of the 23rd. That is, tomorrow night. The day of my death is always different. I always end up getting killed, but the day when it happens varies. I guess the culprit has their own reasons for that. There's only one thing I'm sure about. Based on my experiences, I lived for sure until tomorrow night. After then, I'll have to live with fear of getting murdered at any moment. Still, there's no real reason to be afraid. When I wake up, I'll be in a brand new world again. I can never remember how I'm killed. That's why I'm not that afraid of the killing itself. I'm just frustrated that my life is about repeating the same things over and over like a broken record. However, at present, I'm frustrated. My classmates just expect that their peaceful days will continue forever. But I can't feel that way. I feel frustrated and full of sorrow, as I really don't want to die.
It's tomorrow night. Are you ready, Rika?
How foolish of you to even ask. What makes it look like I am? Hanyu was trying to warn me that I might get killed tomorrow night, as though she already knew it was going to happen for sure.
You worked very hard, Rika. This life's Watanagashi was the best festival I've ever had. Didn't you feel that way too?
It was fun. It really was fun. Satoko had band-aids all over her face, but everyone was there together and we kicked up a storm. I want this world to continue forever. I can't accept it. This world is going to end tomorrow at the earliest, and within 1 or 2 weeks at the latest.
I'm sure your next life will be just as fun.
So this world is over and done with. This is such a happy world. But it's just going to end like that? All of my friends are alive and happy. Keiichi doesn't feel alone. And Nana's family is happy too. Mion and Shion are getting along, as well as Shion and Satoko. The issue of Satoko's uncle is resolved, and she's no longer treated coldly by the other villagers. This is the best world I've ever experienced. But this world is going to end.
Rika, you think of yourself as a normal person too often, when we're both special beings. Every child wants their birthday party to continue forever, but the party always ends. That's why children always wish for their enjoyable moments to continue for all time. But that doesn't mean they'll grieve over a party that's ended. Once they sleep, another day will come for them. Something wonderful will happen again. No one disappears like Cinderella once the party is over.
What a way for you to describe my view on life.
You're like a child who's crying because she doesn't want to leave the party. But there's no need to feel that sad, is there? There'll be another party again soon. You still hate to go through another death, but it's only like sleeping for a while, isn't it?
Hanyu, don't you want to see what lies beyond June of 1983?
I would be lying if I said I didn't, but I'm more concerned about you being consumed by that thought and getting hurt because of it. You just don't understand. Without you, I'd have to live for such a long time without anyone to talk to. And I'll only be able to stare at the festival without being part of it. no one will be able to see me. No one will be able to hear me or talk to me either. Do you have any idea how miserable and lonely that will be?
But I finally
found you, Rika. I can't continue without you anymore. Or survive, rather. But I can't just die like you can either. I'll have to live alone until the end of time. I'll have to be alone until someone like you shows up again. I don't want that. I can't stand the thought of it.
Hanya.
Rika, please take back that heartbreaking promise you made. I don't want you to give up if this world doesn't work out for you.
Hanya. I'm sorry. I'll have to think about it for a while. I want to do what I can until the end. When that happens, I can decide what to do. This leads into the best timeline. Yee! I think there's still some hope. I can go on living. But if I feel desperate enough, I can just give up. It might not be bad. It might not be... Mouth? Can you cooperate with me? Can you say these words, please? It might not ultimately be a bad thing to repeat June of 1983 over and over. Perhaps I might be blessed with another fortunate life someday. Hanyu nodded with a little satisfaction after hearing that, sensing that my feelings were starting to lean the way she wanted them. What's up, Rena? Are you plotting to take Rika-chan home with you?
Hey, Keiichi-kun. Don't you think that Rika-chan seems to be feeling down?
I don't know. She might be tired from doing the dedication dance at the festival. Rika-chan was sitting all by herself, wearing a sad expression. I'd said she might still be tired from the festival, but that wasn't really how it looked.
Satoko-chan is free now, so I thought she'd have a spring in her step, but she's been acting weird since yesterday. I wonder if something's going on.
Satoko's issues are all settled now. There shouldn't be anything that's troubling her anymore. We'd thought Satoko and Rika-chan might not be able to live together if they found a new guardian for Satoko, but that problem is almost solved. Either the Sonozaki family or the Kimiyoshi family will become her guardian. Mayor Kimiyoshi is already Rika's guardian. If the Sonozaki family gets custody, Satoko will officially become Shion's little sister. Anyway, I had no idea why Rika-chan was acting so upset. I think we should ask her what's going on.
But I don't want her to think that we're insensitive. But I guess you can ask her, I guess. You can be the insensitive little kid.
So you're saying that it's okay for me to be insensitive? Nana laughed and stuck her tongue out at me. I walked up to Rika-chan and struck up a conversation. Perhaps something is still troubling Satoko and we just don't know about it. If that's the case, we need to help her. You don't look so good. Is anything weird going on?
Oh, Keiichi.
Rika-chan had been daydreaming, and it took her a while to realize that I was talking to her.
Do I look upset or something?
Kind of. Is anything the matter? It took her a while to answer. Such a long silence had to mean yes.
Keiichi, there's a poem that I want you to listen to. Don't ask me who wrote it. I just want to know what you think.
All right, let me hear it then. Rika-chan closed her eyes and recited a short poem. It went something like this. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to receive. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to fulfill. I have the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to compromise. That's a pretty interesting poem. Did you write it? Oh, I'm not supposed to ask that, huh?
No, you're not. What did you think after hearing it?
Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to receive. I understand that. Everyone does have the right to be happy. But it doesn't mean that everyone can receive that happiness. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to fulfill. This one is a little harder to understand, but exercising that right probably refers to the process of finding happiness. Everyone has the right to work hard for their happiness, but it's not easy for that work to bear fruit. I have the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to compromise. I guess she's trying to talk about compromising your happiness? There's no limit to human desires. You can never stop wanting more. That's why people need to make compromises on their happiness. At least, that's how I understand it. If she was trying to say that we would If she was trying to say that we should be satisfied with what we have, it sounds like a positive statement, but there's also a negative tone to the way it's presented. I think this poem is reflecting the feelings of the writer.
I think so too. So, what else did you think?
She wouldn't admit it, but I'm sure Rika-chan is the one who made that poem, and it's reflecting on how she's feeling. I'm not that smart, but even I can understand that. I thought it was a sad poem.
Sad?
I understand the first 2 lines. Everyone has the right to be happy, but not everyone can become happy that easily. I think those lines are describing the difficult parts of our lives. But the last line is different. Making compromises is the same thing as giving up. The writer in this poem has given up on their happiness, compromised with reality, and trying to convince themselves they're happy.
Trying to convince themselves they're happy, you say?
With plenty of regrets, too. Everyone can become happy with enough effort, but she thinks that she can't. The poem reflects her hopelessness. It's very sad.
Then, Katie, what do you think she should do?
She shouldn't give up.
She shouldn't give up?
The writer of this poem already knows how she can be happy. It's something that she deserves. She's been thinking about how to become happy for a long time. If she really wants to be happy, she shouldn't give up. Remember, we overcame a desperate situation in only a few days. If we all work together, we can make a miracle happen. You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? What's troubling you? Talk to me.
There's something I want to talk to all of you about. But if I do that, you won't be able to live in this village anymore. Happiness for me would be to see what's beyond June of 1983, together with all of you. It wouldn't mean anything if I lived beyond this June without you.
I won't be able to live in Hinamizawa anymore? Why is that?
They'll kill you if you found out I talked to you. That's why I can't say anything.
What do you mean, they'll kill us? Are you being threatened by someone? The word kill is not something that most people use casually. I was shocked to hear it coming from her mouth. That's why I couldn't help but raise my voice.
I don't know who's the enemy and who's not. The only thing I know for sure is that someone is going to kill me.
Wait, Rika-chan, talk to me. What the hell is going on? Is Teppei threatening her? No, that isn't possible. The police arrested him, and besides that, the Sonozaki family told him to never come back to the village. There's no way he could contact Rika-chan in order to threaten her. And even if somehow was the case, Rika-chan could just talk to Mion and everything would be taken care of. But based on her expression, it seems like this was way deeper than that.
I'm sorry. If I talked, you'll be dragged into this. If I lose you, I have no more reason to survive. I just can't talk to you about it. I'm not going to compromise my happiness.
I don't understand what you're trying to say, but you sound just like Satoko did a few days ago.
Like Satoko?
Yeah. You're thinking it's better to be patient. You forgot the courage you needed to fight. You sound like that. Weren't you the one who told Satoko to be brave over the phone? My words had clearly hurt Rika-chan's feelings. She bit her lip and went quiet for a moment.
If I talk to you, you might get killed too.
Well, I don't want that. But if we don't do anything, you're going to get killed, right? We don't want a future without you either, Rika-chan.
What?
You may not want us to get involved, but likewise, we don't want to lose you either. We welcome the struggle. Besides, you know how powerful we can be together? I'm sure we can solve anything if we work as one.
Not even our combined strength can solve this problem.
You don't want to talk to us because you don't want to drag us into it, right? So, what you're saying is you want to die without telling us anything?
I guess that's what I'm saying.
Don't think that being patient is the same as being brave. Remember the courage to fight. You can talk to me anytime once you organize your feelings. We'll help you. You can count on us.
Thank you.
Rika-chan was wearing a sorrowful smile. I could tell that she appreciated my sympathy. I don't know why, but Rika-chan is troubled by something. It's a matter of life or death for her. She can't even talk to us about it. At the very least, she won't talk to me.
How was it, Katie-kun?
Is Rika-chan troubled by something? That doesn't happen very often. Satoko, this is going to sound strange, but is there any chance that someone is threatening Rika-chan's life?
What? What in the world are you saying, Kichi-san?
Rika-chan is the village mascot. People worship her. No one had ever tried to kill her.
What's this? What are you guys talking about? The more I talked to my friends, the stranger it seemed that someone would try to kill Rika-chan. Everyone was even more confused than I felt. Rika-chan didn't talk to me about what's troubling her, but I'm sure there's something very serious going on with her. If she really trusts us, I'm sure she'll talk to us soon. Let's believe everything she tells us if she opens her heart. Okay? We all looked at each other and nodded. It's really weird that it wants to focus on Mion. like Shion and Satoko just fade away and it's just Mion. It's like, I'm gonna do this. Another discolored notebook. This chapter is actually going a little bit longer than I thought it would be, but I'm glad. I don't know how much longer it's gonna go, but we'll see. The Son of God promised that he would be resurrected within 3 days. Sinful men guarded his grave to make sure that he would not wake up, but that was foolish of them. He meant that his spirit and his lessons would be resurrected, not his physical shell. Do not be afraid of physical death. If you achieve great things, you will live again. You will surpass death and become immortal. A demon took the Son of God to a cliff and told him to jump off. He claimed that if he really was a son of God, a miracle would help him survive. He tried to challenge the Lord. The Lord challenges humans, but humans may not challenge the Lord. To challenge is to suspect. Suspicion will speak words of evil into your ears and will make you falter. Do not doubt your own achievements. Do not doubt your own life. Do not doubt your contributions. Do not let others criticize your achievements. It is the same as doubting your own life. Hifumi Takano. Okay, do a little bit of saving. We are on chapter 12 of this chapter. Okay. When I woke up, the first things I saw were Satoko on the calendar. The first one to wake up is supposed to tear yesterday's date off the calendar. Sometimes we both tear the calendar by mistake, so the date ends up 2 days ahead. Satoko likes to tear the calendar, and that makes her wake up early every morning. That would usually make me smile, but I felt devastated as soon as I saw the 22 on the calendar. It's going to happen today. June 22nd, the day I die.
Good morning. Good morning, Rika.
Morning, you two.
You too? Are you still asleep? Me. There's someone else living in this house other than you and I. I just said good morning to that person as well. Hey! Do not try and spook me like that. Satoko won't be able to sleep without holding your hand tonight, Rika.
Sometimes I feel like Satoko can see Hanyu, and it's as if the three of us are living together. That would be a lot of fun. It was time to go to school, but my body felt heavy. Today, I was going to die. Knowing that, I didn't even feel like going to school. The more I've repeated the same life, the more precisely I can detect my day of death. I always die on the day I feel this way.
Rika, we ought to get going soon. I'm taking the day off today. Rika, I heard from Keiichi-san. Are you troubled by something? Kind of, but not really.
What else is there left to do? Today is the day. It's too late now. Part of me still feels like doing something. I've been in this world only a few days. My emotions went up and down like a roller coaster. Sometimes I felt motivated to fight, and other times I felt desperate and gave up. Even though Keiichi and everyone else showed me such strength, I lacked the iron will to fight against my fate. The most confidence I ever felt was when the dice all came up 6, a fortunate coincidence that was just handed to me. I was hoping to gain the courage to fight against my fate, but here I am today, conceding to destiny. Keiichi told me that we can make a miracle happen if we work together, but there was something he didn't teach me. He didn't teach me how to believe in that. If I don't believe that I can make a miracle happen, I won't be able to make even a crack in the wall of fate. It seems so simple, yet so difficult. I couldn't even decide whether I should be on the stage or stay off it and remain a spectator. I told Hanyu that I haven't decided what to do after this world is over. but that's the spectator's point of view. For the people on the stage, this world is the only one. For them, the end of the world means the end of their lives. That's why they'd do anything to change their fate. That's why they can make a miracle happen. I never worked hard enough, because I always knew that I could reset my life. I thought I was just one pathetic girl who couldn't change her fate. That's why I ended up here again today. It's as if I slacked off on my summer homework and woke up on the last day of vacation with nothing completed. What should I do? Should I not work on my assignment knowing that I'm not going to make it on time anyway? Or should I do whatever I can, even though I may still get in big trouble? Perhaps a miracle will happen. Perhaps the homework will be done overnight. Miracles don't happen to homework. I have to do the homework on my own. Without effort, nothing will ever get done. Without effort, not even one question will be solved.
Rika, I think you should spend your day doing what you want to do. You can drink by the window all day, just the way you like doing.
You're suggesting that I shouldn't do anything, since I know I'll get in trouble anyway. For Hanyu, it's not about the homework. It's more about the vacation itself. The vacation will be over, no matter how much I want it to continue. In her eyes, it's pathetic for me to make a big deal out of not completing my homework, and contemplating whether I should still work on it or not. On top of that, I'm saying that I might as well die if my vacation is going to be over. If I was in her situation, I'd be laughing hysterically. Keiichi told me to seek everyone's help in order to finish my homework, but I'm not taking that offer, not only because I don't want to cause them trouble, but also because I don't want the teacher to know that I got help from them. If I'm going to have regrets, I should have worked on it from the beginning. If I had no intention on working on it, I should have just relaxed without stressing so much. If I didn't care what other people thought, I should have asked them for help in the first place. Those are the 3 options I talked about with Hanyu yesterday. I didn't choose any of them. I've been living for over 100 years, but I still can't decide. My 100 years were wasted.
Satoko, I'm not going to school today because I have a cold. Is that so? Do you want me to take your temperature? I need to rest today. Could you tell Chie that I'm not coming because I'm sick? Rika, are you really sick? Keiichi-san told me that you're worried someone is trying to kill you. I'm very concerned, you realize. Thank you. You should go now. You'll be late.
Satoko looked at the clock and then looked back at me again.
I'm very happy right now. I'm happy that I'm back with everyone and that I'm living with you again. So, if I lose you, I'll be living in a very sad world. Just think about that. The world without me. Yes, and the world without you would be a very sad world.
I've never thought about that. I thought that the world ended when I died. I've never thought about the world after my death. That was never my concern.
So please, take care of yourself. It isn't just me. If anything happens to you, everyone will be sad. Satoko, Rika, I'll leave you alone for today, but please talk to me if you have something on your mind. It's kind of upsetting if you won't talk to me.
Satoko seemed like she wanted to say more, but she looked at the floor instead. I knew what she was trying to say. I realized how selfishly I've been living. It was wrong for me to look at this world as a stage play. It's too late. It's too late now. Satoko left the house in a hurry. Hanyu and I were left alone inside the house.
I can tell you want to be alone. I'll disappear until you call for me.
Thank you.
Still yourself even after 100 years. You're not a 100-year-old transcendent. You deserve to think about your life as a young girl. I don't want to force you to think like a grown-up.
It's not your fault, Hanyu. I was just being arrogant.
Call me if you want to talk.
You're not crying anymore. You're not going to beg me not to give up on my life.
You're a stubborn person. I know it's better not to be too persistent with you.
After all these years, you know me very well.
I know you're already aware, but let me say this. Today is the day. Do your best. No matter what you do or don't, this world is going to end today. But if you wish for it, you'll see a brand new day, just like when morning comes. You might find yourself back in June of this year again, but it'll still be a brand new day.
When I was younger, every day seemed so boring. Every morning, I thought the same things would happen after I woke up. This just means this will end up being true.
Let me just tell you to live this day productively. I'm not going to say anything else to you.
I knew today was the day, but it's still difficult to hear that from you. It's going to come to an end again, huh?
Yes, it's going to end again. Just like always.
Hanyu disappeared, and it went completely quiet inside the house. How should I spend my day? How should I end this day? Should I work on my homework, knowing that I'm not going to make it on time? I only have half a day left. I have to do my best. I should think about what I can do. This world is supposed to be a happy place. People are enjoying their lives. I should have enjoyed life more, too. I don't mean that I should have lived my life in blind optimism. What VNs have you played?
I've played this one. I played some dating game ones. Also, hello, Infinity Yen. But yeah, this is the 7th chapter, so I've played the previous ones. And then, in the future, after we finish this, I'm gonna play Umineko, but I'm probably gonna play a few other ones. But I haven't played too many.
It means I should have enjoyed my life by fully experiencing both happiness and sadness. If I did that, I wouldn't be as worried about what to do after my death. I should have simply lived with all my might. When the time comes, it'll be over. Today, I will live. That's a very important phrase, but it sounds meaningless when I say it because I can repeat this meaningless life as many times as I wish. While Satoko was at school, I washed the dishes. Hanyu would usually stay with me when Satoko wasn't around, but she's not here right now. It's been a while since I was all by myself. I thought anyone could feel so lonely while washing the dishes. I'm going to die today anyway. This world is ending today. Why should I wash these dishes? That's because I'm thinking about Satoko, who will have to move on with her life after tomorrow. I will encounter a new Satoko in the next world. But I realized something after hearing what Satoko told me earlier. After I'm dead, I wonder how Satoko will move on with her life. The worlds that I've left in the past all went on without me. I wonder if Satoko will be able to cook without me. I wonder if she can go shopping on her own. I wonder if she can wash her clothes by herself. I've been avoiding thinking about this, but Satoko and my other friends must have been overcome by sadness. It's too late for me to think about this, but I started feeling like I want to cry. I'm feeling like this because I don't want to leave this world. This is the world that I've always wanted. It's my hope that I can continue to live in this world beyond June 1983. After a long journey, I finally ended up in this world, but I was able to truly believe in this ideal world for only one night. The night of Watanagashi. This world will be shattered again after I die tonight. We finally saved Satoko, and all our friends assume that our happy life has returned. However, I'm going to die tonight. They will mourn for me. We worked so hard to make a miracle happen, but they're going to lose their happy world in just one day. Am I going to start a new life in the next world as if nothing happened? I'd live 3 days in my new world, but 3 sad days were going to pass in this world. That's no good. I can't think straight anymore. I can't stop the tears from flowing from my eyes. I hugged Satoko's pillow and cried. I could smell her scent. After I die, Satoko will probably hug my pillow and cry just like this. Is everyone else going to cry for me too? I'm sure they will. And I'll be sad. Not about my death. They'll be sad just because I'm dead. Or not because I'm dead, but because I never told them about what was troubling me so much. I wonder if they're going to feel regret. Will they wonder what they could have done to open my heart? What they could have done to help me in my time of trouble? Will they wonder what they could have done to save me? I felt miserable and frustrated. I held Satoko's pillow and continued to cry. You like the questions arc? The answers arc more so far. Ooh, that is a good question. They both have their pluses and negatives, but...
I think for like the first halves of each chapter, I liked the question arcs, but like overall, I do like the answer arcs. Because it's like, we've seen the creator, I'm spacing out on his name right now, I know it starts with Ryu. But yeah, we've seen him kind of grow and like add more to the visual novels. It's very nice. After the next moment, I heard the phone ringing. I tried to ignore it, but it wouldn't stop ringing. I picked up the phone, hoping that my friends would call to check on me. However, I heard a weird guy's voice coming from the receiver. Hello, this is Okanogi Gardeners. Is this the Furude residence?
Okanogi? Oh, thank you for the follow, Infinity Yen.
It was Okanogi from the Mountain Dogs. It was the first time I'd received a phone call from him. I'm calling because I have something urgent to ask you. I called the school, but they told me that you're sick today. Are you feeling alright? I'm not alright. This is the day I die. I knew he had no idea, but I still couldn't help but feel upset. That's right! 100 followers! I feel like I should do something fancy, but I'll have to think about it over the weekend.
It's only a cold. I just want to rest today.
Really? Well, that's a very fortunate coincidence.
What?
I had no idea what made him say that he was glad I was sick.
Why is it fortunate for you that if I'm home?
Well, we got a tip from Tokyo that someone is planning to murder you.
What do you mean?
Tokyo is investigating the murder of Tometake-san and Takano-san. Their investigation concluded that there's a high possibility Dr. Iri is pulling the strings.
Edie is behind everything?
This is the first I've heard of something like this. This isn't something that happens at random. It's the very first time. That means it's not just a coincidence. I'm hearing this now because of something that I did differently in this world. I've done many things differently in this world, though. I can't tell which decision led me to this result. However, maybe this is something that could change my life drastically. Okanogi continued to explain to me. There had been budget cuts to their research, and they were scheduled to be shut down within a few years. Iri was strongly against that because he was embezzling their research money by requesting bigger and bigger budgets. Because they were going to cancel their research, he tried to sell the research data and make a lot of money off of it.
Is that really true?
I know it's hard to believe, but it is. I always thought that he was kind of a suspicious person myself. I think that I can say with certainty that Iri is not that type of person. I've been around him for years, and as far as I know, he's not a bad guy. He doesn't even have the guts to be one. He pretends to be cold-hearted for the sake of his research, but he can't shake his regrets. He's simply a nice person. It's hard to believe that he was embezzling money from Tokyo. I'm starting to be suspicious of Takano, but she's actually a nice person too. She seemed mean at times, but she could also act as innocent as a child. However, I'm starting to suspect her because Oishi told me that the body they found in Gifu might not be Takano's body. Okanogi works for Takano. That means I can't trust Okanogi. In other words, I can trust Iri, because Okanogi is clearly trying to set him up. On the other hand, if Takano isn't guilty, I could be making a huge mistake. Yet, it actually seems to me as though Tometake and Iri were good friends. If Tokyo had suspected that Iri was embezzling money from them, Tometake would have treated him far more coldly. Anyway, at the very least, Tometake of Tokyo didn't have such a bad impression of Iri. The Iri of the Iri Institute and Tometake of Tokyo were good friends. Tometake of Tokyo and Takano of Tokyo were good friends. Did I say Takano both times? If I did, I meant Tometake. Takano of Tokyo and Okanogi of Tokyo were superior and subordinate. But Okanogi of Tokyo says that Tokyo is suspicious of Iri. That doesn't make sense. Everyone seems to be good friends at first glance, but the links don't connect from start to finish. Iri thinks he has a positive relationship with Tokyo, but Tokyo is suspicious of Iri? That's just odd. The chain should be connected, but one of the links twisted out of order. It's breaking the loop. Can you understand Japanese? Only a little bit. I'm still learning. I probably have like maybe preschool level understanding of it. I try to learn, but sometimes I fall out of it, and so it just empties out of my brain. And it's like, no, I want to keep that in there. Tokyo is conducting further investigations at the moment. We also have the information that Iri is trying to use you as a bargaining chip. For that reason, we've been told to lighten up your security, starting today. That's why I'm glad you're at home right now. There are 20 security guards patrolling the Furude Shrine in 3 shifts. You may not notice, but they're there for you.
That's a lot of security. How long are you going to guard me like that?
Until Tokyo feels you're no longer in danger. Until this whole case is resolved. That should have been good news for me, since today was the day I was supposed to die. This is exactly the kind of security I wanted. That's why I let Takano into the ritual storehouse. How are you learning? I'm kind of interested in learning as well. I already learned hiragana and katakana. I used a little bit of Duolingo, although I heard that's not the best method, so I haven't found a better method since then. Because it's like, Duolingo is kind of almost like a flashcard type of thing. Like, it teaches you, like, this word means this, but it doesn't tell you, like, the real structure behind kanji most of the time. I have like some books that I want to get at one point. I can't quite remember what they are, but they're in my throne. I've heard good things about those books, so at one point I might get those. But yeah, right now I'm still trying to find a better method of learning. Yeah, the Genki books. I've heard good things about those, so I want to give those a try and see if they're better. Because I know the basics, like, oh yeah, neko, inu, all that stuff. But like, you know, I want to be able to actually have a conversation. However, I have a bad feeling about this. Tokyo should be my ally, but that arrangement is just like Iri's relationship with Tokyo. Everything seems in order from my end, but when you trace it the other way, it feels like something's off at some point. Yeah, words change completely in context of sentence structure in Japanese. Yeah! Because I can like look at a sentence and be like, okay, there's this word, I can kind of use context to be like, okay, the sentence says this. But if I were to like think up a sentence to say in Japanese, it would be wrong. It would not be correct at all. I have this uncomfortable feeling because I have certain uncertainties about Tokyo. Tokyo and Iri have strong ties, but they're suspicious of him? Is Iri actually a bad guy? Is Takano still alive? And is she the one who killed Tometake? Those questions and more made me certain about accepting help from Tokyo. I've watched a lot of slice of life anime, so a lot of phrases used there I know well. Yeah. I feel like anytime in here, like I've read, like it's been a while, my brain is like, ah yes, sashiburi! But like, you know, I can't get that far. I'd thought Tokyo, as a small organization, would move with a single intention, but in reality, they have multiple different intentions. In other words, there must be multiple, what's the word? I see it in the political section of newspapers all the time. Ah, right, factions. Are there 2 factions in Tokyo? One that wants to remain friendly with Iri, and one that looks down on him? That would explain the irregularities I'm sensing. Maybe I've been talking to Oishi too much? If he hadn't told me that he was suspicious of Takano, would I have believed Okonogi without a doubt? Well, maybe not. Even without Oishi's theory, Okonogi still sounded very suspicious. Iri was loyal to his research on Hinamizawa syndrome. Tokyo understood this, so his relationship with Tometake wasn't particularly strained. Plus, Iri isn't the type of person who would commit embezzlement. He's a law-abiding citizen with a good moral character. Of course, he has some ambition as a researcher, but that only goes as far as common sense experts, any researcher expects, not experts. It's nothing like a criminal aspiration that would lead to major embezzlement. A great number of the mountain dogs were going to be guarding me. This is what I had been wanting in my previous lives. But for some reason, I couldn't be happy about it. I couldn't help but feel depressed. If this house is like an empty bird cage, then they'd be the fox with feathers stuck to its face. I don't know if I can really trust the people who are protecting me. I tried to recall more about Okonogi. The mountain dogs have been protecting me for years. Okonogi proved his skills in more of my other lives. To them, I'm something of a special existence. If something happens to me, it would be a disaster.
The Idiot Institute is there to keep Hinamizawa syndrome under control, and the mountain dogs are there to protect me from evildoers. So why would they want to try to betray me now? I thought about it for a while, but I had no idea. I just know one thing for sure. I could feel comfortable with the protection of the mountain dogs alone, or I can't, rather. I want someone other than Tokyo protecting me, but I bet such a person wouldn't believe in me. Wait, what about Oishi? I've been keeping in touch with Oishi since the other day. He still thinks that the mysterious death in Hinamizawa are all plotted by the village authorities. If he believes that, then he might believe that my life is in danger. For him, I'm a special person with lots of useful information. The mountain dogs hate the police, though. When I asked them to assassinate Satoko's uncle, they refused because they were being watched by the police. I would feel relieved if the police were guarding me along with the mountain dogs. That way, the dogs wouldn't be able to harm me, even if they were working for an evil faction of Tokyo. Besides that, if my suspicion towards them turned out to be baseless, more protection couldn't hurt. I'm sure that double security would keep me safe.
I understand. I'll stay home for today.
Yes, please do. And please don't go out into the city and try to pick a fight with delinquents.
Meep. Sorry about that.
Anyway, please take care of yourself.
I have a cold, so may I at least go to the clinic?
You never know what might happen, so please don't go near there for a while. I don't want them to inject you with anything suspicious.
Edie would never do anything like that.
That's what we want to believe. But you need to be careful with him until things are cleared up.
So I have no choice, huh?
No?
Totally picked up the local dialect, Okunogi. You used to have a Tokyo accent before.
I like to think I can fix it if asked, though. But it's my job to blend in with the local culture. I finished speaking with him. As soon as I hung up the phone, I opened my phone book and looked for the number of the Okinomiya Police Department. It was nearly noon. It felt like the pages of the phone book were sticking to my skin. I must have been in a hurry. I really don't want to die. I want to stay in this world. I don't want to leave this perfect world. I'm trying to do something because I don't want to die. I'm trying to live with all my might. I'm trying to enjoy my life. For the first time, I was spending my last day positively, without drinking wine until I was drunk. Hello, this is Oishi. Sorry for the wait. I was getting ready to leave for Gifu Prefecture. I was going to browbeat them until they owned up to botching the case.
Gifu. You're talking about Takano's body?
Yeah, my colleagues are convinced that the body is Takano, but I'm still not satisfied. That's why I'm going there myself. If the body isn't Takano, this is going to be a whole different story. We can put out a search for her as a material witness, see? Fortunately, I have lots of connections in the Gifu Police Department. I'll go have a nice long talk with them. It looked like Oishi was proactively moving forward with the investigation. If the body is really is Takano... Yeah, they typoed that. That wasn't me, that was them. That would be sad for her, but it would give me the reason to trust the mountain dogs. If it's not Takano, then it would tell me that she's part of this whole incident. No matter what the result is, it will give me some kind of hint. But only if I'm still alive. But really, it's unfortunate. Oishi is leaving for Gifu. He can't be around to protect me.
Oishi, some stranger called me today. I don't know who it was, but he said he's one of the villagers.
He didn't tell you who he was? I see. Please, go on. What did he tell you?
He told me that someone is going to kill me. He said he'd kill me tonight at the earliest.
Is that true? I see. It's not outside the realm of possibility. I see. I have to leave soon, but I'll send some officers over there. I'll tell them to keep you safe. You're home right now, right? Do you have a cold or something? Just stay home and lock your doors and windows. I'll send someone over immediately. What's wrong, Oishi-san? You'll be late for your appointment. I just got a call from Rikafurude. Someone called to warn her that she was going to be murdered. Someone was trying to kill Rikafurude? But why? I thought she was like the village mascot. Might be a warning for contacting me about the incidents in the village. I don't know if they're really trying to kill her, but she's just a young girl.
I'm sure she's very frightened right about now. Plus, if we lose her trust now, that might hurt our relationship in the future. 2 or 3 officers are enough, but please send them over at once. Also, get a hold of our local officer and have them reassure her some. Yes, sir. Vikafurude might have some kind of hint regarding the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Oishi couldn't let her die. We should head back to Hinamizawa as soon as we get the Gifu Police Department to spill the beans. This is going to be a pretty tight schedule for our business trip. This will be a piece of cake. Meanwhile, this is Skylark. A local police officer is on the shrine property. He's heading towards Ard's house. Roger. Continue observation. Encountering R. She let the officer inside. R called the Okinomiya Police Department. She requested protection on her own. Did she tell them about us? She told them that she got an anonymous call. I'm sure that's made up. The Okinomiya Police Department is sending a few more officers to her location. What? Doesn't she trust the mountain dogs? This is trouble. It's going to prove more difficult to continue the mission. Is it possible that she somehow found out? Well, we're probably safe. Just tell the team to be aware of the officers. We don't want them to become suspicious of us. Roger. HQ to all units. There are police officers around the Furude Shrine. Please be mindful of them. We may have to postpone tonight's mission. I'll call her, but I'm sure the Major will order a go anyway. Everything's already set up for R to be discovered dead tomorrow morning, so we can move on to the next stage. But we don't want the police to suspect us. If they start suspecting you, just leave quietly. Oishi had called the officers pretty quickly. The officer who was in the area arrived within 10 minutes after I spoke with him. He asked me what kind of phone call I received today. I decided to make up a whole story. It'll all be over if they check my call history, but I'm sure Oishi won't bother doing anything like that. He thinks I'm worth protecting because I have information about the incidents in Hinamizawa. The policeman is one of the villagers, so I know him very well. More officers are coming here from the Okinomiya department. The officer told me to relax because he'd stay with me until then. Oishi must have thought I was frightened half to death after getting a threatening phone call. After about 30 minutes, 4 officers in plain clothes arrived at the shrine. The local officer returned to his police box. We've heard the whole story. We'll guard the shrine, so please call us if anything happens. Detective Oishi will be here this evening. I was relieved to hear that Oishi will be coming here.
Thank you very much.
At least one person will be downstairs. I'm sorry, but is it okay if we use your restroom? Also, will you give us one of your spare keys, just in case?
Sure. You can use the restroom too.
My house is on the 2nd floor of a storage building. The 1st floor contains emergency supplies for the village. I'm happy to know that at least one police officer will be there for me. The officers confirmed their positions on the map of the shrine. 1 will be in the storage building, 2 more will walk around the shrine property. Also, 1 more officer will be standing in front of the stairs that leads to the shrine. This world's Oishi is certainly reliable. In my other lives, Oishi tended to look at me as his enemy. However, in this world, he thinks I'm on his side. I'm sure it's because we all became friendly with him around the time we saved Satoko. It was unfortunate at the time, but perhaps the return of Satoko's uncle was a necessary event. If Okanogi was right about Iri, he wouldn't be able to come near me with 20 mountain dogs and 4 police officers protecting me. If Okanogi is the bad guy, they'd be discovered from acting by the presence of the police. Not too different from giving garlic to a vampire. This is the best protection I've had in 100 years. Even so, am I still going to be killed tonight? I need to do whatever I can. I should struggle, as hard as possible. I won't give up. I won't even think about my next life. This is what enjoying life is all about. This is what living seriously is all about.
Hanyu, are you there? I'm here.
What do you think about all this?
I have to admit, I've never seen anything like this before.
Is it still wrong for me to expect something different this time?
I'm not going to hope for anything. I'll just have to accept whatever the result is.
Hanyu is still acting like a bystander. I knew she was going to say something like that. But part of me was hoping she would say something more positive. Upon hearing her say what she did, I felt a little disappointed, and wondered why Hanyu refused to be anything but an onlooker.
I always thought it was normal for her to be that way, because she's a special existence. I also convinced myself I had to be an onlooker too, since I was a special being. However, I can't just let go of everything and become a bystander. I can't become like her. I can't stop hoping for a better life for Rika Furude. That hope was betrayed so many times, and my heart was crushed countless more. That's why I stopped expecting anything to turn out the way I wanted. So, is Hanyu the same way? Are you also afraid of being hurt? I've only lived for 100 years, but I know how frightening it is to have high expectations. Hanyu should also be aware of that, since she's lived far longer than me. I always thought that Hanyu was a special existence, but except for the fact that she's invisible, everything about us is the same. She has the same thoughts and feelings as everyone else, yet I still saw her as a special existence. That's why I just assumed that her mind worked in a different way.
I've been living for longer than you. I know that there are more sad things than happy things in this world, and that your hopes will always be betrayed. That's why I don't want to be hurt anymore.
So, you're not expecting anything from this world either. I still have hope that this world might be different, but you think I'll just be killed again?
Oh, that's not what I'm thinking.
Hanyu looked uncomfortable. She had no doubts that I'd be killed again that night. That's what it means to not have hope. But she just can't own up to it, because she doesn't want to hurt my feelings. You're the same as Satoko. You're waiting for some stroke of luck or some miracle to come and help you. You're afraid of fighting. You think that being patient is the same as being strong. That's how I was until just a little while ago. Hanyu looked down and bit her lip. She couldn't deny what I said. I know that you've heard it over and over. Miracles will not happen unless everyone works together. That means you have to believe too. A miracle will never happen unless everyone believes in it. What I just said sounded as though I was blaming her for the miracle not happening. Maybe I was too harsh to her. I stayed quiet, and Hanyu continued to look at the floor, shaking. Then she looked up at me and spoke. I noticed sadness, but also a little bit of anger in her eyes.
I can't even touch people or talk to them. You think I'm just like everyone else, even though all I can do is watch. You understand how it feels not to be involved in anything?
There was a slight severity in the tail end of Hanyu's speech. Except for me, she can't communicate with anyone in this world. She hates to be reminded of that. I'm sorry. Let's stop this. I don't want to have a fight with you. I don't want to spend the rest of the time I'm alive in an argument.
I don't want to argue with you either.
But let me just say one thing. You're my friend. I don't want my friend to tell me to not expect too much out of my life.
I'll apologize for that, but you should try respecting my opinions too.
She can be very stubborn sometimes. Hanyu seems weak on the outside, but she actually has a strong moral code, one that she wouldn't bend for anything. She apologized to me, but she wasn't being honest. She still wasn't expecting anything good to come from this world. She still thinks that I'm going to die pitifully. That's why she refuses to believe in miracles. I've been living with her long enough to read her mind. I feel bad for her in a sense. She's been living too long and lost all her hope. Hanyu told me to call her if anything else happened and soon disappeared. I'm sure she's still around. She's probably watching me, as if she's watching a TV show. The time of my death is slowly approaching. Will I be able to survive this time? It's been a long time since I faced this fear without drinking wine.
Guess it's only a matter of time to see how this timeline ends.
I was left with nothing else to do after washing the dishes and cleaning the room. The mountain dogs and police were protecting me. Just in case, I figured I should leave something behind for Satoko. Should I write down some recipes for her in a notebook? Will she be happy if I leave a will for her? I laughed at my own foolishness. No one would be happy to read a will. If I die, they'll be devastated and wonder why I didn't talk to them. That's exactly how I felt when Satoko didn't ask for any help when her uncle was abusing her. I wonder, will I be killed before Satoko even comes home? My memories of these days are never very clear. The day I die is always vague in my recollections. It's fine if I'm murdered before Satoko gets home. But if I'm murdered after, then would they kill her along with me? I don't want that to happen. It's bad enough already that I ended up killed. If Satoko was murdered along with me each time, that would be too much to bear. Just how much have I ignored other people's sadness with that rash idea that the world ends when I die? Thinking about that made me feel truly ashamed of myself. I turned on the TV to try to reduce the noise, but it didn't help at all. Worse, not only did the TV not help with my fears, it felt like it symbolized Hanyu with my allies, making me feel even more unpleasant. It was past lunchtime, nearly 3 p.m. School should be out soon. I'm not there today, so they probably won't do a club activity. Satoko should be home shortly. It seems like I'm going to survive until she gets home after all. If she comes home and asks me what's troubling me, I might end up telling her the truth. If I talk to someone, that person will be demoned away by the mountain dogs. That's why I've never spoken to anyone about it. I didn't want my friends to get into danger. But if Satoko was also murdered likewise in every world because she was involved with me, then we're doomed to share the same fate. It's better to know the truth than be killed without knowing what's going on. But I'm under very strict security right now. I might be able to survive in this world. If that's the case, I shouldn't talk to Satoko about it. It won't be easy to talk to my friends after all. Moments later, I heard a surprised yell of Satoko's coming downstairs. She'd returned. It sounded like she was scared to see a stranger in our home. I'd have to tell her that the police were here. That would be tantamount to telling her that someone is out to kill me. I don't know how to explain it to her, or how much I should tell her. However, my thoughts were soon interrupted by the noise of a crowd. Satoko hadn't come home alone.
I'm home! Hey, Rika! What's up with that officer downstairs?
Why is that guy guarding your house? What the heck did you do?
Mita, that's not the right question. What happened to you, Rika-chan?
There were some strangers on the shrine grounds, too. Are they also police officers? This isn't normal, you know. We don't know what's troubling you, but we're all here to cheer you up. It looks like something bad is going on. I couldn't stop laughing. Upon seeing everyone rush into my house, all asking the same questions, it made me feel as though being depressed all day had just been a waste of time.
Rika, what on earth is so funny? You need to explain to us what is going on. There's nothing to explain. I'm getting murdered today.
What? Everyone already knew that I had been telling people about how I was going to be killed, but they were surprised to hear it from my own mouth. Hey, Rika-chan, I heard that from you yesterday. You told me that you think someone is trying to kill you, but you thought that was I thought that was one of your jokes then. Now, though, you're not fooling me anymore. You have to talk to your friends. Keiichi spoke with a harsh tone, as though I had made him upset. As my friend, he must think that it's unforgivable that I didn't talk to him about it. He wasn't the only one feeling that way, though. Every single one of them was looking at me with worried expressions on their faces.
Rika, everybody here saved me. I want to do something for my friends as well. I'm glad to hear that. Remember what you told me? You told me you have the courage to fight. But just look at you. You're not even fighting yourself.
Satoko pointed out something that I've already realized. I had no way to argue back.
You told me that you'll put us in danger by talking to us, but all of us are already involved, no matter what you talk to us, or whether you talk to us or not.
That's right. We're your friends. If you're in danger, all of us are in danger too. When Satoko was in danger, we all fought for her, remember? It's the same thing. If your life is in danger, then I think it's time for the Sonozaki family to step in. We're way more reliable than the police. Isn't that right, sis? That's right. You have to talk to us. What kind of trouble are you in? Who the hell is threatening to kill you? Based on how you're acting, I assume you don't even know who it is. If you did know, it wouldn't be as big of a problem.
Meep, you're all so smart. You know everything, even though I haven't told you yet. This is not a time for jokes, Rika. You must talk to us. What's happened? What's with this all about? Don't call the police unless you're really in danger, no? How dare you talk to the police before talking to us? Is the cause something you're uncomfortable talking to us about? Rika would never have any issues that would be uncomfortable to talk about.
Calm down, Satoko. Rika-chan is the leader of the Furude family. She's worshipped as the reincarnation of Oyashido-sama in this village. She must have been in trouble for a long time, even though we didn't know about it. Maybe she just didn't want to talk to us about such trouble because we're all trying to have fun here in this village. That's probably what it is, right? So it has something to do with Rika-chama and the village? It must involve those crazy old people who worship Oyashido-sama. So it must have something to do with the curse of Oyashido-sama. I know. I bet it's related to what happened to Tomitaka-san and Takano-san.
Why would Tomitaka-san's murder cause Rika-chan's life to be in danger? That's too big of a leap.
It's crazy just to think that someone is trying to kill her anyway. Rika-chan is bound by more obligations than we know, and she probably couldn't talk about them. I'm right, aren't I? It's not a very fun topic, which is why you couldn't tell your friends, right?
I cannot believe this. Is it really true, Rika? Is it really true that you're involved in Tomitaka-san's murder case?
I remained silent, but with my mouth open. I hadn't answered any of their questions, but they continued to ask, and had eventually hit the nail on the head. It was more surprising than anything. But then again, these are, after all, my beloved club mates. I laughed once more. My issues and my secrets are so devastating to me, but they stopped sounding like such a big deal when everyone talked about them together. They knew exactly what was going on without me saying a word. In that moment, I realized just how powerless I am. I had to tip my hat to them. Everything seemed so foolish now. And so, I decided to just tell them everything.
If you want me to talk, I will. But I'm sure you won't believe me.
We will. As long as you tell us the truth, we'll never doubt it. Everyone's expressions turned grave as they vowed not to make light of anything I told them. And so, I'm going to tell them everything. I want to see if they really will believe me or not.
In that case, I'll tell you. I think I'm being targeted by the same people who killed Tomitaka and Takano.
Then, are they the true culprit behind the series of mysterious deaths?
I don't know about that, but it is possible. I don't understand. Why would Tomitaka-san and Takano-san's murder also want to kill Rika?
Oishi thinks Takano is the culprit. Okanogi thinks that Iri is the culprit. Either way, it sounds like someone from Tokyo is trying to kill me. I can't tell if it's Takano or Iri, but I do know that, to them, I'm like a trump card. In order to explain everything, I need to talk to them about the relationship between Hinamizawa, Tokyo, and the Iri clinic. I don't think they'll believe me. It's such a ridiculous story. But who would ever believe it if not my friends?
You'll all be in danger if I talk to you about this. Are you sure you want to hear it?
Of course. If you're in danger, we're in danger. Everyone nodded at Keiichi's words.
Well then.
I'm going to see how everyone reacts. I'm going to ascertain what friendship is all about. With a nod of my own, I opened my mouth and began to explain.
There's a disease unique to Hinamizawa. I'm not sure what it's officially called, but I've always known it as Hinamizawa syndrome.
Everyone glanced back and forth at each other when I mentioned the term. They'd never heard of it before. The name Hinamizawa syndrome has actually been around since before the war. It's the general term of the severe homesickness and mental instability that people from Hinamizawa experience when outside of the village. People in Hinamizawa have refused to leave the village since the era of Onigafuchi. The villagers believed that they'd been cursed by Oyashido-sama if they left, and people who did often come back because of that curse. In general, it used to be thought of as only severe homesickness, but during the war, soldiers from Hinamizawa became mentally deranged in faraway places. That does sometimes happen in war. What was unique about the soldiers from Hinamizawa was the way that they killed their own comrades and committed suicide at the end. One doctor became curious about these cases and studied these soldiers. That's when they found out that it was actually a disease only found in Hinamizawa. According to this doctor, their strange behavior was not the result of their culture. It was a mental disease triggered by external circumstances. A mental disease with an external cause is different from a psychological illness. It's the result of some kind of physical disorder, and it causes people to become mentally unstable when something triggers it. I keep tripping over my words, I'm sorry. There are 3 categories of externally caused mental diseases. Traumatically induced, substance
Yeah, substance abuse induced and chemical imbalance induced. Traumatically induced disorders are causes resulting from damage to the brain from trauma or infection that influences the mind. This is the reason personalities can change as a result of head injuries. Substance abuse, as the name suggests, refers to a case where drugs, especially alcohol or stimulants, have influenced the mind. The last category is chemical imbalances. There are cases where some ailments in the patient's body causes abnormal secretions of bodily chemicals, which then influence the brain's functions. This may sound odd, but it's been said that people tend to become depressed when they have a cold. We all experience the ways in which physical sickness can cause a buildup of negative emotions. However, with chemical imbalances, the cause is more direct. People's emotions aren't born from our hearts. Everyone should know, logically, that the result of chemicals secreted by the organ in our body are necessary. So when the organs operating the secretion of those emotional controllers malfunction, it causes them to secrete abnormal amounts. The thyroid gland, for example, secretes hormones that regulate emotions. When the gland is defective, the balance of those hormones becomes unstable. This can cause people to have not only a physical illness, but also a mental sickness such as depression. People don't get mentally ill just because of mental problems. Human beings are made out of meat. We get mentally ill when that meat is defective. It's really weird reading meat being defective. The doctor studying Hinamizawa syndrome also came up with a theory. He suggested that there is a pathogen endemic to Hinamizawa that, if its hosts stray too far from home, affects the chemicals in their brain and causes them to hallucinate. The villagers' belief in no Yashida-sama is certainly related to this endemic disease. People in Onagafuchi village knew about the syndrome. They knew that they couldn't survive outside the village. They also didn't want anyone else to enter the village because they would get infected too. This took this disease as a curse, not a sickness. The most significant symptoms of this disease are antisocial behavior and extreme persecution complex. The eventual suicide caused by defects in the lymph nodes are also another unique characteristic. The unusual behavior of terminal patients is what inspires the legend of the demons coming out of the swamp and attacking the villagers. Basically, sick villagers developed severe persecution complexes and wound up killing other villagers. After a long time, survivors of the disease started to comprehend its rules. They discovered that the disease is incurable once you contract it. That's why they started barring outsiders from entering the village. Also, once you become ill, you will begin developing a persecution complex. This can happen to anyone in the village. The doctrine of Oyashido-sama says that the blood of humans and demons was mixed together, and that Oyashido-sama has control over the violent blood of demons. People said that you'd be cursed if you didn't follow Yashida-sama's rules. That could also be understood to mean that as long as you followed Yashida-sama's rules, you could cope with this endemic disease. That is what was meant by the scripture in Yashida-sama's legend that said that they appeared, unified the humans and demons, and made them live together in this village. Then there was the most important part, the rules to prevent symptoms from appearing. Those rules are the taboos, and people were strictly taught that Yashida-sama would curse them if they broke these rules. The horrible, bloody traditions of the village were probably performed in order to force people to respect those taboos. There are several ways to keep the disease under control, but there are two main conditions for doing so. The first one is to prevent suspicion. When the villagers are suspicious of someone, it could trigger their persecution complex, which can lead to them developing terminal symptoms. That's why they made sure to have such a tightly knit community, so that people wouldn't suspect each other. Since the terror of Oyashido-sama's curse is emphasized, many don't know this, but she's also the god of marriage and neighborly love. However, this condition is not as important as the other one. Indeed, Oyashido-sama isn't even recognized as a god of friendship in Hinamizawa anymore, and is only worshipped as such in Okinomiya's Hirasaka district. Now, for the other condition, this one is much clearer and was practiced more strictly. If villagers leave Hinamizawa, they will fall ill quickly, proportional to the distance from the village. Villagers nowadays will not get sick as rapidly, even though they leave town or go out of the country for a long time. However, long ago, they would fall ill as soon as they left the village. It's very unfortunate that Keiichi got infected so soon after he moved to the village. It was also very unfortunate that he got sick just because he left the village for a few days to go to his relative's funeral in that one world. That's why Hanyu felt so bad for him that time and kept on apologizing over and over. Although, no matter how much she apologized, he never heard her voice. This turned into a long discussion, but these rules etched around Oyashiro-sama's curse represent the ancient wisdom of how to cope with the Hinamizawa syndrome. Is there any way to use this mental disease for military purposes? The aforementioned doctor insisted that there was, but the military didn't listen to him at all at the time. They were interested in developing a weapon that could make a dramatic change to the war efforts. They didn't have any money to spare for the research of this strange disease. In this way, research on Hinamizawa syndrome was abandoned. Then the war ended. Japan started its reconstruction under American leadership. However, some powerful people in the political world didn't want to accept the American way of thinking. Some of them were fired by the GHQ, but they still stayed as advisors to the government, since Japan has a culture of respecting the elderly. Eventually, a political organization was formed, the object of which was to restore Japan to the way it was before the war. In the beginning, the organization was a very small group. It was just a gathering of 2 or 3 individuals who shared the same ideals, blowing hot air at the restaurant. Those 2 or 3 hit it off with each other and grew to the size of a class reunion. That group became a rather sizable organization, eventually becoming a political one. Well, it would be more accurate to call them a secret society. This secret society eventually came to be called by the name of the place where it was based, Tokyo. There are many mysteries about Tokyo. One thing I knew for sure was that it was composed of old men from Japan's political stage, ones with strong power to indirectly influence the government and vast assets that meant that they could work for the shadows, or from them rather. They were also connected to various corporations, and their goal was to return Japan to the way it was before the war. Of course, that was a pretty ridiculous goal. It was nothing more than an idea in their minds immediately after the war, back when they were still bowing their heads to the occupation forces of those white barbarians. Once Japan's post-war reconstruction began, Tokyo steadily became a shell of its former self, but it didn't totally become a shell. It culled the fat. Japan regained its peace, and years passed. However, some people still continue to believe that Japan has been better before the war, and they were determined to return the country to those times. So this Tokyo plotted how to restore pre-war Japan from many angles. They approached the problem economically, internationally, and militarily as well. Japan has no nuclear armaments due to the 3 non-nuclear principles. In other words, this country has to brown-nose America as long as they hold nuclear weapons. The number 1 priority of Tokyo is to be independent from America. They want this country to be on equal footing, and to obtain a weapon of mass destruction that isn't nuclear in nature. That was the reason why they started thinking about utilizing Hinamizawa syndrome. However, they couldn't study this disease openly. In order to utilize it for military purposes, they had to hide the existence of the disease itself. So they enlisted one young researcher, Kyosuke Iri. I need to make it clear that Iri isn't some far-right supporter of the secret society. He's just a young, capable doctor and an earnest researcher. He published an initiative thesis, but other academics thought he was being too radical. However, that convinced Tokyo that he was the only researcher suitable to study Hinamizawa syndrome. As someone young and ambitious, Iri was thrilled to take on the project of studying this rare disease with a large budget, a large staff, and his own facility. But researching the disease would mean that he'd end up infected too. No one would want to take on such dangerous research. He really was too young, with his other option being wearing down his youth, working hard at the night shift for a local practice. He wanted to answer the expectations of the sponsor who carefully selected him. In the end, Iri was able to uncover that, as hypothesized, the Hinamizawa syndrome was a unique infectious disease, and he developed both the treatment and a vaccine. Iri was extremely talented. The Iri Institute was formed to study the disease. Iri was nominally the head of the organization, but Tokyo still sent out a supervisor, because when all was said and done, he was just a researcher. That supervisor was Mio Takano. Takano's job at the institute was to act as go-between for Tokyo and Iri, manage the research progress, and preserve its secrecy. The latter was the most important part of her job. She had to do her best to prevent people from finding out that Iri was researching the disease, or even that the disease existed at all. The Mountain Dogs were formed for that purpose. They were under Takano's command, and their job was to prevent the Institute's secrets from being discovered. The Mountain Dogs are one special forces unit specializing in unconventional warfare and owned by Tokyo with its vast influence on the SDF. Tokyo had set their eyes on the likelihood that the small elite squad was covert operatives, would be a trump card in the anti-nuke era, so they vigorously investigated those options. This was a worldwide trend, since the Cold War everyone avoided sending troops directly to their enemies' doorsteps. Japan was also trying to be part of that world. As a result, by 1983, even the police had been forming secret special forces units. Prefectural Police Squad 2, the one who intervened when Lena laid siege to her school, changed their name to Zero Company and grew into an anti-terrorism squad that handled hijackings around the Kansai airport area. The National Police Agency Squad 6 was formed as a counter-terrorism squad for Narita Airport too, and they later changed their name to 7th Company as well. They theorized that in a world where nations possessed nukes that they can't use, small elite specialized forces disrupting metropolitan areas would be the new way of waging war. So, in 1977, they developed the SAT's predecessor, the Special Task Force SAP, to serve the National Police Agency's trump card in securing the peace. Likewise, I feel like... I know this isn't the first time it's done this, but I feel like I'm just reading a Wikipedia article. Likewise, the Japan Coast Guard established their Special Task Force, the SST, in anticipation of unconventional warfare on the coast. There are several known special forces units in Japan. When they hear the phrase like special forces, most people tend to think of a movie or a comic book. However, these units actually exist and are protecting Japan in secret. During the famous incident of suspicious boats off the coast of Noto Peninsula, the news reported that the boats sank before the helicopter squad trained in gun battles, so the squad was recalled. But that was because the Coast Guard's SST was activated. Or acted? I don't know. However, the news never mentioned the SST or any other special forces unit. All of these units were established after Tokyo made a suggestion about it in the government. Researching military tactics under the name of peace and order worked perfectly for Tokyo. But since the mid-century anti-war movement made people resent those forces, those special units have been kept secret as of 1983. Furthermore, these units are not all formed under the jurisdiction of the police. There are still many other military units that are kept secret from the average citizen. The Mountain Dogs are actually one of those special units. They specialize in kidnapping, espionage, and preserving secrecy. You might as well call them an assassination unit. They were around during the dam conflict as well. Tokyo worked to put an end to the dam project because of the impact that it would have on Iri's research. The Mountain Dogs were the ones who kidnapped the Minister of Construction's grandson. Most people believe that the Sonozaki family was at the center of the movement, but in reality, the Mountain Dogs were responsible for many of the things that Sonozakis were accused of. In that sense, the existence of the Sonozaki family was an advantage to the dogs. Their main job after the dam conflict ended has been to continue keeping the disease hidden from the public. With the spread of information networks in the modern age, the media jumped onto any unusual incident and quickly aired it to the whole nation. Tokyo doesn't want the disease to be known nationwide, since they are trying to utilize it for their own purposes. The main task of the Mountain Dogs is to kidnap people suffering from Hinamizawa syndrome. They pose as gardeners, but in actuality, they patrol the village to make sure nothing strange happens. They're the ones who demon away people who go missing. They're probably also involved in some of the mysterious deaths, too. The last important person is Jiro Tometake. I don't know his real name. He was an auditor who was sent from Tokyo 4 times a year. He came to check up on the progress of the research and outlined requests from Tokyo. He discussed the research budget with Iri, too. He also got the observation report from Iri from Takano. That was his purpose. Iri started out by studying the autopsy results of dead villagers, and he discovered many answers from that. In 1979, the Mountain Dogs kidnapped the culprit behind the murder of the construction chief, who was a terminal patient of Hinamizawa syndrome. The nature of the disease was dramatically clarified. Their research made rapid progress after that. Sorry, I was questioning if I read the word in the last sentence correct. I don't know. I can't even talk right. And they discovered a vaccine, medication, and other methods of treatment for the disease. At the same time, they continue to investigate how to utilize it for military purposes. One of the interesting findings of the research was that the pathogen can only be found when the patient is still alive. On top of that, they couldn't detect the presence of the pathogen at all unless they used a certain inhumane method. In other words, it's virtually impossible to detect a pathogen by normal means. It left almost no trace, and the unusual symptoms it produced seemed like voluntary behavior, so they concluded that the disease could be used to their advantage. However, Tokyo has been going through some changes. It's been almost 50 years since the war ended. The leaders and shadows behind Japan's government, who ruled from the center of Tokyo, began growing infirm and opening up seats, steadily passing their leadership to the next generation. The whole organization has started to shift. Of course, the purpose of Tokyo has stayed the same. It's still a secret society of ultra-nationalists who want Japan to be on the top of the world. However, their ambition to start a war with America and take over the world has diminished. Tokyo has directed its priorities towards the economy, international affairs, and education. That doesn't mean that those ambitions are gone entirely, however. Several seniors still alive retain those ambitions. Tokyo continues to finance military research, but for the present-day Tokyo, Idi's research is actually something of an embarrassment. The new Tokyo is no longer interested in his project, and they announced that they're going to cut their budget as soon as those seniors pass away. However, Idi objected to that plan. He strongly appealed to the continuation of his research. That is what Okanogi was talking about. Idi is in disagreement with Tokyo. Idi's research has been making great progress. They've discovered various treatment and testing methods, and he's even started to develop a treatment plan for the whole village. If they cut his funding, Idi's research would end without any results. Tokyo had a discussion with Iri through Tomitake, and they decided to shut down his research partially, but not fully. However, they told him to immediately stop researching military applications of the disease, and destroy all the research data related to that. He had little interest in weaponizing the disease anyway, so Idi accepted those terms right away. Tokyo probably believed that it was better to let him find the cure of the disease than to terminate the project entirely. At this point, Idi considers himself one of the villagers. Perhaps exterminating the disease infecting the villagers without their knowledge is his way of atoning for using the village to advance his research and reputation. Both Tokyo and Idi agreed to fully terminate his research as soon as he discovered a way to completely eradicate Hinamizawa syndrome. Idi made a plan for the next 3 years, and he promised them that he would find a resolution by 1986 at the latest. The meeting that they had this June was to discuss the plan and budget for the next 3 years. Which brings us to the beginning. One theory goes that Idi is in opposition with Tokyo, and as his trump card, he's planning to kill Rika Furude. The other theory is that Takano killed Tomitake, and as her trump card, she's going to kill Rika Furude. I suppose I need to explain why Rika Furude can't be a trump card. The answer to that lies in the ancient traditions of Hinamizawa. Supposedly, members of the Furude family have the blood of Oyashiro-sama in their veins. I explained earlier that Oyashiro-sama was made up as a method for having people cope with the disease. However, that's actually not true. For the demons, the pathogens, to survive, a certain being must be present. That being is the successor of the Furude family line. The truth behind the advent of Oyashiro-sama and the coexistence of humans and demons is that Oyashiro-sama was actually the queen of the village. According to Idi's research, Rika is adored by the whole village not only because she's a charming little girl, but because she's the queen carrier. Infected patients are unconsciously driven to protect their queen. Idi says that this is done with pheromones. Rika Furude's mother was also adored by everyone since she was little. However, as soon as she gave birth, people's attention quickly shifted to Rika. Idi calls it the succession of the throne. The queen is the precious existence to people in this village. There are theories that carriers of the disease were actually unable to survive when away from the queen, not from the village itself. Idi's research indicates that the queen can only survive on Hinamizawa, and the infected parties can only stay alive when they're around her. But this is just a theory, a game theory. Surprisingly, however, the doctor who first discovered the syndrome was also aware of the existence of the queen. The doctor was also knowledgeable about the Hinamizawa's culture, and he was interested in how much value this village placed on the Furude family. He theorized that the queen lying in the Furude bloodline might have the power to manipulate the whole village. The truth is still unknown, but perhaps the Furude family really had held such power since ancient times, miraculous power that would make them perfect for serving in the priesthood. Although the only thing Rika can do is be doted upon by the villagers. If that all is true, then the question is what would happen if the queen disappeared from the village? During the war, a doctor prophesied that if the queen were to die, then all the infected would show terminal symptoms, and the whole village would be wiped out. He advocated for strict preservation of the queen's host. Rika is important to Tokyo not only because Iri found so many answers after running tests on her body. If Rika Furude dies, the 2,000 people in Hinamizawa would turn into demons. It would happen so fast for people to even realize that they're getting sick. They will each be overcome with a violent persecution complex and start killing each other out of fear. That is why the mountain dogs are protecting the queen, Rika Furude. Her death spells the end of the whole village. That's why Rika Furude is the trump card for those who know that she's the center of the whole epidemic. This is the story of Hinamizawa. Our tale begins in June 1983. Tokyo's liaison, Tometake, was found dead in the disease, even though he was vaccinated against it. On the same night, Takano was also kidnapped and murdered, though I don't know for sure if she's really dead or not. Rika Furude is also going to be murdered soon enough. While I've suspected Iri and Takano, this was my first time doubting Tokyo. I also thought that they were on my side. They had to be. My death would lead to nothing but disaster. At the same time, there might be people within Tokyo who could use my death as a trump card. I never considered that there were opposing factions within Tokyo. I guess I was naive enough to not realize that Tokyo had internal problems due to the generational gap. Anyway, I wouldn't be feeling this way if I didn't suspect that Takano might still be alive. I feel like I'm starting to see the greater picture. It's possible too that Takano is the victim and Iri is the bad guy. The mountain dogs might be on my side, or they might be assassins who are trying to kill me. I was too scared to choose a wine that might be at risk of having something poisonous mixed in which case I could rest assured with a fresh unopened bottle, even if it was a little bad. After telling everything to my friends, I finally realized that I could only trust them and the police. I'm really dumb. I thought I was thinking so hard, but I never actually understood anything. After all this time, I made things clear just by talking about them with my friends. I'd never have thought it would make such a big difference. Like, they're all just standing there just like, how did you recite all that? Okay. After reading essentially an article, I think this is a good time to take a little break. Because I don't know how much longer it's going to continue after this, but it's about break time. So let me get that screen all ready. Everybody, if you need to, get up, use the bathroom, get a snack, get up and stretch. And we'll be back in 10 minutes. Oh no, the cinnamon. All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup. Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain? Or, can we not fight anymore, please? Can we not fight anymore? Veronica, sure you're scared, I've been there. I can set you free. Veronica, don't make me come in there. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2. Oh my god. No. Veronica. Please don't leave me alone. You were all I could trust. I can't do this alone. Still, I will if I must.
Yeah. So, what you gonna do, Ukyo? Are you gonna do something about it, Ukyo? You got your hand right there. Okay, I'll go back in my little corner.
Talking about the vines or that beard?
Who's this?
Helmet. So this is where you ran off to. Figures.
What?
It's me, Bobby. It's your Psy King.
But how? Where's your body?
I was lost for a long time, until this one found me. Body's on loan from the mailroom. Hang on, borrowed lips. Wouldn't be right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he's not as cute as you either.
Neither are you right now. Come on, let's at least wash that beard. What's that smell? Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
I know.
Now I just need some help with those killer bees.
Become the narwhal and run the up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Rob's puppy belly's in the way of everything.
How dare you?
Fat
Whoops.
freaking
Watch it.
yup.
I am sick of seeing spoilers I want to play. Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Ooh, Leon! Leon! Lewd! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Keiichi.
Hello!
I am afraid. I'm very nervous. Oh, I need to start.
Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murder. Oh my god, I swear it.
And we have that on stream.
Oh no! If it gets clipped, I'm gonna be the new DOC murderer.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven.
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
Now we're talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
I need a plunger to get past the sewer men.
You are?
A skeleton. Ma'am? Ma'am? Ma'am?
Where do I even start?
I'm sorry! I didn't mean... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you anxiety! Virgin Happy Show! 나는 너의 나의 히터투 아이 나의 morning morning 나의 어느 가이 히터투 하지 너의 머리 comment left side right side 하나도 멋있대 빠빠빠 드라이크 사이드 left side right side 하나도 멋있대 빠빠빠 You are king You are king I'm doing my best Okay.
Okay, time. You taste it with your eyes, too. Where's the waitress with the big, heavy pair of melons? I don't see her today. Whoa. You need to check the shift roster. If you like girls with big tits, you have to come on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 5 p.m. If you like girls with small tits, you have to come on Fridays after 5 p.m. Why do they have the... Don't make us go... Ah! 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 Oh no! I'm being... Ah! Oh! Right, the chaos. The complete and utter chaos. Right. I'm glad I was... Oh. Wait, there wasn't even an what? Oh, Bailey snuck it in. But yeah, that was... No, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. Warned you about the stairs, bro. I warned you, dog. And then I blacked out. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. I see, when it's another time of day, it's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack. And twice in 3, they were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing. And then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora. And he's like, what? And like, I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's. There they go.
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
Now we're talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
But I need a plunger. I need a plunger to get past the sermon. Or, Veronica, can we not fight anymore, please? Can we not fight anymore? Veronica, sure you're scared, I've been there. I can set you free. Veronica, don't make me come in there. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2. Oh my god. No. Veronica. Please.
And we are back. Hopefully everybody had a good chance to take a break.
I was able to give my mouth a break because my tongue was like, you were talking too much. But now I should be good.
And I got a little snack too, so I shouldn't be hungry now. Meep. And that's the end of my story.
As I thought, everyone was staring at me with their mouths open in shock. Even Oishi wouldn't believe a story like this. That's only normal. I'm sure I sound like a crazy person.
Satoko, we go to the clinic every week to help with Yuri's research, right? We're actually not just helping him. We go there so you can get treatment.
I remember, you told me that Satoko is ill.
Me? As you said, it's not only me, but the whole village that is infected with this disease. Why would I have to take a shot every day and not everyone else? I thought it was just a new type of vitamin with that the coach is developing. At one point, you were a terminal patient, Satoko. That's why you need 2 shots every day to keep your symptoms under control. Edie is very passionate about saving you, but he still can't find a better treatment than that. Don't think he's still working hard for a cure, though. Don't you joke around. I thought we were getting financial support by aiding his research. I don't want to get those shots every day for the rest of my life.
Satoko looked upset that she had been completely ignorant of all this. She also didn't want to accept the reality of having to manage her condition. Her fake laughter sadly echoed with everyone's ears. Keiichi opened his mouth to speak. So, if she misses the shot, she'll react like she did the other day? There was a day where she forgot to take her shot. She convinced herself that the principal was her uncle. Her fear escalated, and she thought her uncle came inside the school to take her back home. Once she feels that way, there's no turning back for her.
Yes, she will. That's why I tell her to be sure to take her shot every day. I don't believe you. What do you mean, I'm a terminal patient? Why me exactly? I refuse to believe it. Why did I even become so sick?
Satoko's face contorted as tears began to flow from her eyes. I shouldn't have said this. Satoko is starting to remember something else she's not supposed to.
I'm sorry, Satoko. You don't have to remember. That was just an accident. It wasn't your fault. No, lie. You're just lying to us.
The others probably had no idea what Satoko was talking about. They don't need to know. They don't want to know about it because they're her friends. Rana gently touched Satoko's shoulder. She gently touched mine, too.
We believe your story, Rika-chan. Thank you. And you've been carrying such a heavy burden for a long time. I'm proud of you. You've been struggling all alone to this day.
I never thought Rena would say something like that to me. My eyes were filling up with tears. It's difficult to have a secret that you can't tell people. Mine was hardly a big deal compared to yours, but I can still sympathize with you. I agree. You've done your best too, sis. I often shift the blame on to you to relieve myself, so I can tell.
You're all going to believe my story?
Of course. We said we'd believe you. It's a bit of a relief since a lot of my questions about this village are answered now.
So, is everyone in this village affected by that disease? That Hinamizawa syndrome? Yes, everyone is infected. But unlike hundreds of years ago, this disease is much weaker now. That's why people can survive even if they move far away or go somewhere far away on a trip.
But some people still get sick, right? I'll never leave this village again.
Even if you do get sick, you can still control the illness yourself. It's very simple, yet very difficult.
If you think you might be suspicious of someone, don't be. Continue to trust in them. When you become too suspicious of someone, that suspicion will degenerate into a persecution complex, and it will be too late. So long as everybody stays friendly and united, we will never have to worry about this disease. This disease starts with anxiety. Modern people don't believe in curses the way people long ago did. That might be why we're more tolerant to the disease.
I see! Then we should be fine.
Yep, we're friends and we're family. We would never suspect each other. I'm going to believe everything that you said today. You couldn't talk because you were afraid that the mountain dogs could hurt us, right? I nodded quietly. I don't want to think that the mountain dogs have bugged this room, but if Okanogi overhears this conversation, they will definitely kill not only me, but all of my friends tonight. That's true no matter who my enemy is. Well, it sounds like as if we should all get ready for battle. Let's sum up the story. Someone might come and kill you, knowing that your death will cause chaos and destruction in this village. Is that correct?
They'll definitely come for me. Are you sure? Will they get rid of their trump card that easily? She's quite right. A trump card is like a pile of gold. Isn't it better to keep your hands on it?
Satoko's eyes were still swollen, but she had stopped crying. Think about it, Satoko. If you have more than one trump card, you'd want to play one of them right away.
That's true. More effective to have more than one hostage. One hostage is not as valuable as many of them.
Anyway, we don't know anything for sure, and that means we can't be too optimistic. Everyone nodded in unison.
What do you think about the mountain dogs? Do you think they're our enemies?
That's not even a question. They're like wolves trying to watch over the sheep.
Just think of all the suspicious people as bad guys. We need to seek help from someone who has nothing to do with Tokyo.
I agree. I think you made a good choice by seeking help from the police. Oishi-san is on our side, right?
Yes. Oishi doesn't know everything yet, so he thinks that the culprit behind the case of Oyashiro-sama is targeting me. I think you should talk to Oishi-san too. We need to help with from some adults. But that's pretty risky. What if they don't believe her and step away from the investigation? We should still talk to him. I think he's going to retire this year, and that's his last chance to avenge his old friend. I'm sure he will believe any story, no matter how wild. Yeah, he helped us when we were trying to save Satoko-chan too. I think he'll remain on our side.
Okay, let's talk to Oishi. Where is he now?
He's out in Gifu Prefecture. He went to check on Takuno's body.
Oh, she was found in Gifu, right? Burned to death inside an oil drum. Why does he have to go there directly to check on her?
There's a possibility that it might not be Takuno's body, but the Gifu Police Department isn't being very cooperative.
You said the mountain dogs specialize in preserving secrets and manipulating information, right? That corpse is pretty suspicious. I don't think she's the kind of person who would die just from being burnt a little.
It's still possible that Iri is the bad guy and that he killed Takuno. That's what Okinogi tried to make me believe.
Kinda doubt that the coach is the mastermind. He's just not that kind of person.
I do agree. He is very nice as long as you don't talk to him about maids.
You don't let him talk about maids. As the manager of the Hinamizawa Fighters, I also think the coach is innocent. He's much more like someone who could be easily used. Maybe he's too good of a guy.
Seems like everyone suspects Takuno-san.
Well, we're just saying, if we compare the coach and Takuno-san, you know?
Takuno-san would be pretty upset to hear that.
Everyone laughed as though we were in the middle of a club activity. If they're after my life, they'll kill everyone here. It's very possible that they'll all get involved in this mess, and they know that. That they could still help is very significant, I think. I started laughing along too. It's odd that Takuno-san's body was found in Gifu. If someone wanted to make it look like she killed Tomatake, they would hide her body somewhere no one would ever find. Burning her body in the middle of the woods is like begging people to come across it.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like they're trying to force an unidentified body to be Takuno-san just because it was found outside the prefecture and the police here can't investigate further. That's the specialty of the mountain dogs, right?
I think it's pretty obvious at that point. The mountain dogs are working for Takuno-san, right? And the leader of the dogs is saying that the manager is pulling the strings. But Takuno-san and them are working together.
Tomitake-san died the way he did so that coach would be suspected. But Tokyo is the only organization who would suspect the coach. They also found the body of the true mastermind, Takuno-san. Tokyo will suspect the manager killed both of them. I see. This is a well-planned out setup, though it's not perfect.
Sounds like the mountain dogs are setting the coach up. Well, I think we should talk to Coach directly. That's the best way to go about it.
That's a good idea. If I can tell him, or I can tell if he's telling the truth or not just by looking into his eyes.
Ah, yeah, you're good at that, Nana-san.
The mountain dogs are also running security on Iri right now. He might not be able to get on the phone.
What? That sounds even more suspicious. I hope the coach isn't in danger right now. Me too. If I was a member of the Mountain Dogs and I was going to set him up, I'd kill him before he said anything that I didn't want him to say.
Dead person can't say anything, huh? Oishi will return as long as he takes care of business in Gifu. I don't know what time that will be, but he'll be here for sure.
As one, everyone glanced at the clock. It was already past 6:30 and starting to get dark. No wonder I was so hungry. We'd usually call it here if this was a normal day, but everyone decided to stay until Oishi came back and discuss what to do.
Can I use your phone, Rika-chan? I need to call my dad and let him know that I'm going to be late tonight.
I need to call my mom too. I have to call Granny and let her order something for dinner tonight. You'll be in big trouble later. You have to get something to eat for those officers, too. We can order some sushi. Everyone had a sensitive reaction to the word sushi. Their stomachs were empty after all. The same should be true for the officers, too.
Are we going to order something too, Rika? I don't feel like we have that kind of money. Satoko, why don't you cook a stir fry for everyone? What? I can't. I've never cooked for this many people.
Satoko's stir fry? I'd love to try it, as long as there's no fingers inside.
Satoko-chan, I want to eat your food too. I want to.
At that point, the phone rang.
Hello, this is Furude speaking.
Oh, glad to hear you're still alive. It's Oishi. I finished up everything here in Gifu, and I'm heading towards Okinomiya right now. I'm calling from the gas station.
What about Takano's body?
We did it. We were right. Gifu made one incredible, easy mistake on their paperwork. What a stubborn bunch. Really had to let them have it, let me tell you. Takano and her vehicle are still missing. She may have some information regarding Tomatake's murder, so I've just witnessed a search warrant for her. I'm getting close to revealing the secret of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I'm going to solve this case. Oishi sounded so motivated. He'd finally found the hint he so desperately wanted. Could he actually solve the case, though?
I'm looking forward to hearing your story.
I'm heading to your house with Kuma-chan, so please tell us whatever you know. You can talk to me about anything you can think of.
Yes, I'm ready to talk to you about everything.
Oh my, I look forward to hearing it. I should be there in about an hour. Sounds crowded over there. Your friends there with you?
Yes, everyone came here to offer their help.
I see. You've got some wonderful friends. It's probably better for you to stay with them. Good way to keep criminals at bay. Right, we're heading out. I'll see you soon. Was that Oishi-san?
Yes, he's heading this way with the other detective. This is the first time this room will have so many people inside it. How many people will it be? There's 6 of us here, so 8 people? I do hope our floor won't break. I'm the night person.
Hanya, were you listening to us? This is turning out to be very fascinating, or interesting, rather.
Do you think this time will be different?
Yes, I'm sure. This time is different.
Don't say that you're sure. It would devastate you if nothing ended up changing.
So, Hanya, you still think that I'm dying today?
I don't want you to die.
I know what you're thinking. You don't want to believe because you don't want to be hurt. That way, you'll never be let down. I'm not going to listen to your opinions anymore. You just stay there and watch like a bystander you are.
Yes, I'm just a bystander. But I'm still rooting for you.
You're rooting for me? Thanks. But are you sure you want to root for me? Are you sure you won't be hurt if I lose?
Ow. Don't be mean, Rika.
We had a rather harmonious mood going. However, a feeling of unease was beginning to settle over us.
I'm gonna take a bite.
Hum. They are also getting hungry. That was probably a bigger bite than I needed to. I'm getting hungry. Want to grab something on the way? Oh, that's right. It's almost 8 p.m. We had a late lunch today, so I didn't realize. We can go get something after we finish hearing her story. You've sent 4 officers there. They're probably already pretty worn out by now. Hopefully Furude-san ordered them something to eat. Oishi and Kumagai had passed through Okinomiya and were getting closer and closer to Hinamizuwa. There we go. They hurried on their way, driving through the dark streets. I wonder what Rika Furude wants to talk to you about. Probably something outrageous. That village, used to be called Onigafuchi Village. They took the name Onigafuchi, the demon's abyss, from the local swamp. And like an abyss, it's hard to know its depth, huh? What are you planning to do about her protection? Depending on what she tells us, we might have to move her to a safer location. The whole of Hinamizuwa is like a lion's den. You never know what can happen in that village. For now, we just need to hear what she has to say. The head of the Furude family is in danger, and the successor of the Sonozaki family is trying to protect her. Who would even be capable of killing Rika Furude under those circumstances? The only people I can think of are the Kimiyoshi family. I've never heard of them getting up to anything fishy. Guess there must be a fanatical religious sect lurking in the village. I wonder what secrets lies at the bottom of that swamp. The road they were on were cutting through the rice fields, leading them past the scene of Jiro Tomatake's murder. Takano left Tomatake there. I'm sure of that, but I wonder what he actually died of. Whoops, I pressed the wrong button. Forensics didn't find any drugs in his system, did they? They didn't find anything, but that doesn't prove it either way. There are hundreds of strange chemicals in this world. There's no proof that a drug wasn't used. It must be one that we're not aware of. I'm sure of it. There must be some kind of drug out there that can make someone claw out their throat and die. I'm going to grill the culprit about it once I make the arrest. Of course, it'd be easier if that's what Rika Furude was going to tell me. Kuma-chan, you must have learned exactly how false charges are made, seeing what happened in Gifu today. That was horrible. If that guy was at our station, I'd never forgive him. He flat out refused to admit he made a mistake. The Gifu Police Department as a whole is still convinced that the body belongs to Mio Takano, but will operate under the assumption that she lives. The top of the department will make the final decision. It's obvious that they made a simple mistake. They're just desperately covering it up because they'll be in trouble if they admit it. They really need to think their attitude. This car suddenly shook. The concrete road had ended, leaving only gravel. At the point where the gravel road begins, you're officially in Hinamizawa. They continued to drive through the woods for a while. Kuma-chan, stop the car. What? Oishi had told him to stop immediately. Kumagai quickly slammed on the brakes. Their seatbelts tightened up, keeping them in their seats. What's wrong? The car over there. Wonder what it's doing. Oishi tapped on the rearview mirror. There was a van parked just off the road. Rather beat up, it looked like it was used for a private company. There was no reason for someone to park their car here, especially at this time of night. Kumagai also thought it looked suspicious. The car seemed empty, but there was a light flashing in the woods nearby. Probably a flashlight. Strange that a van is out here at this hour. I'm surprised you even saw it. It's like I keep telling you, a detective always has to pay attention to his surroundings. I think they forgot to put a little end quotation in a space there. I wonder what he's doing there. Is he dumping something illegally? Is he dumping somebody's body? Maybe it's a pair of lovebirds on a secret date. Well, that can't be it, judging by the van. Hello, Okinomiya Security. Do you read me? Good evening and good night. This is Okinomiya Security, reading you loud and clear. I need a license number scanned. That's... It might take a while. We'll wait. Oishi-san, according to this map, there's a facility of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation here. What in the world is a facility of the NTT? It was listed as a facility, but it wasn't staffed. It was just a place where machines were installed. Kumagai wasn't sure how telephone lines actually work, but either way it seemed like some kind of connecting device was located there. But that's just an ordinary van. Doesn't look like it belongs to the NTT. If it is them, shouldn't their name be on the van? Maybe some other company is contracted to do it. Anyway, we should just go and ask. Oishi wasn't sure if this was the case. After all, why would any phone company go to do maintenance so late at night? Let's go and check out what's going on. Furude-san is waiting for us, so we need to be fast. Yes, sir. His well-honed detective instinct was trying to tell him something. This feeling wasn't one that Oishi could easily explain. He has a strong sense that something was suspicious, without any real reasoning behind it. Oishi trusted that he could judge others' characters with that sense. Nightingale 2 to Nightingale 1. A vehicle stopped nearby. 2 people got out. They're probably police officers. They're approaching and will make contact in less than a minute. It was pitch black, yet they could see the 2 newcomers nearby, or clearly. They were probably using night vision scope. Roger. Attention, all units. Nightingales 2 through 5, wait for the green light. Nightingale 7 and 8, make sure the surrounding 100 meters are clear. Roger. Nightingale 4 and 5, do you copy? Nightingale 4, roger. Nightingale 5, roger. Nightingale 7, roger. Nightingale 8, roger. This is Nightingale from HQ. Nightingale from HQ. There's been some trouble during the modification of the phone facility. There's 2 police detectives. We request clearance to open fire. Roger. Wait for the order. By the time Oishi and Kumagai reached the phone facility, they were being watched from all directions. There were 2 pairs of binoculars and 2 sniper rifles pointing at them. The Mountain Dog operatives worked in 2-man units, a sniper and spotter, to secure the means of retreat. They had all taken different positions so that they could shoot Oishi no matter where he tried to run. They were all in camouflage suits, hiding deep in the woods. Oishi, of course, had no chance of spotting them. The snipers had their rifles trained on the detectives' heads. Oishi and Kumagai had no idea that they were on the verge of losing their very lives. The snipers' rifles had their safeties on, but a flick of their thumbs would release them. In other words, they were ready to shoot if given an order. The detectives found a fenced-in machinery right behind the parked van. There was a sign there saying that it was the property of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation, and another sign warning people to keep away. Hello, good evening. Sorry, but could you step back? We're in the middle of maintenance operation. There were 4 men working there, wearing blue overalls. They had a toolbox open and were working on some wires. Sorry to interrupt. We're from the police. We were wondering what you guys were doing, since it's pretty strange to see a van parked out here. Good evening, officers. We're almost finished here. Who are you guys? You're not from the NTT, are you? Oh, we're not, no. We're from the Okanogi Electrics. Huh? Oh, sorry, I'm out of business cards. Okanogi Electrics? Where's your office located? Well, it's in Okinomiya. Could you give me the phone number and address of your office? Why do you want to know? You forgot the telephone number? Oishi looked at them with a piercing glare. Their response was very suspicious. Usually the vehicle of the electric company is full of various types of electrical equipment and repair tools. However, the van parked there had nothing inside and it looked like an ordinary car. Also, a company vehicle usually has the name of the company painted on it, but this one was just a plain van with no markings on it. None of that was the reason that Oishi found them suspicious, though. It was their attitude that bothered him. They didn't sound nor look like typical contractors. They were obviously not electricians. It was far too late in the day, and there were far too many of them. They were also clearly suspicious of Oishi. However, that was all he could tell by just looking around. He found them suspicious, but had no idea what they were up to. One of the men told Oishi the phone number. Kumagai wrote down the number so he could ask the station to call and confirm it was real. We're not doing anything suspicious. You guys are very suspicious. Who are you? If you're really a contractor, you should have proof of that. But you don't have anything. Besides, everything about you seems off. Officer, please don't cause us any trouble. Just leave us alone. We need to finish up our job here. Judging from their progress, it didn't look like they'd be cleaning up anytime soon. In fact, it almost seemed like they were just getting started. It's pretty obvious that you're lying, son. You should have studied the role a little bit better if you wanted to pretend to be an electrician. Oishi raised his voice threateningly. The members of the Mountain Dogs gradually started to look more and more annoyed. Oishi looked over their expressions and gave them a big, wide grin. However, Oishi had no idea. He thought he could handle the suspicious people with no issues. Of course, in reality, they were horrific demons that he had no chance against. Meanwhile, Kumagai was heading back to the car. He was intending to contact the police department. He was going to call the station using the radio. Then, in turn, the police department would contact the NTT. That way, it would become clear who they were really dealing with. HQ to Nightingale 1. You have permission to fire. Nightingale 7, clear. Nightingale 8, clear. The sniper was still aiming at Kumagai's head as he headed back towards their car. The safety, that last line protecting Kumagai's life, was disengaged. The sniper put his finger on the trigger. He was wearing a glove with the fingertips cut out. The finger poking out through the hole was very rough and merciless. For as soon as he slightly moved that finger, he would take someone's life. Nightingale 1 to Sniper Team. All green. Kumagai heard a quiet noise. It was similar to the noise of a jump rope that he used to use up as a whip when he was little. And that was the last thought Kumagai had in this world. Kumagai collapsed onto the gravel. That was it. He didn't even twitch. Oishi was laying on his back on the concrete after getting shot in the chest. His lungs were filled with blood, which began to pour out of his mouth. Oishi only realized that he had been shot when the world began to blur before his eyes. As his world keeled over, he saw a man in a work uniform leveling a gun at him, but it didn't matter anymore as he started drowning in his own blood.
Now the world is officially doomed. This is Okinomiya Security. We've scanned the license plate number. Detective Oishi? Detective Oishi, please come in. Huh? Did we lose the signal or something? Detective Oishi, come in. He's not answering. Oishi's son wanted the plate number scanned? Whose car is it? It's just a villager's car. No one special. Who is it? It must be someone suspicious if Oishi-san is asking about them. It really seems like nobody out of the ordinary. No accidents, no tickets. He probably got pissed off after that car passed him or something. He can be a pretty stubborn guy sometimes. Man, they don't even think that it's suspicious that he's not answering the... This is Nightingale. Both targets eliminated. Resuming the mission. Roger. Be sure to dispose of their vehicle. Major Nightingale just terminated 2 officers. They're resuming their mission. Sweet dreams, Oishi-san. Too bad. He was getting so close to catching me. Can I get a cup of coffee? Absolutely. This is getting complicated. There are still several officers at R's house, and her friends are there as well. R must know that she's getting murdered tonight. Someone is leaking information. I think we should postpone the plan. We have to have her corpse by tomorrow. That's what's most convenient for the people in charge. We have to execute this mission tonight. The crucial part of this final mission was the death of Rika and what came after that. They couldn't just kill her whenever they wanted. Doing it at the right time was vital. Maybe she's panicking at the dog's excessive security? No, it's not that information is being leaked. She's predicting it. She knew that Tomitaka was going to die, and she even knew how my body was going to be found. She's the queen. She's the genuine heir to the blood of Oyashiro-sama. Her priestess, and the queen positioned for the top of Hinamizawa's supernatural phenomena. It's impossible to hide things from God. Assassinating Rika Furude won't be so easy. Alright, Rika-chan. Let's see which of us deserves to inherit the legend of Oyashiro-sama. Your death will be the final curse of Oyashiro-sama and will mark the finale of this legendary village. When that happens, my plan will become the real curse. I'm taking another bite. Oh. It was now past 8 p.m. Mion ordered some noodles for us. Her treat. We also ordered some food for the 4 officers, and we all ate together. We were supposed to call it a night as soon as we talked to Oishi, but he's still not here. However, we all took it easy, assuming that they'd get here sooner or later. It's getting late. Once you get to Hinamizawa, there aren't many places to get something to eat. I'm sure they're having a quick dinner before coming here. However, the 4 officers seem anxious. They all had families, but Oishi didn't tell them how late they'd have to be here. They're hoping that Oishi will bring other officers to relieve them so they can go home. They called the station, but all they said was that Oishi was on his way. And we should wait, because he'll be here soon.
That Oishi sure is late.
I'm sure he's stuck in traffic. It's still rush hour.
Those officers have been here since this afternoon, right? They must be tired by now.
I know. It sucks that they don't even know when they can go home. Should we patrol outside so we can get some rest? So they can get some rest? We can have Satoko set up some traps to prevent strangers from coming in here.
Good thinking, Shion-san. However, just think. This is our house. We already have several traps set up around this place.
Really?
We should be careful when we're around here.
With our stomachs full, the mood in the house returned to a lighthearted one. True, we shouldn't be so relaxed, but knowing that Oishi would be here shortly made us feel relieved. But he's so late. He said he'd be here in an hour. Neon mentioned he might have gotten stuck in traffic, but I'm sure Oishi was considering that. That's why he told me that he'd take him about an hour. It had been 1 hour since the time Oishi was supposed to get here. I want to believe that he's getting something to eat on the way, but I'm starting to get concerned. Oh, man, every time I'm like, okay, there's enough transitions going on, I can take a bite. Text shows up as soon as I take the bite. Oishi still hasn't shown up. It's almost 11 o'clock. The officers are completely exhausted. They had even started to smoke cigarettes outside. My friends are becoming tired too. Satoko is yawning. It's way past our bedtime. Everyone else is getting tired and sleepy. We've been spending our time watching TV and reading manga. I can feel my fears succumbing to sleepiness. Today is almost over. I'm going to survive the day I'm supposed to die. Does that mean that I escaped my deadly fate? No, I have to fight this endlessly from tomorrow on. I was going to discuss that with Oishi. Since he's not here, I don't know what to do from this point on. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the silence. Is that Oishi-san?
Hello? This is the Furude residence.
I'm sorry to call you this late. This is Komiyama calling from the Okinomiya Police Department. By any chance, is Detective Oishi there with you?
No. We've been waiting for him for a long time.
I see. We'll send out more officers, so will you tell the ones there to leave once their relief comes?
Okay, I'll do that. So, where is Oishi?
We got a call from him this evening saying he was heading there directly, so we thought he'd be with you already. The officers were supposed to return after Oishi arrived, but they haven't come back, so we were wondering what was going on. That's what I'd like to know, but arguing with the man on the phone wouldn't accomplish anything. I hung up and gave the message to the officers downstairs. It looks like everyone already heard our exchange on the phone.
Well, I wonder what's going on. He's way too late.
Maybe he ran into some important case that he had to take care of?
He would have called us if so. He told us that he was on his way. I think he'd call us if something was going on.
Was he attacked by Tokyo? No way! But if they're really as scary as Rika-chama told us, that might be possible. He probably had something to take care of. I bet he forgot to call us. Remember, he's a tough guy. No one can take him down that easily.
I do hope he gets here soon.
Satoko yawned. Everyone laughs, but some of them are trying not to yawn themselves. We can't stay up forever. We decided that we'd call it a night once the replacement officers arrived. I'm sure I've survived past the time I was supposed to die. That's probably because the police were protecting me. Perhaps both Takano and the mountain dogs are on my side, and they took care of the murderer. I don't know who's changing my fate. Maybe my fate hasn't changed, and I'm going to get killed soon anyway. I don't know if it's because of the police or because of the mountain dogs, but the only thing I know for sure is that I'm still alive. Soon, I heard the noise of someone walking on the gravel on the shrine grounds. One of my friends suggested that it might be Oishi, but I doubt it. I don't want to expect him and be disappointed when it's not. I'm starting to think like Hanya. Good evening, I'm Komiyama. I'm from the Okinomiya Police Department. It wasn't Oishi. 2 of his fellow detectives had arrived instead. They were going to stay downstairs and have 4 officers return home. They also told my friends to leave. We'll stay here to protect her, so please go home. Your families must be worried about you.
Thank you so much, everyone. The detectives are here, so I'm okay now.
Are you sure? We'll stay here tonight if you like.
I'm fine. Besides, I don't have any extra pajamas and blankets for you guys. See you tomorrow, then. We'll try and stay with you as much as we can from now on. How about we do club activities here after school? That would be wonderful. Yep. My floor might break with all these people here.
It might really break. Well, Rika-chama,
We're going home now, but be careful. Do not go outside in the dark under any circumstances.
I'll be careful. Alright, see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Am I really going to see them tomorrow? I have no clue. I've tried so many things over the past 100 years. I've done many things and I have memories of most of them. That's why I feel so scared on the day that I die. It's the only day I have no memory of. I don't even know if I'm approaching or escaping my death right now. All I know is that this fear is going to continue until I find some kind of solution. As I started getting ready for bed, Satoko suggested that I should sleep in my regular clothes rather than in my pajamas. She was thinking that I should remain dressed just in case someone tries to attack me in my sleep. It sounded ridiculous, but she was just trying to be considerate. I decided to do what she told me to do. Satoko seemed so sleepy until a few minutes ago, but she suddenly started passionately explaining to me all the traps that she set on the shrine grounds. She assured me that strangers would end up trapped if they tried to sneak inside this building. To someone else, it might sound like she was just trying to brag, but Satoko was trying to make me feel better. After everyone else left, I noticed how scared I looked. Satoko's kindness and everyone else's kindness. I felt like it was the right decision for me to talk to my friends, even if it won't end up changing my fate.
Rika.
Hanyu showed up again. She looked upset, but she was probably still thinking that I could get killed at any minute. But I'm actually starting to feel a little better. I might get killed tomorrow, but I feel like I can rest safely, at least tonight. I'm more concerned about the fact that Oishi didn't show up. Still, even if he didn't, the other detectives are here, and will stay on guard downstairs without sleeping. As long as they're here, I think I'll be safe tonight. What's wrong? Are you hungry? I didn't eat anything sweet today. Do you want me to drink some juice? Hanyu would usually cheer right up when I started drinking some juice, but not this time. Her face looked pale, as if she wasn't even alive. Something out of the ordinary had clearly happened. What's wrong?
It's almost time.
That sounded far more like a declaration than a prediction. Even Hanyu doesn't have any memories of my death. There's no way she could tell when I will be killed. However, she sounded so certain just now. Perhaps we can feel it in the very cells of our body. Our bodies understand fate far better than we do. Up until now, I felt reassured that we could get through that somehow if we were all together. But as I clung to that life preserver with the whole leaking air, I was starting to drown in a sea of despair and struggling to keep my head above water. No, I can't let myself feel that way. I have to believe.
It's okay, Hanyu.
I'm going to fight. Even if I get killed tomorrow, I'm not going to die tonight. Hanyu just gave me a look of faint sadness. Also, I spaced it, but I apologize for clearing my throat there. That silence took me to my pitiful hope was... The silence that told me that my pitiful hope was going to push me down into futile reality. I stared at Satoko as she continued to brag about her traps. If I'm getting killed shortly, Satoko won't be safe either. I quickly interrupted her talk about traps. Is it gonna do it? Yep. The time was 1 in the morning. As it's hardly a big city, 1 a.m. in Hinamizawa is the middle of the night. The darkness here gets very deep. There was light leaking outside from the first floor where 2 detectives sat on the ground, but everything else was pitch black. Even the moonlight seemed indistant. It's time. 2 detectives are downstairs. It's been more than an hour since the light above went out above them, waiting orders to begin the attack. What a beautiful night. You have permission to engage. Should we terminate the detectives? Yes. Everyone in the Furude Shrine will be demoned away tonight. It's better that way. HQ to Phoenix. Commence the mission. Terminate the 2 detectives. You do not have permission to fire. I repeat, you do not have permission to fire your weapons. HQ to Nightingale. Phoenix has commenced the mission. Shut down the phone lines. Roger. We're shutting them down. They had been working to disable the phone lines, just in case their target tried to contact the police during the attack. That mission was what Oishi happened to bump into. Let's begin. Phoenix 1 to all units. Be prepared when you enter. Terminate the 2 detectives on the first floor, and the one
companion on the second. Do not leave any evidence. Do not fire your weapons or use any gas. Use your tasers. Remember, they have guns. Do not let them fire. Come on, don't embarrass me, Okonogi. I'm just doing my job. Phoenix 7 and 8, advance forward. Backup team, secure the perimeter. Roger, we're heading into now. The two men in uniform slowly approached the building. The Mountain Dog's uniform is gray, so it didn't blend in with the surroundings at all. However, it doesn't look as suspicious as real camouflage suits. Of course, they looked suspicious enough creeping up to the house like that anyway. They could both see light leaking through the door and hear the voices of the detectives. Mika would typically use the sliding door to get inside. The door was locked, but the Mountain Dogs had obtained a spare key a long time ago. They put the key in the keyhole, but it wouldn't go in smoothly. They were certain that it would make some kind of noise when they turned it. The detectives would notice them the minute they did that. They'd have to rush inside and defeat them in one swift burst. Phoenixes 7 and 8 glanced at each other. This is Phoenix 7. We've arrived at the target location, waiting for your command.
Takano here. Make it nice and clean. Go ahead.
Roger. We're breaking in.
Clack, clack.
He turned the key in a hurry and opened the lock. By the time the detectives turned around, the door was already open and the two Mountain Dogs had stepped inside. They had aimed their weapons at the detectives while the latter were still turning around. In a fight like this, the first 2 seconds are the most crucial moments. The detectives collapsed, making minimal noise. There were needles stuck in their body, and those needles were connected via wires to the attackers' guns. In other words, the weapons those two had weren't ordinary guns. They were stun guns in the shape of firearms. Instead of bullets, they shoot out electric needles that electrocute their victims into unconsciousness. Normally, they would be non-lethal weapons that allowed the shooter to capture their victim without harming them much, but their tasers had been modified. The two dogs started walking up the stairs as soon as they confirmed that the detectives were no longer breathing. But in the next moment, they heard a loud noise above them. This is Phoenix 10. R and her companion have noticed us. They just jumped out of the second floor window. They're running into the forest. Attention! Phoenix 4 and 5. They're heading your way. Capture them. Roger, let's go. Phoenix 4 spotted the two girls and started after them, but he suddenly stepped on something hard. Pow, 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 pow. With a cheap-sounding explosion, the area was filled with smoke. That was the trap Satoko had set using firecrackers. That had proven to be a very fortunate idea. The Mountain Dogs dropped to the ground, assuming that they were under fire. That gave Rika and Satoko a chance to escape.
Who are they? Are they the organization from Tokyo that you were talking about? I think so. Just run. We're dead if they catch us. What is going on? What was that noise?
This is Phoenix 5. Someone is shooting at us. R has escaped. We'll continue the pursuit. Shit, they were just some firecrackers. Damn it.
That must be Satoko-chan's handiwork. She's pretty good.
What? Hurry up! Don't let them escape inside someone else's house. This is Phoenix 18. I've spotted the target. What word did I say? I need some backup. They know this area very well. If we don't get them now, we'll definitely lose them. This wasn't a game of hide and seek. It was a game of tag. Several men in uniform were chasing after Rika and Satoko. They weren't idiots, so they didn't waste energy on the futile act of shouting "wait." This was a quiet, deadly game of tag in the middle of the night.
Where are we going? Let's split up and try and shake them off. We'll meet at Mia's house. Her basement will be safe and we can contact the police from there.
Satoko had no idea that Mion had a basement in her house, but she didn't have time to ask anything about it under her current circumstances. All she did was nod. Oh no! Bang! The next moment, I felt my left foot catch on something and I fell to the ground. I must have tripped on a rock or a piece of concrete.
Rika! Get out of here, Satoko! You'll be killed!
But Satoko wouldn't move on without me. She came back to lend me a hand. I stood up without her help, but this cost us too much time. One of the men had almost caught up with us. I didn't know what to do, but Satoko, upon seeing him, quickly reacted. Satoko ran towards him and kicked him with all her might. Her foot had landed right in his face. I wish I had a camera. But there were two more of them right behind the first man. I can see them clearly now. They're the gardeners from the landscape company. They're wearing the same uniform as Okonogi is always wearing. They must be the Mountain Dogs. Now I'm certain that Takano was the culprit.
And now that I know that, I can do something about it in the next world. But if I die now, will I lose my memory again? I can't die now. I need to survive so I can keep my memories. Satoko took something out of her pockets and threw it at them. It was something like sand and it blinded them. She used pocket sand! However, even that can only buy us a few seconds. Satoko tried to run, but she froze as soon as they aimed their weapons at us. Their stun guns were only shaped like firearms. Satoko, not knowing that, thought they were real guns. Knowing that she'll be shot if she turned and ran, Satoko tried to attack them instead. Of course, there were 3 of them. Most would think it's impossible to drive them off, but Satoko didn't think about that. She had a 100% chance of dying if she tried to run, then she might as well fight back, because she might have a 1% chance of defeating them. Satoko was determined to save me, even at her own expense. But I can't stay in this world if it means losing Satoko. I'm dying anyway. I'd rather die for Satoko's sake than lose her. But another me was shouting in my mind. If I don't survive this, I'll lose this memory. If I die without keeping this memory, this life and everything I've learned will all be wasted. Should I escape and leave Satoko behind? That's right. I should use this experience to my advantage in the next life. I should just let go of her in this world.
No way. That would really make me a witch.
But I know in my heart, there's no way I can win against these guys. I'm sure their backup will be here, and if we take our time to fight them, I should fight them for her. Or should I fight them for her, or should I leave so I can confront my true enemy? A. Leave Satoko and keep my memories. B. Save Satoko and lose my memories. Satoko! Satoko's bravery gives me courage. If I left her, I'd lose my motivation to defeat fate. I don't care if I lose my memories. It only took 100 years for me to get this information. I don't care if I have to spend another 100 years in the same June. I can't leave Satoko.
Satoko, I'm fighting too! I told you to go!
I had noticed something. They're only aiming at Satoko. There must be a reason why they can't shoot me. So I stood in front of Satoko to protect her. Just as I expected, they put their guns down, prepared to take us out without weapons.
You guys are the mountain dogs, so Takano's behind this? Yeah, I'm so stupid. I know who you are, but I choose not to run. I'm not going to run, even if you're going to kill me now. Someone told me that fate can be destroyed as easily as a piece of paper.
They must think that this is my final speech. They let me talk until I was finished.
You people are pathetic. That's why you will never kill me.
The next moment, one of them dropped to the ground. Keiichi had run towards him and kicked him from behind. Keiichi had kicked him right in the small of his back, and the dog was squirming on the ground. The other 2 tried to retaliate, but they were too late. Mion grabbed one of the guy's arms from behind and flipped him down on the ground. It must be some kind of martial art. I've seen something like that in an action movie before. Vena tried to push the remaining dog down with all her strength, but that wasn't enough to take him out. He tried to aim his gun at Vena, but she had already done what she was supposed to. All she needed to do was get his attention. Shion had snuck up behind him and she fired her stun gun into his neck. The stun gun made a snapping noise and the dog fell to the ground with the rest of his friends. Wow! Kasai told me this was illegally modified. It works pretty well. Shion, hit this guy too. Are you guys okay? That was close. You ran so fast it took us a lot of time to catch up.
I'm really glad we stuck around. We were waiting out here in case something happened. You mean you stayed out here without going back home? Yep. I saw someone who looked suspicious staring at the shrine when we were leaving.
I'm really surprised you saw him in the darkness. Neither lies nor camouflage works on you, huh? So, figuring he would leave if they spoke to him, he secretly staked out that suspicious man. They'd started following us as soon as they heard a sound of firecrackers.
I never expected I'd be saved like this.
We can't stay here any longer. What should we do now?
We were trying to get to Mion-san's house. You have a basement there, apparently.
The underground storehouse. It's a perfect spot. We've also got some weapons inside there. Shh! Don't say that out loud. Anyway, I think that's a good idea. There's several secret passages in there, so we can get the drop on them.
Come on, let's go. They're still after us.
A white van was approaching us at high speed. It obviously belongs to the mountain dogs. The van stopped not far from us, and more people in the uniform jumped out. There were at least 6 of them. If we all run, the slowest runner might get caught, so we should take them down while we can. I don't know if they have a license, but Mion and Shion know how to drive a car. We can take the van and get away from here. There's 6 of them. That's perfect. Let's beat them unconscious and steal their van.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Let's go get them! The mountain dogs were ready to chase us. They had no idea that we would try and attack them instead. Vena is always the first one to make a move in this kind of situation. She gets so determined once a decision is made. She immediately singled out one dog and punched him in the nose. Another one tried to grab her from behind, but Keiichi kicked him in the side as hard as he could. Hey, Rena, watch your back.
I'll leave that to you, Keiichi-kun. Please look after me.
I'm kind of curious on what you were like back in Ibaraki. You sure don't hesitate to punch people. And you don't hesitate to zap people with an illegal stun gun. Given that Shion had a stun gun, the mountain dogs were reluctant to go after her. They were scared of the very dangerous weapon she had in her hand. But thanks to that, Shion had stopped one of them for certain. It was fortunate for us that they didn't have any guns on their own. They had no way of countering Shion's stun gun. Satoko attacked them from behind. She encircled his neck with a jump rope and pulled. Shion followed up, quickly hitting him with her stun gun. What was I doing during all that? The only thing I can do is run around and try to get their attention. They're pursuing me, after all. They want to catch me more than anything else. But that leaves them open to attacks from my friends. Keiichi had already hit one trying to grab me. I think we have a chance here. We might not be able to take all of them down, but we can try and find a chance to escape their vehicle. With what Rika-san said, I thought these guys would be really strong, but they're not that bad.
That's just how strong we club members are.
Not being afraid is probably the secret to strength. Sis's club activities are practically training to rid you of your hesitation. If we all fight together, we can win this 6-on-6 battle. If any of us wasn't here, they'd beat us easily. We'd end up dead. If my friends hadn't stayed behind, I would have been killed by now. We can do it. We can make it! The dogs Shion took down with her stun gun were starting to wake up. The ones that we'd knocked out earlier were also up and chasing us again. We have to get out of here. This isn't the time for me to just be running around.
Fine. Let's see what I can do. Rika!
Hanyu, I know you still can't believe in hope. Just like always. Stay there and see what my stubbornness can do. I'm going to change this fate. I'm going to do it right here. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Alright, everyone. We're going to finish this right now. Take down whoever's in front of you. Then we're going to grab their car and get out of here.
Yes, I'm going to do this.
You go, Rika-chan. Alright, let's go! On Keiichi's signal, we attacked 6 of the mountain dogs in unison. That is not a good sign. Time gradually slowed down. I truly felt like I was trying to overcome that impossible wall of time and change my fate. However, time continued to slow even further, until it stopped. What's going on? I felt like the film reel of a movie had gotten hung up partway through, like time itself has come to a standstill. Hanyu, what's this all about?
The time has come.
What? Why? Wearing a sad expression, Hanyu pointed at Keiichi. I finally noticed something. All of my friends had noticed already, except for Keiichi.
Keiichi, what's that floating in front of your chest?
What do you mean? Huh? What is this? Time had stopped, just when Keiichi was about to hit his opponent. Then he realized that something was floating in front of his heart. It was a metallic silver cone. That was the first thing I could think of. No, Kei-chan! What the hell is this? Is this a bullet? That's exactly what it was. The bullet had stopped about 15 centimeters away from Keiichi's chest, just before it would enter his body. That's right. Once time starts moving again, it'll slam into his chest. In other words, it's too late. Keiichi will immediately die when time starts up again.
Who shot it? Those 6 guys didn't have any guns. Look, over there, by the van.
Satoko couldn't point at the van. Time had completely stopped after all. We could see another person standing near the van. There had actually been 7 people inside, not 6. That 7th person was the one who fired the bullet. We hadn't seen her at all. That person is someone we all know very well. Yes, it's Takano.
It's Takano-san. She shot the gun? She shot Keiichi-kun?
In the frozen world, Takano was smiling, still aiming her gun at Keiichi. Takano had been watching us from this van this whole time. She came out and fired her gun, knowing that we hadn't seen her at all. I see. I get it now. So Takano-san was the bad guy all along. What are we gonna do? Kei-chan! Can't you try and twist your body to avoid the bullet? Don't be stupid. Time has totally stopped. I can't move at all. Then try moving right as soon as time starts moving again. That might make a difference. Everyone was desperate to save Keiichi. However, no matter how hard we thought, we couldn't come up with any ideas to save him from the bullet. We were so desperate that Keiichi started to laugh. I really don't know what's going on, but there's nothing that can be done. I'm dead the minute time starts moving again. Even if I don't die, I won't be of any help to you guys anymore. So listen, just give up on me. You only need to think about taking these guys down, getting inside of the van.
Never. You can't die. I don't want to lose you. Hanyu, are you telling me that this is my fate? Are you saying that there's no way to overcome this? It's okay, Rika. You will remember this. You won't.
No! No! Kei-chan is not going to die!
Stop it, Mita. Let's concentrate on taking them down. I'm sure Keiichi wouldn't want us spending time turning back on him as he falls.
That's exactly how I feel, Rena. Guys, take care of Rika-chan. Get out of here and contact Coach. They probably killed Oishi-san. That's why he never showed up. Listen, promise you'll all survive. Promise me.
Keiichi!
Rika-chan, I'm sorry. I'm the one who told you that we should change destiny. But I'm going to have to retire now. Sounded just like Takano's regular laughter, but it was the scariest noise I'd ever heard. Are you ready to let go of your life now?
Takano-san, we haven't lost just yet.
Done watching your life flash before your eyes? The silence suddenly ended, and the clamor of reality returned. An explosive sound then hit Keiichi straight in the chest. Oh no! That's a different version of you! I watched Keiichi collapse right in front of me. He fell down on his back while blood splattered everywhere. And after that, he stopped moving. And I got chills. There's no way any of us weren't shocked by that. We tried to take down the foes in front of us, but more came from behind. We tried to struggle as best we could, but there was no way we could win against all these adults. I did my best to fight them off, but they pulled my hair and picked me up as if I weighed nothing. I heard everyone's desperate screams of resistance. The comforting and courageous unity we showed right before Keiichi was shot shattered like glass. The debris of that glass lay sadly on the ground. Takano's annoying laughter was still echoing inside our ears. Takano the HQ. I've taken care of it. I need what I told you before. I also need someone to clean up the bodies. Send me 5 bags and some water to clean up the area. Understand? She needs 5 bags? My body froze up, but time did not. Oh gosh. The chills! Takano, laughing, pointed her gun at Mion's head. Hey, Are you kidding me? I've always wanted to see the tattoo on your back. I'm going to take a peek at it later. Sure, have a look if you want. It's nothing special. Oh? You don't think I'll find it interesting?
Stop! Don't shoot her!
Takano shook her head in response to Rena's scream. I have to kill her. She's the leader of your club, so she has to go first. No, stop! Pow. There was a dull noise, followed by Mion's body twitching. We all tried to break free from the men restraining us as Takano calmly shot Mion. However, they were too strong and all we could do was squirm like insects. Takano was enjoying watching us struggle. She then stepped towards Satoko, but Shion started screaming curses at her. My. You want to be shot before her? You could have stayed alive a few more seconds if you were nice and quiet.
Stop it, Shion-chan! Don't agitate her like that!
I know why she's doing that. Shion wants to protect Satoko for as long as she can. She's trying to do what Shion told her to do. Takano didn't care one whit for Shion's feelings. Stepping over Keiichi's body, she approached Shion. I get it now. You killed Satoshi-kun, didn't you? Isn't that the truth? Sorry, I don't like giving out secrets, so I'm not telling. Shion's body twitched. That had followed a dull sound of another gunshot. Just 2 dull sounds had stolen away the lively Sonozaki sisters. It didn't add up. I started shaking from fear when it hit me just how easily Takano can take away lives.
Is it that amusing for you to take away innocent lives? You monster!
Oh, so you want to die next? You were going to be the last one if you stayed quiet. Keiichi, Mion, and Shion died. The oldest one of us left was Rena. Rena didn't want to see Satoko and me die before she did.
So you were the culprit behind the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Do you think you're Yashiro-sama's proxy or something?
I'm not a proxy. I'm handing out divine punishment. It's too bad that you're not going to see it. Soon enough, Yashiro-sama's wrath is going to destroy the whole village. But I'm the one who's going to make that happen. It's my curse. Yes, I'm going to become Oyashiro-sama. I'm going to become something more than human. You'll never understand how I feel. You'll never understand how wonderful it is to become a god.
I don't think that's possible. No matter how much you try to become Oyashiro-sama, it won't work. It's just a game for you. You will never become Oyashiro-sama.
I will. The process has already begun. Rena laughed at her. Takano seemed very upset to hear that laugh. What's so funny?
It's impossible. Because Oyashiro-sama is already here.
Those were Rena's last words. Well, it's your turn now, Satoko-chan. I don't really care if you live or die, but you're a living research sample. Tokyo has a bounty on capturing you alive. But it's not very much. My share would run out with just a trip to Europe. If I capture you alive, nothing good will happen to you anyway. They'll probably open up your skull and probe through your brain while you're still alive. Besides, I was your friend. I think it would be kinder to shoot you dead right here. Which would you prefer?
I can't decide that.
Satoko shouted back at her, her eyes full of tears. Let's do a quiz then. Which one is green? Broccoli or... Which is green, broccoli or cauliflower?
Let's call it... No, it's broccoli.
Ow. As soon as I heard that same dull sound, Satoko stopped moving. Takano smiled and said, "Good girl," to what used to be Satoko. This is really such a lovely and beautiful night. Don't you agree?
So, you're gonna kill me too?
Yes, I will kill you. The corpse of the Queen Carrier is the key to this mission.
You're going to become an ugly political tool far away from Tokyo, and then the legend of Onigafuchi will finally come to an end.
I know how you're planning to kill me.
Oh, you do? Let's hear it. I'm not going to say it, but I know. It's Watanagashi. She wants to do the real Watanagashi using my body. I'm sure she's planning to cut open my stomach and pull out my guts. To do that, she'll make me inhale some chemical to put me to sleep. I vaguely remember that part. I guess you already know. Good night, Rika-chan. One of the dogs approached me with a handkerchief soaked in chemical substance.
Wait a minute, Takano.
Everyone's dead, but you're begging for your life?
That's not it. If you're going to kill me, do it without putting me to sleep.
Takano hadn't expected to hear that. Still, even though she was surprised, she nodded with a slight smile. Hanyu was also surprised to hear that. It would obviously be a terrible way to die. What are you thinking? Wouldn't you prefer an easy and painless death? You know it's going to be horrible, right? I'm going to cut open your stomach while you're still alive.
I don't want to forget about it.
Yes, I'm doing this so I'll remember. I'm not going to forget about it.
The picture of you cutting open my stomach will be forever burned into my soul. I'm never going to forget that. Next time I see you, I'll remember that you did this to me.
What are you cooking up in your little head? I guess you're smarter than the other kids. At least you'd get the chance to scream for your life. I'm not going to let you do that, though. They forced something other than the handkerchief inside my mouth. It was a gag. With that in, I couldn't close my mouth, leading the saliva to start overflowing. Soon, another van arrived. More mountain dogs came out of it. They had probably come to get rid of the bodies. They grabbed the corpses of my friends and stuffed them into body bags. After that, they sprayed a bunch of water on the ground to clean up the blood. They asked Takano how many shots she fired, and she started looking around for the bullets. They were erasing all the evidence. By the time the night was over, there'd be no more proof left. They pulled my hands behind my back and bound them into handcuffs. My ankles were tied up too. They also tied up my ankles and wrists together. My body was bent like a shrimp, so I was no longer able to walk. My mouth was covered, so I couldn't even talk. I couldn't move, talk, or express myself in any other way. They had taken away everything that made me human. Therefore, I wasn't human anymore. I was just a toy named Rika Furude, a toy to give Takano joy. The car started moving. It seemed like we were going back the way we came, but I didn't care anymore. As the time of my death approached, some of my forgotten memories came back to me. That's right. I was killed like this so many times. Every time I repeated my life, Takano got pleasure out of killing me. Some boy rubbed my head, probably somebody, but you know, it's some boy now. Were they trying to comfort me? I shook my head to try to refuse. They laughed at me as I did so.
Rika? Rika?
Hanyu showed up. She couldn't hold back her devastated tears.
Again. It didn't work. It didn't work again. Again.
When I saw Hanyu's painful tears, I was convinced. I was wrong. Hanyu was not just a bystander. She's just too scared to face reality because she can't stand the pain anymore. Hanyu wants a happy future too, but her hopes were betrayed countless times and she was hurt far too much. For some reason, seeing her sorrowful expression calmed me down. Perhaps Hanyu was crying in my place.
It's okay, Hanyu. We did what we could. We worked very hard. We were getting so close to changing our fate for real. It still didn't work out. But for some reason, I feel satisfied. I've never fought this hard in my life. I've never learned so many things. Because I can repeat my life endlessly, I've been taking each one for granted. But everyone else is taking their life seriously. I wasn't learning anything because I wasn't doing that. But I finally understand. I learned something from this life, and I put all my effort into it. So, I'm sad that I didn't make it. But I feel satisfied that I'm just the same. It's just a strange kind of satisfaction. I wonder how many of these memories I can keep. I get the sense that I'm going to lose my memory of this evening. If that's the case,
I'll lose my memory of seeing Takano's face. I finally found out that Takano is the mastermind. Am I going to repeat the same world again, not knowing the truth? She killed my friends as if she were merely killing some bugs. I don't want to forget that. No matter how hard my death will be, I need to remember Takano's face. Hanyu, I'm not going to give up. I don't care if I can't recall this memory. I'll continue to live my life. I don't care if I can only live in this June, and that eventually I'll be able to go back to the night of Watanagashi. If that's my life, so be it.
I'm not going to forget either. If you don't remember, I'll tell you the truth.
Hanyu, I knew it. You acted like an unfeeling bystander, but that's because you were afraid of the pain.
I also want to have a happy future with everyone.
Hanyu started to cry like a baby. She's so stupid. She decided to abandon hope because she didn't want to deal with the sadness that she always felt on this night. But she ended up hurt and devastated anyway. Hanyu, are you happy that this world is ending just like you predicted? I decided not to ask her such an unpleasant question. The car stopped. The two men pulled me out of this vehicle. We had returned to the Furude Shrine. There were several men waiting in front of the offertory box. Nearby there were countless sharp knives laid out on the ground. They were going to cut open my stomach with those tools and pull out my intestines. They took off all my clothes. They left the gag inside my mouth and the handcuffs around my wrists. I wasn't embarrassed to be naked in front of them. Rather, I was just furious that Takano was getting joy out of doing this to me. Don't forget this humiliation. The pain I'm about to experience should be carved into my soul forever. I really hope it doesn't describe the thing that's happening. I'm not going to forget this. Everyone worked together and we finally revealed who was behind it all. If I forget this, my friend's efforts and death will have been in vain. I need to stay alive as long as I can so that way I'll remember the pain. Hanyu, don't look away. You have to watch. Remember this forever.
Hello. Is this really the only way I can help you? Is this all I can do because I can't touch or talk to anyone?
That's good enough. If you continue to stare at me, I can endure this pain. Hanyu nodded and sat right next to me while continuing to cry. We then looked up at the night sky together. The moon was shining brightly, as if it's taking pity upon me. We also looked at the faces of my murderers. That beautiful moon was gradually stained red. It's getting cold. It's so painful. I'm consumed with the fear of not being able to do anything about this. But Hanyu is right next to me. That gives me comfort. It's not just Hanyu either. Everyone is here with me. Everyone is there, watching me, so I can stand this torture. That's why it wasn't painful. I didn't struggle. Didn't care about Takano's crazy laughter. This is such a wonderful world. We didn't overcome fate, but I have no regrets. Of course, I'm still sad. I'm disappointed. My future was right in front of my eyes. My hand could almost reach it. Even so, we did what we could. I have to be proud of myself. Keiichi voiced his disagreement. He still felt like he could have done more. We were almost there. We almost defeated this fate. We didn't win, but not because our enemies were strong. We didn't win because we didn't try hard enough.
But all of you worked so hard together. I was watching. I saw the whole thing.
But it wasn't enough. If we had a strong will enough to overcome this fate, we should have created a miracle.
That's right. A miracle will happen if everyone believes in it.
Satoko, Rika-chama, and everyone else worked so hard.
I'm sorry, Rika. You were brave enough to ask us for help, but it couldn't save you.
Satoko held my shoulder and cried. That's true. Everyone worked so hard, but it still didn't work out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Going to die again, but I've never felt so good about it. I've learned so many things in this world.
Rika-chan, I know why the miracle didn't happen in this world.
Nana smoked gently, but she wasn't smiling at all.
Hey, did everyone really believe that we could create a miracle? If you're hoping for a future but not everyone believes in it, then a miracle won't happen.
What are you saying, Nana? We were united. No one had doubts that we could overcome this fate. Right, Mion? Yeah, he's right, Nana. Everyone thought we could overcome it. Everyone believed that we could.
That's quite true. Even Rika believed in it. She finally believed that with our help, she could change destiny. I believe in it too, but I think there was someone who didn't believe. Who was that?
What? Who can it be?
Hey, you.
Nana turned to Hanyu and asked her a question.
Did you believe? Did you believe that we could overcome this future? Well. Even if you can't talk to us or touch us, you can still believe. If you believed in us, the miracle would have happened. Would something really have changed if I believed? A powerless existence. I can't do anything. All I can do is watch and accept. You're saying that I could have made a miracle happen just by believing?
Yeah, you could have. Keiji stated it clearly. He wasn't trying to blame her. He was just stating the truth.
That's right. There were 6 of us. There were 7 of them. If you'd believed along us, we would have numbered 7 souls. The miracle could have happened. You don't make miracles happen by touching something or saying something. You make them happen by believing. Well.
Hanyu had realized that this ending wasn't caused by fate. It was because she didn't believe. In other words, this happened because she was so weak as to accept fate. She started crying again.
We don't even know your name, but you still needed to be brave enough to fight this fear and pain. You needed to have the courage to defeat fate. If you'd believed, we'd be moving on to the bright future. If your refusal to believe in it is the sole reason we couldn't reach it, then the responsibility is yours.
It was hard to believe Rena could say something so harsh. Her words were piercing Hanyu's heart, but those words were necessary for me and her. Only faith can create a miracle. That sounds like something you might hear in a fairy tale. It's not easy to put it into action. People suspect others. They don't trust others. It's easier to not have hope. It's so difficult to believe. That's why faith can make miracles happen.
Don't you realize that I can't even touch people? Don't you realize that I can't even speak to them? You still think I can make a miracle happen just by believing in something? Listen, you're talking to me right now. I've never talked to you before, but I always knew you were there. I was always thinking about how I could communicate with you. I always knew you were watching when we were having fun hanging out together. But even if I want to be involved, you guys can't see me or hear my voice. You'll think that I'm a monster or something. I don't want people to think of me as a monster.
We'd never think of you that way. If you're with us, you're our friend.
Yeah, we wouldn't call our friend a monster.
It's your heart that determines whether you're a monster or not, right, Shion? Indeed. I guess I'm more like a monster in that sense.
You won't call me a monster even if I have horns on my head? He won't call you that just because of the way you look. You're actually cute, you know?
Watch out for Rena. She might try and take you home. I realized that when I was standing with everybody, looking down at my own body, I see. I'm finally dead. I looked at my bloody body by my feet. It upset me that Takano was still enjoying the torture, but the body that remained was nothing but a shell. Are you okay, Rika-chan?
Yep. Don't you think it's a bit strange to ask that question to a dead person?
Everyone smiled wryly. It's my first time feeling so much love and death. Everyone is already dead. That's why I feel so happy to be dead, to join them. Suddenly the world got darker and my body started to sink downwards. Man, I need a plushie. I could feel myself disappearing.
I still have the sensation of my friend's hands on mine. Let's go. Everyone. Yeah, let's go. Welcome back, Bailey. Yes, everybody is dead. You're also one of us. Come on, stop crying, and let's go. My vision had gone dark, but somehow I could still see. Vena offered her hand to Hanyu, and Hanyu slowly took it. Hanyu, I don't know what sad experiences you had before we met, but I'm sure my friends will accept you.
Oh, well. Is it still going to be fun if I'm involved? Are you sure they'll accept me?
Yes. Now, so come along with us. Nana touched Hanyu's hand. It felt like everyone else laid their hands on top too. If only they had hands to do so. Let's go, Hanyu. Let's accept this sorrow, so we can embrace joy as well. Believe in the bright future that's waiting for us. The miracle will happen. We will obtain it. Okay? This ending in the next timeline is always stuck with me. Yes, Hanyu said with a definite nod. It's like the sound of the gunshots were like slowly tearing at me. But then when she asked what color the broccoli is, it was just like punch. What's outside of the well? Is something worth fighting for? What's outside of the well? Is it something worth getting hurt for? What's outside of the well? I'm going to fight and get hurt in order to find that out. I'm sure what's waiting is a beautiful world, even if I get to the bottom of the well again. The key to the new world is my willingness to get out of here. Even if I can get out or not, I will eventually get to the new world. Higurashi, When They Cry. Chapter 7, Minagoroshi. Oh, I feel like this is this the first time we've had the credits be like this? Huh. But just, and then like the different version of you, and it's just like, ah! So, we'll probably have enough time to at least start the next one. We'll go through the different little like side things that it'll inevitably unlock with this. I need another plushie near my desk. Wouldn't know visually, yeah. I usually just listen, yeah. But yeah, I'm hugging my little, like a little Kingdom Hearts shadow plush that's posable. So if you hear like a creak, it's kind of quiet. Yeah, this creak. that's its joints. I'm just waiting through these credits. Makes me want to watch the original anime, right? Funny thing is, when I was looking into the stuff for the visual novels, there's like a few of them that aren't on Steam. They're like visual novel specific chapters. So like I don't know if those will show up eventually. Or if they're just like, oh, it's not part of the main story, so we're not even gonna bother translating it. But if they do release, I'm playing them. Emergency Manual 1. If the existence of the terminal patient, L5, is confirmed, the Institute Director must resolve the situation before the L5 begins engaging in antisocial behavior. However, they must ensure that the secret remains hidden. To that end, the Director must also request assistance from the Secrecy Preservation Unit. As for the Secrecy Preservation Unit, they may request permission to fire from the Institute Director if necessary. All efforts should be made to secure the L5 subject is alive, but if that proves obstructive to maintaining secrecy, their life may be forfeit. At all times, maintaining secrecy and providing exposure will be the highest priority.
However, preserving secrecy will take priority over preventing exposure. Emergency Manual Appendix for FAQ. Brain, that is a 9? Question. Can Emergency Manual 34 be administered if an outbreak of L5 occurs, putting matters beyond the control of the Secrecy Preservation Unit? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for determining what constitutes an out-of-control situation? Answer. Yes. Question. If the incident? If the accident occurs and has a hazardous material, the H170 series, is exposed to the public, can Emergency Manual 34 be administered? Answer. Yes. Question. If the incident... I did it again! The accident has occurred and the nature of the Institute is revealed to the public. The Secrecy Preservation Unit will take steps to resolve the situation. However, if this information is spread too widely, can Emergency Manual 34 still be administered? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for making that decision? Yes. The decision to execute Emergency Manual 34 must be carefully deliberated over and sanctioned by an official. However, in the case of an emergency, does the Institute Director have this right to make the final decision? The execution of Emergency Manual 34 must be sanctioned by an official at all times. However, the Institute Director may petition the urgency of its use to an official. Emergency Manual 34. Reproduction or removal of this document is prohibited. This manual may only be read with the appropriate permissions. This manual will only apply upon approval by the highest authority. Nothing short of official authorization shall count as approval. Furthermore, those authorized to apply this manual must make their decision as soon as possible when it's required. If the situation threatens to spiral out of control, the official assumes that this is the case. The ID Institute must make the final decision to preserve the secret and prevent its detection by others. The following is an outline of how to execute that final resolution. Terminate all patients above L2. Destroy all evidence inside the Institute. Conceal the fact that this manual was administered. The contents of this manual must be executed by the Institute Director within 48 hours of the incident. If the Director is not available, the Chief Officer must execute it in his place. The Institute Director may demand support from the Chief Officer in executing this manual. If this manual is expected to be executed, the Chief Officer may issue the preliminary orders. The final resolution must be executed in the following steps. Disguise the incident as a natural gas disaster, and quarantine that area. The quarantine unit must disguise themselves as police officers and isolate the Hinamizawa region from the outside world. The official explanation must be that there is a gas disaster within the village. The equipment for the operation will be stored at the vacant lot, where Yagoichi Quarry used to be. The equipment must undergo routine maintenance. In the event of external breach of internal escape, if they do not respond to notice of the gas disaster or orders to evacuate, use of firearms is authorized. The approval to use firearms is given by the Chief of Secrecy Preservation Unit to the Chief of the Traffic Blockade Unit. This happens in one of the timelines. This is the timeline, I believe, where she holds the kids in the school hostage, yeah. However, I think, it also happened in the other one where Tepe, showed up. So it's kind of implied that it happens anytime after Rika dies. It's just those were the only two routes that we actually, see that. Because, Keiichi just, fell off the bridge and was in a specific area and literally everybody in town was dead. Because of the gas leak. Or volcanic ash, quote-unquote. Shutting down communications. The communication sabotage unit must ensure that all forms of communication, including radio, have been disabled in the Hinamizawa area. They must take care not to fall under suspicion, and communications must be disrupted for a minimum amount of time. The facility belonging to the telephone company is inside the traffic blockade, so any civilians inside may be shot and killed. The Chief of Secrecy Preservation Unit may give permission to use lethal force to the Chief of the Communication Sabotage Unit. Assembling the affected carriers. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must assemble the infected populace in the Hinamizawa Regional Disaster Shelter. Refer to the enclosed documents for gathering procedures. Upon assembly, the unit must count the number of infected and confirm that everyone is present. Be sure not to allow the infected to expose the true nature of the gas disaster. Additionally, the infected must not be allowed to bring any large personnel belongings with them. However, they may take their valuables, including bank books and cash. Infected who refuse to assemble may be shot, but the Chief of Secrecy Preservation Unit must carefully consider the decision to do so. Terminating the infected. Once they are assembled, the Secrecy Preservation Unit must terminate all of the infected. Before that point, care must be taken to ensure that they are not suspicious of the story of the gas disaster. Be sure that they are treated as humanly possible. If any problem occurs, the unit has approval to fire their weapons. The Chief of Secrecy Preservation Unit must also make that decision. Bodies with gunshot wounds should be placed together with those that have been poisoned. Concealment of the Institute. The Institute Concealment Unit must collect all of the classified items, refer to 193 items in the appendix, in the Institute in order to suppress the evidence. Back from nap, what I miss, everybody is dead! Refer to the appendix for more detailed instructions. The research staff of the Institute must assist with this operation. This unit must exercise extreme caution as they will be handling a number of toxic substances.
Oh, thank you for the resub, Kazi. How you doing today? It's been a while.
Strict quarantine must be maintained at the concealment block. The airproof door must be welded shut, and the underground area must be flooded. The entrance of the area must be welded shut and concealed completely. Furthermore, the concealment block will be completely removed within 3 years. The Institute Concealment Unit must eliminate all civilians who would try to approach the Institute. The use of firearms is not permitted except for in emergencies. The Chief of Secrecy Preservation Unit may give the order to fire. Also, to catch you up on stuff, Kazi, everybody got shot and killed. It's a terrible time. Searching the village. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must search the whole village for any survivors. Any person who was not present during the assembly must be found. Any survivors found after the termination of the infection must be shot immediately. However, if the survivor is willing to surrender, do not shoot, and instead take them to the custody of the Secrecy Preservation Unit. The unit must then terminate the captive, using the same method as for the other infected. Good plain Code Vein.
Ooh, fine. I still need to play that. I've made a custom character, and I'm trying to decide whether or not to play it on stream.
Post-mission transfer to General Forces. Transfer the job to the official disaster recovery team. Make sure not to arouse suspicion. Complete withdrawal. After the completion of all operations, the Secrecy Protection Unit will retreat from the Hinamizawa area. They must be careful not to be suspected by the disaster recovery team. Furthermore, the Institute will continue to secure the concealment block until complete removal is finished. If you ever want a buddy, just hit me up. Yeah. I think a lot of people in the group were like, yeah, you want somebody to help you with Code Vein, and it's just like, okay. But yeah, I haven't decided if I want to have it be a stream game or a personal game. The Queen and her carriers. It is assumed that the pathogen was the same characteristics as creatures such as ants. There is a queen of the carriers of the disease, just like there is a queen ant, and this position has been passed down the line from the Furude family. This assumption is made based on the legends of ancient writing that have been passed down from the village. I'm almost not even sure if we'll actually be able to have time to start the next one. I feel like this is gonna take forever. If we get 10 eggs done, we make an omelet. Or does we make an omelet? Maybe. It could be like the Neopets daily omelet. Assumption is made based on the legends and the ancient writing that have been passed down in the village. It is already confirmed that the carriers have a tendency to protect their queen. Additionally, the queen carrier can only survive within the boundary of the village. Probability of outbreak. An ordinary patient will become ill when they travel far away from the queen. It's assumed that the further and longer they are away from her, the higher the chance of symptoms occurring becomes. Also, mental state plays a strong factor as well, and it's estimated that those are especially emotionally unstable or show strong yearning for their home are more likely to exhibit symptoms. It is believed that the Takano relaxation method is the most effective means of suppressing symptoms, but it is a patient who still shows no improvement. Only returning them to their home and the queen will be effective. Concerning terminal patients. Terminal patients, as they suffer from an extreme persecution complex, are incapable of functioning within society. Cases of arson and murder have been confirmed. They may present severe problems from their units. Records show that the terminal patient appear even in Hinamizawa, and they will not recover even if relocated near the Queen. Therefore, the decision to dispose of the problem must be made as soon as possible. It's recommended that the infected be quarantined before they start behaving irregularly. We suggest tracking down those formerly from Hinamizawa and placing them under special medical observation. The collapse of the carrier community. For the aforementioned reasons, we predict that should the carrier queen die, infected villagers will exhibit terminal symptoms of a village-wide scale. Terminal symptoms will begin showing within 24 hours at the earliest and 48 at the latest. For that reason, the final decision must be made within 48 hours. Based on the size of the village, neither ordinary officers nor military police may be able to control the chaos they may bring. We believe that the best response is to treat them as they are armed anti-national uprising and immediately suppress them from the military, or with the military. In January 1945, to Colonel Koizumi of the Supreme Council for the Direction of War. From Hifumi Takano. June 23, 1983. Document E420 for the 58th Defense Commissioner. And TECOM 733 Commander. TECOM 733 is hereby ordered to be on standby within 24 hours, armed with urban suppression. The company commander must also thoroughly study Emergency Manual 34. Select personnel carefully with the preservation of secrecy in mind. Additionally, test the effectiveness of the vaccine with the support of the National Research Center of Infectious Diseases. Employ those with positive immunity. June 23, 1983. Document E711 from the 58th Director of NIHS. Attention Equipment Testing Company Commander 733. The National Research Center of Infectious Diseases. Infectious Pathogen Department, Suite 13. Official seal omitted. About the Hinamizawa Syndrome. This is information regarding the Hinamizawa Syndrome. The Hinamizawa Syndrome is an infectious disease caused by a virus. There are no initial symptoms. Instead, their onset begins when the patient's emotional state becomes unstable, or if the queen carrier dies. The main symptom of the illness are hallucinations and emotional instability, paired with an extreme persecution complex. Furthermore, patients are frequently unaware of their own mental abnormalities, making identification outside examination nearly impossible. The only way to do so is by observing symptoms indicative of terminal abnormal behavior. In many cases, patients engage in antisocial behavior, which is the largest issue created by the syndrome. This behavior is caused by hormonal factors, as this disease mainly affects the mind as opposed to the body. It's a wild virus, nobody. In the end, the patients will experience extreme irritation in their lymph nodes, and they will claw at their throats and wrists. This is the only symptom that is recognized by the patient. Important points regarding the sterilization operation. This is an advisory notice for virus control. The pathogen is an airborne infectious virus. Therefore, no effective preventative method exists, and inoculation is required. After the mission is completed, all staff members must take a medical exam, and those with positive test results must come forward. Be cautious when interacting with the carriers, villagers. Even after inoculation, any contact with their bodily fluids will cause infection. Do not come into direct contact with them. If assumed infected, individuals must use the testing syringe and test themselves for the disease. If you feel an extreme irritation in your lymph nodes, it's likely you have terminal symptoms. In that case, you must get tested immediately. If test results come not positive, inject the treatment medication C120. If the irritation persists after 10 minutes, use the second injection. If there are still no change in symptoms, seek treatment from HQ. HQ would probably be like, do not use C120 if your test results are not positive. If used on a healthy body, symptoms of high fever, rashes, dilated pupils, and hallucination will be observable within 10 minutes. If this occurs, one must seek treatment from at HQ. Government officials explained the entire situation in a luxurious meeting room adorned with a marble table and crystal ashtrays. The chief cabinet security was in a panic. He'd never heard of any of this before. Feelings of panic were only natural. One girl's death was to drive 2,000 villagers into a frenzy. Hearing that a disease like this exists was surprising enough. But on top of that, it was secretly researched for military use, and now there was a horrific situation caused by the director of the local research institute engaging in embezzlement. I've never heard of such a dangerous disease. There's no cure for it? No. According to the National Research Center, they have recently found a method of treatment for the carriers of the disease, but they're still not capable of administering that treatment to the whole village. The entire populace is going to develop terminal symptoms within the next 24 to 48 hours. It's going to be a disaster. The danger of this Hinamizawa syndrome was explained over and over again to the chief of security. He didn't have anything more to say, but it didn't mean that he could blindly accept it either. He simply couldn't believe that the only way to resolve the situation was to kill all 2,000 infected villagers. HQ is gonna be like, I have a cure for you, fellow soldier. Yeah. Just like, oh, you're infected? I understand the urgency, but I can't give approval to kill an entire village. Why was this disease being studied in secret anyway? Is this the responsibility of those who were funding the research? Such a dangerous disease couldn't possibly be of any benefit to this country. And it's the year 1983, for crying out loud. According to these documents, they intentionally held off on exterminating the disease so they'd have more time to study it. On top of that, this chaos was all caused by a single researcher? This is the act of terrorism. That's the fault of those old men in Tokyo. They better take responsibility for this. Get rid of the people who are still haunted by the ghosts of war. This is a good opportunity to rid Tokyo of its festering pus. We will discuss the issue of responsibility in due time, but we must make a prompt decision about this. A man standing by the window slowly turned around and opened his mouth. Prime Minister, please give us your decision. What happens if I don't approve this final resolution? Well, almost 100% of the population in the village will develop terminal symptoms within 36 hours. They will be overcome by persecution complexes and they will begin behaving violently. Suicide, murder, arson, robbery, and I don't want to say that word, are some of the things that we predict will happen. There will be no peace within the village. Probably won't stay within the boundaries either, but spread throughout the area. As a result, the whole world will discover this disaster. Sooner or later, they will find out about the mysterious disease. That will be a great advancement for the opposition during the next election. Tokyo will also voice their criticism of the Prime Minister. You need their approval in order to make your political plans come to fruition. More than anything, the government might reveal that this secret research was conducted for military purposes. If that happens, this country will have a crisis of faith on their leadership. What if I approve the final resolution? Well, you'll be disguising this as a natural disaster, so the opposition may still attack us for our blunder. However, they will not discover the existence of this mysterious disease. If by any chance the world were to discover our military research of the disease, our nation would completely lose its initiative as the Asian region. Support from these nations is necessary for us. If we lose their trust, the opposition will definitely come into power after the next election. Japan will be finished. According to our simulations, the balance of power will shift drastically if the second and third parties form a coalition government. The whole world will hold us responsible. The United Nations will accuse us of developing WMDs. Neighboring countries' government will lead smear campaigns against us, drawing a hard line of anti-Japan diplomatic policies with high approval ratings. In every way possible, the government of this country will be burned to the ground. So we'll lose the trust of all our allies, huh? Shit. So this isn't just a problem of several 100,000 people who live around Hinamizawa area, is it? But it's way too difficult to cover up 2,000 casualties. The most important thing to prevent the public from knowing that this country was secretly researching biological weapons. I guess we'll be wiping the ass of that ghost of the war. Are you sure this operation could be performed secretly? If this mission goes public, this will become a greater scandal than the research itself. Yes, it will be kept secret. There are special units working on this case. They are trained specifically for situations like this. You have nothing to worry about. I've never heard of any mission like this, but it's basically mass murder via gas, correct? I had no idea there were units specifically trained for that. In order to know how to protect themselves from a gas attack, they must know what gas warfare is about. In order to know how to fight against an enemy using gas, they must also know how to kill with it. The Equipment Research Unit is prepared for any kind of attack. He let out a small sigh. He couldn't see the line between ethical and unethical. Can any research be justified by the excuse of preparing against hostilities? But that also is what preparation was all about. Some evils must be accepted as necessary. The 80 Institute was one such evil. So we have to make a secret decision in order to keep this research undisclosed. Proving this is going to make us guilty. Are you sure that information will not leak from the members of this unit? That will not happen. The members were carefully selected from a group of extremely loyal men. We've never performed an operation such as this, but they are highly experienced and they will not leak any information whatsoever. They're an assassination unit, huh? Prime Minister, please give us the approval to administer Emergency Manual 34. Director General of Defense, are you sure this operation will succeed? Are you sure we can stop this from going public? No. Can you keep casualties to a minimum? Yes, sir. The preliminary orders have been sent out and preparations are complete. We will execute the mission as soon as we get your approval. I can't give the approval to slaughter 2,000 innocent people. However, as Prime Minister, I have an obligation to minimize the number of casualties. Prime Minister, I understand your dilemma. Director General, please make a concentrated effort to minimize the number of victims. If these 2,000 people can't be treated, please do what's best to prevent additional victims. Yes, sir. Thank you for your approval. We'll return with positive results. That's if you can call 2,000 casualties a positive result. Okuno-kun, please set up a meeting with Tokyo as soon as possible. I have to hear an explanation directly from them. Understood. By the way, did they arrest that Ieri, the Institute director? No, he committed suicide by taking poison. He was in such a rage that his research was being shut down, that he felt as if his life itself was being denied. Everybody keep this top secret. The guy in the corner that is about it, keep secret, just like, maybe, yeah, it'll be fine. Nobody I tell will tell anybody, right? So no one will ever know what made him commit such a horrific crime. The execution of Emergency Manual 34 is approved. June 23rd, 1983. Prime Minister, Director General of the Defense Agency. For logistics reasons, you may not bring any large items with you. You cannot carry any luggage. I repeat, you cannot carry any luggage. You may carry only valuable items such as bank books and cash. Please do not use your own vehicle to evacuate. It will cause confusion. It was in the middle of the night, and yet countless villagers were out and about. Some of them were locking their doors, some of them were watering their plants, and some of them were piling food in their dogs' dinner bowls. Small children were crying in fear. Members of the town council were yelling angrily while counting up the villagers. Reportedly, the village had been cut off from the rest of the world after volcanic gas gushed out from the mountains. The number of policemen and military units in the village, added to the strong smell of sulfur in the air, dispelled any doubts that the villagers might have had. The more religious among the elderly were convinced that this was the curse of Rika Furude, who had passed away the day before. They were certain that Oyashiro-sama was enraged and that the door to hell had been opened. Soldiers wearing gas masks guided the villagers to the evacuation center. Why do you all have guns? These are to protect your homes after the evacuation. We're expecting looters. No one in Hinamizawa would do something like that. This is the first platoon. The evacuation is on schedule. Roger that. We'll send our platoon over. Excuse me, I need to bring along my grandfather's mortally tablet. You may take that with you. Please hurry up. Or mortuary? I think that's what the word was. Make sure everyone in the village is here. Please come forward if you're unable to walk. Soldier will come and help you. Oyashiro-sama is angry because Rika-chama was murdered. Oyashiro-sama, Oyashiro-sama, please forgive our sins. Remember our emergency drills. Group leaders have to contact a town council member when everyone is in the group has shown up. Miasma is coming out of the swamp. Oyashiro-sama must be furious. There are too many of us here. We'll never make it out alive. Let me die in this village. Don't worry. The helicopters and buses are on their way to transport everyone to safety. You're all going to make it out okay.
Everyone gather at the forestry service. No, not the people from District 4. You're supposed to go to the community center behind the post office. It's exactly the same as the emergency drills. Please come down and head to your evacuation point. Please move as a group. Every person matters. Everyone needs to stick together. You will get home safely. The villagers couldn't see the expressions under the soldiers' gas masks. They wondered what kind of expressions they were hiding under there. The soldiers were, of course, lying to the villagers, knowing that they would never return to their homes again. One such trooper cried under his mask, but the villagers never saw his tears. Please go back. You can't take your own vehicle to evacuate. The road ahead is cut off by a gas stream and it's dangerous. Can't you smell the sulfur? Some people tried to leave in their cars, so as to take large items with them. However, the quarantine unit had sealed off all the roads leading outside. The gas masks of the troopers and the smell of the sulfur persuaded them to return and obey instructions. Some of them tried to contact Okinomiya, but their phones would not connect. The lines were busy, no matter how much they tried. They simply assumed that the phone lines were overwhelmed because of the disaster. Some of the villagers had access to radios. They tried to figure out what the situation was like outside, but all they can hear over the radio was loud static. That was the same with the television. They couldn't contact anyone outside of the village, so they really were totally isolated. And so they had nothing to rely on but the instructions of the police and the military. They were all like moths heading towards the light, never doubting that they would be safe there. One old war veteran listened to the noise from the radio and muttered, "This is exactly how it sounded when the Americans jammed the radio waves during the war." As it turned out, he was absolutely correct. However, he turned off the radio when his son urged him to evacuate. The villagers had all gathered at their evacuation points. Some of them were at the school, and some of them were at the community center. They were to stay in the building until the evacuation vehicles arrived. The soldiers told them to stay inside so that they could keep track of the numbers of evacuees. Please close all the windows to prevent the gas from entering. We'll be sealing the windows to be on the safe side. Your cooperation will be appreciated. Alright, let's help them out. People started to seal up the windows and vents with duct tape that was handed to them. They completely sealed every opening as they heard the disquieting conversation of the soldiers. It was long past 3 a.m., but everyone was wide awake with fear. They were having an extremely long night. Coincidentally, the end of their night had almost arrived. This is all Oyashiro-sama's curse. Rikuchama, Rikuchama, Oyashiro-sama, Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama demoned away those kids at the Furude Shrine in his fury. The Furude Shrine was swallowed by the world of demons that day. The demons chewed up her guts while she was still alive. They all started saying that the gas disaster was caused by the curse of Oyashiro-sama and Rika's death and the mysterious disappearance of her friends, and the two detectives were also the result of the curse. People started talking about being demoned away. They had no idea that Keiichi and his friends' short battles sealed their fate for that night. The more religious villagers had become convinced that the children and the detectives went missing because they volunteered to become a sacrifice to calm Oyashiro-sama's anger after Rika's death. They didn't know the truth. They couldn't know. Not one realized that Keiichi and his friends' effort had all been in vain. Indeed, in Hinamizawa, everything that happens is the will of Oyashiro-sama. But why did it have to be that way? Before the series of mysterious deaths occurred, no one really used the term the curse of Oyashiro-sama that frequently. In other words, who set them up? People in this village were set up to believe that the curse of Oyashiro-sama happens every year. They really are just too superstitious. Major, we finished gathering the villagers together. The last family finally reached the assembly point. We got everyone. Good. This is finally it. The curse of Oyashiro-sama will become a reality tonight. For enacting Watanagashi on Rika Furude, Oyashiro-sama is punishing this village. The curses of the last 5 years are culminating in the biggest curse of them all. This is not just a mysterious chain of murders. This is divine punishment from an enraged god. Let's begin. This is Company Commander. The men are requesting 1 minute of silence. Can you let them have that, Major? Do as you like. Takano gave him a disparaging laugh. The company commander crossed his heart and began to speak. Dear Heavenly Father, please guide these innocent people. Their sacrifice will save the lives of many others to come. Please forgive us for committing this sin. Please forgive us for being here today. The company commander isn't Christian. In fact, he doesn't follow any religion. However, he prayed because he felt the need to ask someone for forgiveness. He wasn't even sure if he was saying it correctly, but he still prayed to God. He asked forgiveness for committing his sin and continued to pray. Takano was speaking in a soft voice. She was talking to herself. I did now see in on it? Or I did not? Oh yeah. Yeah, Takano, everything that's bad is because of Takano.
For ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, that if the good man of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. Therefore be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think, the Son of Man cometh.
The man heard her murmurs. That's from the Gospel of Matthew. Is it?
My grandfather always said that to me. He was telling me to work hard every day because you'll never know when you'll be rewarded.
Is this a reward for you?
Yes. Although you might never understand it.
Excuse my rudeness, but I believe that the descent of God is a merciful thing. I think what you're saying is inappropriate for a time like this. He was trying to tell her that using that verse of the Bible was inappropriate for the occasion. However, Takano simply laughed as though she had heard something very funny.
I'm sorry, but you have no right to judge. Tonight is the night where I become a god.
The moment of silence has ended. And with the end of the silence, execute the operation now. The order was given, as hollow and reluctant to the matter as the order can possibly be. People were packed into the classroom. They were afraid. The troopers closed the door of the classroom. The people inside had no idea why they were doing that. However, they didn't suspect anything at all. One old man walked up to the door to open it, because with it closed it was far too hot inside the room. But he collapsed all of a sudden. His wife tried to walk over to help him, but she also collapsed all of a sudden. Then, other people also started collapsing inside of the room. It really was a very odd sight. What would make for a good example? It would be pretty amusing if they were dominoes. However, they're human beings. People sitting by the window watched this strange event happen before their eyes. They opened their eyes wider to try and understand what was going on. The door creaked open slightly, and someone on the other side threw 3 spray canisters into the room. More people started to collapse, even those at the window. This wasn't something that was happening only in one room. It was happening in all the other rooms, too. It was happening in all the evacuation centers. People's dreams, their hopes, and their futures were taken away so quickly and easily. There was a commotion in the reception room by the principal's office. Someone had figured out what was going on and broke the seal off the window and escaped outside. Other people tried to remove the seal on their windows too, but they collapsed in a matter of seconds. Someone escaped from the reception room. 4 people are loose. You have permission to fire. Shoot, shoot, shoot! Soldiers sought the people who tried to escape in the back. The sound of gunshots echoed in the silence. It was a noise filled with cruelty. They helplessly fell to the ground. Their deaths were so pitiful compared to the silent deaths of those before them. The residential police officer was one of the escapees. He tried to shoot back at them with his own gun. His shots can be heard throughout the building. The soldiers ducked into the shadows upon hearing the noise. The officer seized his chance and ran towards the gate, but that was just a waste of time. Not only is the range of the automatic weapons they were using longer than the length of the schoolyard, but as trained professionals, it would be nothing for them to shoot him from that distance. That's enough! The villagers had no choice. Either they died from the gas without realizing what was happening, or they'd find out about the mission and be killed. What happened? Did they fight back? Respond! You shot all the fugitives. One of the residential policemen shot back. Collect those bodies. Do not put them with the other corpses. The soldiers walked over to the 4 fallen bodies. They needed to make sure that they were all dead, not just injured. I think with that many bullets you piled into them, they're probably, past dead.
This is the first platoon. The Forestry Service building has been sterilized. 4 escaped. We took them down. This is the second platoon. Sterilization complete. No one escaped. This is the third platoon. More than 10 escaped. We're conducting a sweep. It will be over soon. This is the fourth platoon. Sterilization complete. No one escaped. This is the third platoon. We've taken out all 13 fugitives. Sterilization is now complete. Wait. There were 3 more? There were 3 more? Did 3 escape while you were doing the sweep? Roger. Start counting the bodies. Make sure the total matches the original number taken earlier tonight. Takano was laughing to herself inside of the van. She didn't physically see all these people dying silently, but she saw it anyway. She saw countless people dying without even noticing it. She saw it all in her mind. Takano waved her arms in the air. No one was watching her, but no one would understand what she was doing even if they were. She was waving her baton. Takano was pretending that she was the conductor of this silent funeral march. Major, the sterilization is complete. We're going to reconnect the phone lines.
Sure, go ahead.
This is the Institute Concealment Unit. We've removed all the classified items and wielded the entrance set. We're currently flooding the underground facility. This is the Traffic Blockade Unit. Everything is proceeding as scheduled. This is the Communication Sabotage Unit. We've reconnected the phone lines. The telephone facility is back to normal. Takano is paying no attention to these reports. She continued to sing the melody of an orchestra. One operator spoke to her. You seem to be in a good mood.
Yes, it feels so good. I bet you can't hear it. This hymn that glorifies God.
A hymn? Was the photo guy in on it too? No. He got unalived by her. So. Takano laughed loudly, spreading her arms wide. Basically the thing was, they met up, and she was like, "Hi, I'm hot and sexy. Do you want to like join in my plan and we can like boink or whatever? I can smell like you for some reason." And he was like, "No." And she's like, "Oh, okay, then I guess you die." Takano laughed loudly, spreading her arms wide.
That's right. The hymn. The new god has descended to this village. There's no god in Hinamizawa. Oyashido-sama was just a name. This was an old backwater village with no real god, but I brought a god to this place. Do you understand what that means? I bet you don't. How many gods in this world have the power to curse people? How many of them can challenge people? None of them. But I did.
Takano laughed as if she was the only one who could comprehend what she was saying. None of the operators inside the car could comprehend her laughter. Takano was satisfied to know that.
A god is not a god without a curse. Gods are feared because of their curses, and they're worshipped because they're feared. That's the truth about gods. If faith alone is what creates a god, there's no need for curses. But the ancient gods all cursed humans. Then what's a god's curse? It's the proof that a god is real. Gods aren't gods if they don't curse people. I found evidence of the existence of God in this poor village. I thought this was a message from heaven. Hinamizawa was without a god for 100 years until the end of the dam conflict. I believe it's been my mission to restore the god's existence in this village. Heaven supported me and granted me power. I have raised the bud of a curse plant with the faith seeds of coincidence granted me by heaven, and now this budding curse bears fruit and hangs ripe. Do you understand? Tonight is the night of the harvest. This is the final curse of Oyashiro-sama, and from this day forth, Oyashiro-sama will be a real god. You may or may not see it, but someday you will understand. You will see how grand this plan I accomplished was, how long it will be told in history, and how great I will become. God's curse. I make that curse happen. I am the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Worship me and be fearful. I'm creating not only death, I'm writing history. History will speak of this curse and remember my existence forever. I'm the curse itself.
I've transcended this flesh. My legend will endure forever beyond my mortal life. My existence is eternal now. Curse yourselves and curse your powerlessness. Realize how great I am. I am Oyashido-sama. I am a god now. My flesh may die eventually, but I'll remain in this world forever.
That was the end of Minagoroshi.
Oh.
But yeah. She wild.
This fragment's end. Oh gosh. How much more is there? The scenario jump mode has been unlocked. Replay any scenario unlocked. Okay. Tips reading room has been unlocked. Takano is so messed up, right? And then the staff room.
Also, hello, Tiffany Blue. How you doing?
Yeah, she is heckin' messed up. Okay. Have one tip left. Which, knowing my luck, is gonna be a whole half an hour, and then it's just like, okay, I guess we end now. Okay, let's see. I think it was just the one. Yeah, this fragment's end. Let me wipe away my tears. Let me take a sip of water before I read this tip, though. Doing good. I just finished rewatching Golden Sotsu, so I'm back in Higurashi obsession mode. Yeah! How did you feel about Golden Sotsu? I have kind of conflicting emotions towards it, but
How did you feel about it?
I guess Rika finally managed to assemble all the pieces to her puzzle, but we don't know yet if her memories will pass on to her next life. Rika always loses her memory of her death. I don't know if she can retain the memories of what she's discovered. What did you think? Did you have fun? Once you find out the answers, collecting them isn't so fun anymore. You don't agree? I see. You still might find something different by examining some old fragments. Would you put your vid on this game on YouTube? Yeah, I just need to figure out how I want to go about it. In the one where she took over the school, Twitch was like, hey, I don't like this track. So I have to re-record a little bit of that one. But that won't be too bad. But yeah, one day. I just need to figure out how I want to go about it and how much editing I want to do. After all, the time we have here is endless. We have to find something to play with because there's nothing to do here. For me, playing with these fragments stops being fun when I find out what's inside. But if you can tell me how to have fun with them even so, that makes you pretty smart. I liked it for the most part. I kind of figured the thing with Satoko was a bit forced onto her, yeah. I liked what happened with her uncle, though. Don't want to spoil anything for that. It was very interesting. The ending was wild. Yeah, I feel... The thing, like, with the original series is that there was, like, a nice balance between, like, the funny scenes and, like, you know, the bad stuff that Higurashi is known for. But, like, I don't know. I feel like they didn't really play on the funniness of it too much, but that could just be me. I could just be focusing on the part where it's, like, with Satoko. Just sad that my favorite Sonozaki twins didn't get much screen time. Yeah. I was sad for, like, Hanyu not getting that much either, especially in the first season, or the first half of it. It was just like, wow, she gets 1 or 2 episodes and then she just like bounced. I know, I love Hanyu. I like the vibes ago. It was interesting. And it was interesting to like see slightly different scenarios for them as well. But then where it made me just wonder, like, what did they do this thing I love so much? Right? But yeah, it's, like I said, conflicting feelings. There's some parts that were really nice, and then other parts where it's just like, What? You want to know what I play with? I don't play, I'm just killing time. I like to imagine what Rika could have done in order to achieve the future she hopes for. I like to imagine a world that would have been happy for all of them. But like, when I think about it, I think that it's probably to, like, bridge the gap more
for Higurashi and Umineko, which I don't know much about Umineko, so no spoilers for that. we're playing that after we're finished with Higurashi. I've found out what these worlds are set up by looking at the previous ones, right? I like to analyze what would need to change in order for Rika to win against Takano. At least we finally get an android figures, only Irena, right? Hopefully we get more. I got the new Hanyu figure that came out because she was so adorable, and it's like I usually don't get complete figures, but I had to get Hanyu with her little cream puffs. I mean, Echo has a whole nother level of crazy. Yeah, I'm excited to like just play through it and be like, what? You want to see what's on my mind? Too bad. I'm not showing that to you. In that world, Rika and her friends survived their struggle and broke through the fate of June 1983. Just in my imagination. It's not for me to share with you. Yeah, like I said, I usually don't get complete figures too often, but I was like, okay, I need Hanyu. And then I also ordered a pre-owned figure for Nyaruko because the company that made that figure doesn't exist anymore, and I got her for like a really good deal. I'm sure the world that Rika is about to create is better than anything in my imagination, even if she's stuck on June 19th in 1983. I'm sure this now-ended world will remain one of Rika's brightest fragments either way, no matter how much she struggles. If she actually overcomes her fate, it will be the most brilliant fragment of her story. I'm sure the life Rika lives makes a better story than my boring imagination. You want to know what happened to Rika? She made a decision to redo her life once again with Hanyu. She is trying to live her life with all her might. That's what she learned from this world. Her next life has already begun. I do wonder what this life is like. I'm going there now to check. Do you want to come with me? Figured these days are so expensive, I had to miss out on a lot of really nice Higurashi figures. Yeah, I really have to like pick and choose for complete figures. For Nendoroids, I'm just like, Okay, let's see. Staff room. Get to see the little extra stuff. Aw, man. The ones with Ryokishi 07 aren't as fun as when they're all in Angel Mort, but oh well. Hi, this is Ryokishi 07. Thank you for playing Higurashi When They Cry Kai, Chapter 7, Mino Goroshi. This time around, the scenario was almost like the answer page on a book of riddles. Or maybe the scenario was like a side dish we enjoyed alongside with all the scenarios up until now? You can take it how you like. I just hope you enjoyed it. I was very nervous about releasing the scenario, because a mystery is only good when it's still a mystery. The scenario marks the end of that mystery. To be honest, I didn't want to release this chapter for a while. However, way too many similar stories are being published with no answers at all. A book of riddles means nothing if there's no answer page in the back. Coming up with an answer when you have no way to see if it's right or not was a little sad, I think. If there's no answers, you can't get any joy out of reading a book of riddles. I regret to see that there are way too many stories out there that don't offer this kind of joy. That's why I decided to release something that you can compare your answers to for this series. Since this world had a rather irregular presentation, there may not have been many people who reached out or reached what might be called the right answer. But it's not really about whether your answer was right or wrong. It's much more about how many questions you raised when reading the story and how many answers you were able to find. Thank you all very much for the solutions you've sent me. They were all wonderful theories, and some were thought out so much more than the actual story that I frequently thought about making them the right answer. I laugh. Also, your support has given me courage to finish writing the 7th chapter of this series. Thank you very much for supporting Higurashi. Finally, I would like to apologize about how I portrayed the Child Consultation Center. I don't know what it was like in 1983, but child consultation centers are not mean places like I depicted in my story. I made the characters look so unfeeling, but in reality, the government today is the #1 hero for our civilians. You are not nervous at all about the murder. Right? It's like, I'm nervous about, people having a better story than me, not for unaliving children. In fact, these involved with child welfare and youth education are all extremely passionate and selflessly devoted people. I'm sorry for giving this such a negative image in this chapter. The next chapter, Matsuri Bayashi, is going to be the last one in the series. I'm overwhelmed by the pressure of writing the last chapter of Higurashi When They Cry, which turned out to be such a long story. Hope you'll continue your kind support. Thank you all very much. 7th expansion.
Ryo Kishi 07.
But yeah, I really miss the after chapter things where everybody was just talking to each other and then like they mess around. Those were fun. That was the one plus side for the questions arc. Hello, Peach! Showing up right at the end, I see.
We'll see.
I think that was all that was unlocked. Let me see. Yeah, there's nothing really extra.
Okay. So, the thing is,
As much as I don't want to end, if we start on the next chapter, I'll only play for like a little bit. So I feel like it might be better to like wait until next week instead of being like, hello, here's 20 minutes of the next chapter. And then we play again next week. No! Yeah, Peach, you missed a lot. You missed unaliving happening. Oh gosh, I look terrifying.
but yeah, we might end a little early unless someone has like an idea for a 20-minute thing, but it might be a good idea to end so that way I can give my throat some rest.
Glad I caught your stream.
Thank you for the follow, Tiffany. And to catch next time. Yeah, it'll be sometime next week. I don't know exactly which day. Probably Monday or Tuesday. So thank you for stopping by. Okay, so let's see who is.
Oh, there's a lot of people streaming today. Oh. Psych has a sassy little title going on his channel. So I guess we're gonna have to raid Psych. I just hover over and Psych's title is Xephoria didn't raid me. And it's like, oh yeah? Oh yeah? Watch this, Psych. But thank you everybody for joining me today. It was very fun. I hope that I can have my throat rest over the weekend. Thankfully it didn't kill my voice too much this chapter. But yes, I am excited we get to hang out with Hanyu with everybody! And we get to do the last chapter finally after all of these months.
But yeah, it's okay, Peach. There are the VODs. You doing anything?
You doing other things in visual novels next week?
Maybe, I don't know. Cause my initial idea was going to the next chapter of.
Yeah, raid Spite. That's a good idea. I totally forgot to do the thing.
But yeah, I was thinking of doing the next chapter of Higurashi. I might play something short in between, but I don't know, because I want to finish up Higurashi so we can do some other stuff. But I will decide. Maybe I'll do a poll. I don't know. But yes, again, thank you everybody for joining me. Hopefully you guys didn't cry too much. I'm still hugging my plushie. But I will see you guys next week. Time to bully Psych. Bye.
We're coming for you, Psych. We're gonna fight.